Welcome and thank you for being with us today. Please all join me in saluting the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and for those who are listening to us, let the record note that Supervisor Wilson is absent today. Yeah, we're all echoing. Well, if it bothers, it is kind of echoey. Yeah. So that's why we have this gentleman in the audience here. Just needs to be turned down. Okay. Is it any better? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Nikki. All right, so we'll go to our CAO Hayes and ask if there are any modifications to the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Bass. There are a couple modifications. Item D4 and D6 will be pulled for discussions. Item D33 and H1 will be pulled from the calendar and will return at a later date.
All right, can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I make that motion.
Second.
All right. So we're going to go out to public comment, and this is on the consent calendar. If you are listening from home or watching on a video, call in now, press *9 to raise your hand. Be sure to turn your volume down on your video feed, because if you don't, you may lose your opportunity to speak. There's a significant time delay. So it's really important to let us know now that you want to speak. So call in, hello, press *9 to raise your hand. And we'll go to those in public first. If there's anyone who wishes to talk on the consent calendar who's in the public and not on an item that was pulled, please just come on up. All righty, well, we'll go. I see we have one speaker so far, Nikki. So now we're going to go to those on the phone. The number disappeared, Nikki. Would you please read it out?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ash, welcome.
Hello, my name is Ash with Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. I'm speaking on number 3 on the consent calendar, approval for the cooperative agreement for a certified farmers market and the inspection contract for the California Department of Food and Agriculture. I just want to ask the board to consider that maybe adding layers of bureaucracy and increasing state and federal involvement with the local farmers, contributing to local farmers markets, might do more harm than good. Just look how upside down the cannabis industry is after the state and county got involved. The following clip is from a local Eco News report. It has some good insight as to the recent shift in priorities seen in the county following the lead of state and federal policies.
I think maybe the best way to look at it, I think, is like when we talk about conservatives in a Humboldt County context, like what we think of as the conservative policies, it's basically based around like resource extraction. People say developers, but I think that that's a broader term for all sorts of things, gravel, the heavy industry, cannabis these days. And sort of like resource extraction / industrial interests, businesses have had a sort of lock on government in Humboldt County, which is has been a resource extraction economy for a long time. And on the other side of the aisle, maybe you've got like a sort of like technocracy, the technocrats who sort of like believe in good government, want to arrange society and along logical and use the power like over land use issues to sort of arrange the county and using the power of government in a way to shape for the future.
With supply chain shortages compounding the shortages due to what appears to be a possible intentional assault food processing plants across the country, doing anything that could have ill effect on our local produce production could be viewed as shooting ourselves in the foot. Local farmers market participants provide a valuable service, and sending state or federal personnel out to harass them is not an act of appreciation. As was said in the Eco News clip, the new paradigm of relying on government planning to shape our future, it's just a bad idea. Time and time again, the solutions are created in a one-size-fits-all method that does not work in unique communities such as ours. Alternative to the staff recommendation, please use the board's discretion and reject this item. Thank you.
Oops, thank you, Ash. And Nikki, I don't see anyone else on the line with their hands up, so we'll go back to the board. So we have a motion and a second. Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to make a very brief comment on the consent agenda, I wanted to thank Scott Bender for his excellent service on the Measure Z committee. Did his homework, participated, great listener, and I just really very much, and I know the community does, very much appreciate Scott's service on the Measure Z committee. I am appointing Darcy Miller here today to fill that slot in the Measure Z committee. She's with the Hoopa Valley Tribe, a councilwoman, and I think it'll be great to have some more tribal engagement with Measure Z. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the board? All right, seeing none, looks like we're ready to vote. Nikki? All right, it passes 4-0. And at this time, it's not quite 9:15. So do you have one that we think we can get done in 3 minutes? Because our county council is very, very watchful if we note something for a time when we can't do it. Or should we just wait?
I think you could probably address D4 or D6 that were pulled from consent.
Which do you think would be speedier? I know it's hard to say.
We've
Especially
determined
you.
I'm awful at this, yes. I think they'll both be relatively the same. It's just for, discussion and accolades.
All right. Supervisor Bohn, why don't we go to you for the Boys and Girls Club, whichever item number that was.
I don't know. Oh, wait, he is here. Look at him. You snuck in. You don't get up this early. No, I'm just kidding.
It was tough.
It's summertime. You're usually doing Boys and Girls Club things this early in the morning. Well, as everybody knows, I'm a big fan of the Boys and Girls Club, have been for years, and have been very fortunate the last few years. The Truckers Parade has been the beneficiary and ended up being the number 2 or 3 fundraiser for them. And I think it's the second Saturday in December. We're doing it again this year, and Boys and Girls Club will be the beneficiary again. And if you want to throw a whole bunch of lights on a truck and then get really cold and wet, Christmas Truckers Parade is where you want to be the last couple of years. Anyway, proclamation of the Board of Supervisors, County of Humboldt. Whereas the young people of Eureka, California are tomorrow's leaders, whereas many young people need professional youth services to help them achieve their full potential. And there are 3 Boys and Girls Clubs organizations in Humboldt County that serve more than 4,000 young people annually. And whereas Boys and Girls Clubs instill young people with self-confidence to believe they can succeed at anything they put their mind to, and stand at the forefront of efforts in many areas. Whereas the Boys and Girls Club organization in California to help ensure young people have a safe, supportive place to spend time and will provide them with quality youth development programs. And whereas the Boys and Girls Club of the Redwoods will celebrate National Boys and Girls Club Week with some 4,000 clubs and over 2 million more children and teens nationwide. Now, therefore, that the Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim June 27th through July 1st, 2022 as Boys and Girls Club Week in Humboldt County. Furthermore, we encourage all citizens to join us in recognizing and commending Boys and Girls Club, providing the young people of our communities with comprehensive and effective youth development services. Signed by Virginia Bass.
Move the proclamation?
Didn't we do that with?
We already did it.
Oh, this was pulled.
No, that one is pulled.
Move the proclamation.
Second.
And I don't know if anybody's driven by Harris Street or any of the locations lately. Even they've done quite a bit of work over there at by Winco too. But they are making great strides at the building, the old Carson building. And I mean, I'd feel remorse if I didn't mention Dale Warmoth, because Cruise in Eureka is going to be a beneficiary of the Boys and Girls Club again, and Dale has been a big sponsor. John Macbeth from O&M Industries has been huge in getting the Humboldt Builders Exchange and the contractors together to change windows, roof, paint, rebuild, new kitchens, new bathrooms.
Everything.
And the whole idea behind that is, if they give the kids some pride in where they go every day after school, they'll give them pride in themselves, and they can pull themselves up and do better. And we've proven that. Sometime Google Boys and Girls Club's alumni, and you'll be absolutely amazed at the people that have gone through Boys and Girls Clubs. It's pretty astonishing. And then I'd like to, Justin Zabel from Mercer Fraser, paved the parking lot, built them new basketball, has been a funder annually of large amounts to the Boys and Girls Club. And this is because they care about their communities. So I wanted to throw those out there. And again, let's hear what you got to say about the good stuff that's coming down the pike.
Okay, like Mr. Bohn said, this week is BGCA week, National BGCA week. It's to celebrate what Boys and Girls Club does for our youth and our community. We open our doors. Normally our doors aren't open to the community to come take tours, but as of yesterday was our first day of the week. And we have a theme each week, Monday through Friday this week, for our youth to partake in. So today is Spirit Day. The kids come dressed in BGCA colors, blue, white, or black. Tomorrow is Wellness Wednesday, where the theme is healthy lifestyle. So hopefully we have the kids engaged in yoga tomorrow. Thursday is Career Day, where we have community professionals come in and speak about different professions that the kids might want to hear about. And Friday is celebrate our YDPs, which is our youth development professionals, our staff. We just show them appreciation of what they do, because without them, it wouldn't be what it is. And today we do have a staff with us today. Kenny Williams, he's the unit director for our teen center. So we will celebrate them on Friday. And on Saturday, we concluded with a celebration at the Eureka Teen Center on K and Harris. And it's free to the community, free food will be there, bounce house for the kids, face painting. It'll be a talent show, a pool tournament, arts and crafts. Eureka PD will be there, a fire truck will be there. We have a dunk tank this year. It'll just be a day of fun for the community. Kids 5 through 12, you do need to have a parent there for supervision. Other than that, please come out and have fun with us. Yeah. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
How long have you been with the Boys and Girls Club?
I started in 2011 when I was at HSU.
Yeah.
I stopped for a little bit and I came back. I've been in this role for 5 years now, and I'm an alumni of a Boys and Girls Club back home. So.
I remember you from 2011 when you were interning there and doing that.
Exactly.
Appreciate what you're doing. It means a lot, and I know you relate to the kids pretty good because you're still fairly young.
All right, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Oh, and your proclamation, if you want to grab it, is, no, it's not, not the plaques, but
Yeah, that's right.
there you go.
Take one of those big paperweights, too.
All right, so we'll go to public comment on this item. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to comment on the Boys and Girls Club item? All right. Seeing none. I also see no hands up on the line, so we'll go back to the board. We do have a motion and a second, and our vote tab is up. What a surprise, it passed 4-0. So next, we're going to go on to our special presentation, which was time set for 9:15. And we do have Manuel Rivas and Chastity Benson here from CSAC, otherwise known as the California State Association of Counties. And looks like we have a Cio Staff Report that wants to go with this.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Pass. Kati, our Public Information Specialist, is here today to kick this item off. Thank you, Kati, and take it away.
Thank you, Alicia. Good morning, Chair Pass. Good morning, Board.
Is your microphone on?
Better? All right. Good morning, Chair Bass. Good morning, Board. My name is Katy Gallardo. I am the Public Information Specialist for the CAO's office. And each year, the California State Association of Counties holds a competition called the Challenge Awards. And they honor the most innovative and cost-effective programs exhibited in county government. In 2019 and 2020, Humboldt County was recognized for a prescribed burn program coordinated by the UC Cooperative Extension, planning and buildings program that utilizes satellites to monitor permitted and unpermitted cannabis operations, the Sheriff's Criminal Multi-Casual Incident Protocol program, and the County Surveyor's Library and Online Map Index have all been awarded Challenge Awards. And this year, 2 county departments are lucky enough to be recognized for their innovations with our Challenge Awards. And I am here to introduce the California State Association of Counties Deputy Director of Operations and Member Services, Manuel Rivas Jr., who is here to introduce and present the awards.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, where,
I'm on.
okay, where'd you put Chastity?
Chastity.
Oh, she's
I'll bring her closer. It's a pleasure
It's the first-
being here.
I did want to say thank you. It's their first time here, and they came over Highway 36. So I said I had to tell them. They're going back a different way, though.
Isn't that, I did that last week. Isn't that a great drive? Isn't that fun?
Beautiful drive. Yeah.
It's the funnest drive we have to the coast. If the people always turn their nose up, but man, just those whoopsie-doos and everything else, and no people except animals on the road. It's, yeah, I don't know why more people don't take it.
Yeah. I actually, first time up here, so as we were leaving Sacramento, we stopped for gas, and I put the Google Maps, and I asked for the, fastest route. So I didn't know. But it was fun. It kept me busy for over 100 miles, just kind of turning and turning. So, and when we got here, Supervisor Bass told us that we took the scenic route.
Did your Google Maps take you through Oroville too?
No.
See, mine took me through Oroville the other day. I wasn't paying attention. I just followed, and I heard turn left, turn right, and all of a sudden I said, what the hell am I doing in Oroville? But anyway.
All right, well, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to Katy for the introduction. Like you mentioned, the Challenge Awards is one of our premier programs that we have at CSAC, is where we recognize innovative work and the best practices across the state. And pleased to be here to actually recognize 2 of your big programs. For those that are not as familiar with CSAC, we are the voice of all 58 counties. We represent all 58 counties throughout the state. We do it in 2 ways, primarily through advocacy services, at the state and federal level. So we are your voice, and we are trying to protect your interests and advance your priorities. And also we do it through member services. And on the member services side, one of our key programs that we have is our California Counties Foundation that has the Institute for Excellence in County Government. And Chastity Benson is my colleague. She runs that institute. I am very pleased to actually say that you guys haven't been very engaged here in Humboldt County. Both your board and your CAO have been really members of that, and that just shows your commitment to your own professional development in order to better serve your community. A couple of things that I wanted to just highlight. I mentioned about what we do on the advocacy side. This past year and the year before that, the pandemic has really thrown everybody, a big curveball. It changed the way we run our daily lives, the way we serve our communities. And obviously, counties have been the ones that have been at the forefront, really leading the way and having to deal with the challenges of the state and the federal government with the ever-changing regulations. I know one of the awards that I'm going to present in a couple of minutes talks just to that. We are very proud that we were your voice at the table with the governor's office. Supervisor Bass was our past president in 2020, so she was part of almost daily calls with the governor's office and state agencies, us kind of harping and letting them know what counties needed in order to better serve the community, and not one thing that comes out today and the next day something different was done. So we definitely advocated very hard and pushed on your behalf. The other one was also the American Rescue Plan Act. That was another opportunity at the federal level where county voices needed to be heard. We do have an arm, Paragon Group in Washington, D.C., And through all the information and all the justifications that we got from all 58 counties, we were able to make a better argument at the federal level to make sure that counties also receive funding needed during the pandemic. The last two items that I would like to kind of highlight also somehow tied into the pandemic. The first one is we were very key, CSAC was, in pushing for a historic investment of $6 billion for broadband infrastructure. I mean, that was to close the digital divide. In talking to a couple of your supervisors last night, we were talking about now that we have secured that funding, we need to make sure that it comes down to our communities. Make sure that it doesn't go to the private entities where they might do something different, that really government has a say on how can you provide better services in your schools, telehealth, and a number of other things. The last item, I think this is a crisis that it's very pronounced throughout the state, and that will be homelessness. That is something that prior to 2018, the state really always felt that the homeless crisis was a problem of local government. Over the last 3 years, we have been able to secure $12 billion from the state to actually try to address. I mean, this is a problem that we are feeling it in our communities. Counties are at the front lines, but it's really everybody's problem. Cities, counties, the state, the federal government, everybody has to do that. So that's on the advocacy side, and like I mentioned, the other side for member services, our CSAC Institute in Excellence for County Government is very important, and I do want to acknowledge Supervisor Steve Madrone and Supervisor Michelle Bushnell, because they're actually both recent graduates from our new Supervisors Institute. So thank you for your commitment of doing that. I would like to also mention your CAO, Alicia Hayes, because not only is she credentialed through our institute, she's currently going through one of our executive development programs. We call it So You Want to Be a CAO. She's already a CAO. So we do appreciate, the commitment, because we know that you have very busy lives and a lot of demands on your plate. So making that time, I mean, it goes a long way for us to provide that service to you that would give you the tools for you to serve your community. And lastly, but not least, Supervisor Bass. She also got her credentials, and she did it in 2019 while she was the CSAC president. She threw out a challenge to all supervisors, all 296 in the state, for them to also complete their education. And I believe you also had like a little bonus in there for them.
I did. I made donations to their favorite cause.
Yeah.
There weren't that many who took advantage of it.
Yeah, so she did. So she's a graduate, and obviously making the time to be the CSAC president during that time went really a long, long way, because she really led the organization. For us to do our policy the way we are structured is we have 4 officers, our president, first vice president, second vice president, and our past president. So thank you, and best of luck on behalf of CSAC in your new endeavor.
Whatever that is.
I know Kati did a very good job of talking about the awards, and just kind of jumping to that. This last year, it was very competitive. We had a total of 431 entries across the state. That's the highest number we've ever received in the 28-year history. So very proud to say that Humboldt County was awarded 2 challenge awards, and I will get to that because I know we have a couple of people that do the important work, and they're the ones that need to be recognized. So the first one is the interactive video for certifying businesses for reopening. That is a program, and I will go briefly so they can talk about it, that talks to the pandemic. I mean, when I mentioned when the state was not giving clear direction or changing the rules every single day, your Economic Development Division did something very creative where they actually did a certification platform through video and web-based to bring businesses and be able to help them recertify themselves. That helped over 700 businesses during the pandemic. As we all know, that took a big toll, and every day that you were closed or not able to do your business, it was revenue out of their pockets, putting them in a more difficult situation. But the county, your Economic Development Division, did an excellent job in bringing that together, facilitating in order to get them back on track. So with that, I don't know if they're here in the audience and if you guys have time to do a picture, but I have Economic Development Coordinator Ryan Heights, Economic Development Administrative Assistants Logan Ashworth and Dan Pambianco, and lastly but not least, Marketing Manager Eddie Alexander. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I don't know the protocol. Does the board get included, or should we just take pictures with them? Okay. Thank you.
I think he's going to say
I'll say a couple of quick points. I just wanted to thank Dan Pambianco as well as so many other community members who came forward during the COVID pandemic to work at the UFC Joint Information Center and support all of the work that the county did to support our community during these hard times.
Good morning. My name is Dan Pambianco. I came on as a retired annuitant to help out during the COVID crisis. Scott Adair, the director, was very generous in inviting me on board, and I want to give him the absolute credit for envisioning this program and a way to streamline for businesses to be recertified to open during COVID. It was successful. It feels good to be part of something successful, and it wouldn't have worked if it wasn't a whole team effort, and Ryan's amazing support while he was working on other projects as well was very critical to having it work. I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thanks.
Oh, well, are we? Yes.
Congratulations. Thanks for applying.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the next award, this is a challenge award for the Next Step program, and this is going to be presented to Chief Probation Officer Sean Brenneman and Executive Director for the Arcata House, Darlene Spoor. To kind of simplify this, this is one way of trying to address the homeless crisis and putting people on the path back to self-sufficiency and giving them the tools. These are individuals that are unhoused, and as they leave the justice system, the criminal justice system, they find themselves on the streets. And more times than likely, you know that they end up reoffending and back in jail, and it's just a constant loop. So this very innovative program pretty much grabs them on their way out of jail and places them where it provides an array of services for them to get on the path to self-sufficiency. So with that, I know our Chief Probation Officer would like to say a few words.
I'd like to thank CSAC for the award, obviously. The best ideas are pretty much the ones that are straightforward. We had a wide array of services down at the Day Reporting Center for people coming out of prison, but a couple years ago, we got additional slot of money from the state, and we looked around about what services, what gaps we had, and it was really glaring that housing was the primary issue. And we're really fortunate in our community that we have such great relationships, both within behavioral health and Department of Health and Human Services. We coordinate a lot, but also our community partners. And our Arcata House partnership has been a great partner. And I think the program has done amazingly well, even though we've spent the majority of it in COVID. They were able to overcome that and continue the program throughout that entire situation. So I'm going to let Darlene talk a little bit. I don't want to hog the spotlight as it is. Her staff are doing a lot of the work. They're coordinating well with the probation department. It's a really profitable relationship, and I look to expand it in other areas. So, Darlene?
Thank you, Sean. Arcata House Partnership has provided homeless services for 30 years in our county, and we're so honored to have this partnership to be able to serve our most needy. And so thank you, Sean, thank you, probation and your department, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your support.
So in closing, thank you so much for having us here. Thank you for being engaged. If there's anything that we can help you or support you in any way, please let us know. And keep up the great work. I mean, it's, I know all these programs being recognized is just a fraction of all the great work that is going on across Humboldt County. So, thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. And before you guys, are you stay to make sure? We have to vote to accept these still? No, actually.
Absolutely.
It's like we've never turned them down before, but. Yeah. Okay, take it and run. No, I just wanted to say, thank you. And there's a lot of effort that does go into the different judges trying to go through those. I've been fortunate to do it before, and then Chastity's got to be on us all. And I remember the portal was online, and I'm not really good with that kind of stuff. It's a challenge anyway, but it made it even more challenging. But it was great that so many, 421 applied. So, and thank you for recognizing Humboldt County. Supervisor Madrone, and then Bushnell.
Thank you, Chair. And we'll be back next year with another award request or submittal. We're dealing with our budget here today, and I don't have my book in front of me, but our budget book is about this thick. So staff are working. It's very popular these days to have these audio books and stuff, because some of us, like Michelle and I, drive 2 hours a day, 4 hours a day just to get into work and back. Very large rural county, as you experience coming over 36. So they're putting together an audio book for us on our budget so that we can just listen to it, as we're driving. No, I'm just saying.
I have to read that thing way too many times to make it an audio version.
Anyway, thank you for what you do. We appreciate we appreciate CSAC and all you guys do for us. Thank you.
That was good. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, and thank you for CSAC. And as a new supervisor, it's been invaluable to me in the learning process. So I really want to thank you. And then I would like to make a motion to accept the Challenge Award presentation.
Second.
All right. And we have anyone in the public who'd like to comment on this item that are here in the audience? All right. So now we'll go online, and I do not see any hands up. So we're back to the board. Are our phones working today? Okay, cool. All right. I know there's one.
I got some luck.
All right, the vote tab is up. Pretty simple. And I'm expecting a yes. Yeah, 4 yes, 0 against. So drive safely.
Thank you so much.
Take an alternate route.
Yeah.
101,
101 to 20.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, so now we'll go on to the other item that was pulled, and I requested to pull this, and it's a resolution regarding Kelly Jack's retirement. So Kelly, can you come up to the podium while I read this? She may not have really wanted to go through this, but I've been fortunate. I feel like I've been able to work with you the entire time I've been here, and you've been here longer than that, so. All right. Whereas Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services, Peer Coach 3, Kelly Jack is retiring June 30th after nearly 14 years with the department. And whereas Kelly was first hired as an extra help mental health aide in 2008 and accepted a permanent position 8 months later. And whereas in June 2021, the Board of Supervisors reclassified Kelly's position to a Peer Coach 2, with Kelly promoting to a Peer Coach 3 just 5 months later. And whereas the Hope Center, located on the main behavioral health campus, provides a safe, positive environment to learn to live the best life possible, and is a place where everyone is a peer and participants can relax, socialize, play games, and learn new skills. And whereas people, when thinking of the Hope Center, they think of Kelly and the effort she has put into making the center a welcoming place for everyone. And whereas Hope Center staff describe Kelly as the force behind the center, who has been leading, supporting, and encouraging fellow staff members to provide recovery services to those who attend center programs, and pushing for the Hope Center to go from a drop-in to an education and recovery center. And whereas Kelly has been active in advancing peer certification training in Humboldt County peer support workers, and serving on boards, panels, workshops, and as a speaker locally and in the state to promote the importance of peer work. And whereas Kelly is well loved by her coworkers and Hope Center participants and always has time to provide one-on-one peer support. And whereas Kelly has been a key organizer and promoter of May's Mental Health Matters Month and the Mental Health Walk, and has connected with community partners and law enforcement agencies from throughout the county and welcomed their participation in the walk and festivities of the month, plus Zumba. Now therefore be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes, honors, and expresses our gratitude for Kelly Jack's years of dedication to the county and community and wish her happiness as she embarks on her next adventure. So I'll bring this down to you and then we'll go through the rest of the fun stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say Rex is offering to Zumba with you. There's more to that story.
We're missing Greg.
You don't really want to see you leave though. So, there you go.
Thank you. I don't plan this to be my last time in front of you. This, my next journey will be a lot more involvement with the community. So I am grateful to be a part of this last journey. The one thing that wasn't on there is that I was a client of mental health. And so I think the one thing I want to leave is that if you are struggling and you think that there's no hope, there's always hope. And somebody can hold that hope for you until you can find that hope. And yesterday, a lot of people, and in this, it says that I was the instrument. And the truth is that people had to seek out that help, and I just walked alongside people. And there's always going to be someone like me, but there will never be someone like you to reach out for help. And so I'm hoping that people remember that they are the strength, they have the power to ask for help, and there will always be somebody to walk alongside them. And just to remember that the power lies within them and that the hope will be there for them. And so that's what I want to leave today with. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn, while you're up there, anything you want to say before we bring this stuff up? No.
Yeah, I'm not going to let her escape that easy. She had to throw the Hope Center in there. There's always hope. How aptly named. No, I think in any retaliation, in any relationship that you go, whether it's drug addiction, alcoholism, mental health, and everything else, it's so much easier to connect with somebody that has already walked the journey, and not walked the journey, still walking the journey. It's just like all that. You always are going to have mental health issues. You're always going to be an alcoholic. You're always going to be a drug addict. You just may not be a participating member at the time, but that gives them a chance to talk to somebody. And I mean, it's kind of funny. We do background checks on officers, and criminals might be our best officers because they think like they know what's going on. So everybody can get better, and I think you've helped a lot of people get better. I've seen it out in front and the walk and things like that, and your mental health activism, because it does really. And when you look at the issues we're having, and when you hear the numbers 60, 75% are due to mental health problems, we should be pushing everything that way. And we have so. Kelly, I appreciate everything you've done, and I know you're not going far, and I know my phone will ring if you need something. So, thanks for everything you've done. Okay.
I continue. I will still, my next endeavor is still around mental health, and you'll still see me.
Good.
Supervisor Madrone.
Well, thank you, Kelly. You really have brought hope to a whole lot of people. And my sweetheart worked in your program there as well for a number of years. And just, there's nothing we can really say to thank you for how important your role there, working with everybody in the community was. But just from my heart, thank you for everything you've done for our community.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
I haven't had the opportunity as I'm so new, but congratulations on your retirement and success throughout with mental health, and good luck in your next endeavors.
And I think what I would say is, one of the reasons I wanted to pull this because I think you've been such an inspiration to not just people who have been to the Hope Center or attended programs, but to those of us and others around you. And I've seen, you've changed over the 12 years that I've been here. So I remember when you used to be before you moved to the other building, you always had such a good attitude about being in that horrible space that used to be where the Hope Center was. But thankfully it moved to a little bit more sunny location, and maybe there's more homes in the future for it. But just thank you for all your hard work. And anyone who kept hearing Zumba references, Kelly also was really instrumental on the mental health walk. And it used to end up here at the courthouse, or ended up here at some point in time. And there's actually Zumba activities that we were doing out front. Supervisor Bohn was exceptionally good at Zumba. I'm not exactly sure why. I tried it in heels, bad idea, but you had heels, okay. Anyway, you got people active and involved, and you got their attention doing it, and it was made fun as well. And like I said, I just think you've been quite an inspiration, and I'm glad to hear you'll still be around. Call us sometime before you have to come in here. You're always welcome to come and make a comment, but I think you have most of our numbers, or we can get them for you.
And we'll have a walk next year with Zumba. So
I won't be here. Maybe I'll drop by. So, all right. Well, I know that we do have Emmy's waiting patiently over there, so she may want to add something. Welcome, Emmy.
Good morning, Emmy Botzler, Rogers Behavioral Health Director. As I listened to Kelly talk, I realized there's nothing I can say nearly as profound as what you've already said. But what comes to my mind is that we're in a place in the state of California where we're rolling out peer certification, where the state is recognizing the importance of lived experience in the work that we do. And I'm proud to say here in Humboldt County, we've had peers on our payroll for years. So we've recognized that already. Kelly Jack has paved the way for this work. I truly believe that she has really demonstrated what it means to be a peer, what it means to share your lived experience in a way that helps others. And I couldn't be more grateful for the work that she's done for us here in Humboldt County. So thank you for recognizing her, and Kelly, thank you so much for all that you've done.
All right, thank you. Somebody else looks like, and anyone else who's interested in making a comment, just come on over to the side. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jack Brazil, and I'm a Deputy Director at Behavioral Health. And appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for the resolution today. I was thinking about this, what I would say, and I was always struck prior to coming here, I worked for Del Norte Behavioral Health, and they had a service center there that allowed participants to come and take classes and hang out. And one day I got a purchase order from them for a field trip to Eureka. And I was like, well, where are you going? And they were like, well, we're going to this place called the Hope Center in Humboldt County. And I was like, that's great. Tell me about that. And they told me about all the wonderful things. And they also let me know that that program, our program up there, was based upon the Hope Center down here, right? That they learned about, the recovery model and participation for, wellness and those concepts from the Hope Center and from Kelly Jack. And so I always am amazed, sometimes you don't know the far reach that you have, right? Obviously within this community, Kelly's been quite a pillar, but also has did a lot to sort of influence how things went in the community up in Del Norte. So thank you again for the time.
All right, thank you, Jack. Connie?
Good morning, Connie Beck, Health and Human Services Director. Thank you for the resolution, and thank you, Kelly, for all of the work that you've done. I only got to meet Kelly about, I don't know, 6.5 years ago when I became director, and I didn't realize the amount of work that she actually did for us. She has taught me so much over time. You know, we see her often during May is Mental Health Month, but we also, she has taught our staff so much, the importance of her lived experience. We have 23 peer staff now, and I know that that is because of the trust and the work that she has done over the years to teach us to listen to people with lived experience. So thank you so much.
Thanks for being an adult team.
All right, is anyone else in the audience care to comment? I do not see any hands up in the, oh wait, I do see one hand up. And we've got 0150. Just press *6 to unmute. Zero 0150. Your hand is up. Just press *6. Okay.
All right. I had a little bit of a hard time trying to get this. I had to punch it a few times in my phone. But this is Jody Russell, Southern Humboldt. I just want to say that the peer support is so amazing and such a wonderful thing. We have a family member that has many, many challenges, as he did at birth when he had a heart attack when he was 2 pounds. So he lives in this community, and it was really the Hope Center that we were able to maintain some kind of connection, knowing that he was still alive. So the Hope Center is just this amazing thing, and I wish we could have one in Southern Humboldt. And all the staff and the peer support, I think it's an amazing program, and I think it's wonderful that she's getting a chance to retire too. So thanks very much for all your help, personally as well as in the community. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dottie. All right, there are no other hands up, so we'll go back to the board. Supervisor Bushnell?
I'd just like to make a motion that we accept the retirement resolution for Kelly Jack.
I'll second that motion, and I just wanted to point out that HOPE is an acronym. It stands for helping other people every day. No, I'm just kidding. Is it an acronym, actually?
Well, I mean, that's what we have at the Hope Center. We
Yeah.
have it written like that on our.
Nice, beautiful.
It works. And I've always wondered what happens if we vote against the retirement.
I mean, you can, but I'm moving.
You're going to loan anyway, okay.
You can vote.
They're going to be that way about it.
But I've already taken a different job, so I start next week.
All right.
To build more community. That's the goal, right? Is to build more community connections to help more.
Do we get to know where you're going?
I have taken a job as the Director of Recovery and Mental Health Ministries at Faith Center.
All right, cool.
Yeah, so.
Well, congratulations, and I guess with that, we'll vote.
I guess that's now public. Yeah, that's pretty public.
All right. Yes.
Thank you.
And we'll see you, apparently we'll still see you, though. That's good.
Yes.
Passes
Thank you.
4-0. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So that takes us over to, well, H1 was pulled and was coming back at a later date, so we don't have to open that or hear it, or, okay, cool. H2, the next one comes to us from the County Administrative Office, and it's the Headwaters Fund report for the year. Cio Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Today we have Logan Ashworth and Ryan Heights with our Economic Development Division to present to you the fiscal year 1920 and 2021 Headwaters Fund Annual Community Benefits Report. So with that, they have a presentation and I will pass it off to them.
Morning, Chair Bass, members of the board. Thank you for making time to receive this report today. The last couple of years have been pretty troubling for all of the economy, and as such, we've been pretty dedicated to a lot of other tasks besides presenting this report, so now we're finally getting caught up. So in order to show the impact of all of the initiatives that Headwaters undertook over the 2-year period where COVID was really high impact, we decided to combine these reports, and we'll be returning in a couple of months with the current fiscal year's benefit report so that we're on time there. With that, I'd like to pass it over to Logan Ashworth for the...
Good morning. Sorry, I had to make sure I'm pretty loud. So. My name's Logan. I'm an administrative analyst with the Division of Economic Development, and I'm here to present the community benefits report for combined fiscal years. I thought I was loud enough. Apparently not. Oh. Hi, Zoom members. It's nice. My name's Logan, for anyone who didn't hear on Zoom. I'm an administrative analyst with the Division of Economic Development, and here's our report. Before we begin, I do have to make the caveat that the report has made some typographical changes. This report is available. It is on that cabinet. I wish I knew the specific name, but it's on that cabinet available. And with your board's approval, those typographical changes will be made available to the community. Before we begin on this formal report, I do want to just inform the community on a little bit of the history of the Headwaters Fund Board. The Headwaters Reserve was purchased in 1999, and in 2002, your board approved a $18 million allocation to the Economic Development Division for the sake of economic development, which allowed us to create these initiatives for the sake of business creation, or excuse me, job creation and retention. In this report, and I'll go to the next slide. It wasn't long. Perfect. We'll be talking about 3 main initiatives, or 3 main facets of this program. First, we're going to be talking about a rotating loan or revolving loan program. We'll be talking about our grant program, and we'll end it off with talking about our fund balances as it relates to our corpus. To begin with the rotating loan fund, this is a lot of graphs, so I'm going to walk this through. For the 1920 fiscal year, we served 31 businesses. For the 2 fiscal years, we served 42 businesses through our revolving loan funds and our partnership agencies with AEDC and REDEC. That's the Arcata Economic Development Council and the Redwood Region Economic Development Corp. We were able to accrue $1.8 million in our principal and garner over $252,000 in interest. That interest, to make a note to the community to know that that interest is then used into our grant program, into other programs, so that interest is put right back into the community. And we are able, at the end of the fiscal year 1920, we had $4.2 million still at large in the community, yet to come back to the revolving loan fund. At the end of the 2021 fiscal year, we had a decrease in our principal with $300,000 returned to the corpus and over $175,000 given in interest, with over $4 million still at large in the community. It's an important note that if you were in a shelter and you had no idea what happened in the world in the past few years, it became very clear by looking at these graphs. I'd point you to our capital return by quarter for the fiscal year 1920 and 2021. If you look between quarter 3 and quarter 4, you'll see a steep decline between our capital return, and in the following fiscal year, you see kind of a bounce back in quarter 1 and quarter 2 of our capital return or our principal payments. That's a very huge indicator of a huge event happening, financially at least. But you also see that in that first and second quarter of the 2021 fiscal year, our peak is one of the lowest numbers in comparison to the previous fiscal year, with only about $225,000, whereas that's the lowest number, one of the lowest numbers in the previous fiscal year. Given the state of emergency and given the pandemic, it became very clear to the board that there was a large amount of support necessary for our community. And so with our partnership agencies, AEDC and REDEC, we were able to put out 2 initiatives for our loans. That is the Business Resilience Emergency Loan Fund through REDEC, and the Payment Protection Plan with AEDC. It is important to note that over $232,000 were given to 31 businesses for the BROF loans, or the Business Resilience Emergency Loan Fund, and there's a correction on this, 1.5 million of Headwaters funds were given through the PPP or Payment Protection Plan, and that was a cash match. So there was an AEDC match to that, so over $3 million was given into the community.
Sorry, just shy of 3 million, 2.7.
Just shy of 3 million, and that was given to 30 businesses, meaning for those 2 fiscal years, we served 103 loans or 103 businesses. Of course, to talk about the revolving loan fund, as I had said previously, that interest garnered gives back to our community, and that's talking about our grant activity or our grant fund. This is one of my favorite opportunities to talk about because you can talk about real impacts and real observable impacts to our community. So for the fiscal year 1920, we provided over $327,000 to the community between competitive grants, mini grants, and community initiative grants. It created, according to our recording, 15 full-time equivalent jobs or positions and retaining 3, and with a decrease in the following year of over $197,000 given to the community between competitive grants, mini grants, and community initiative grants. Over 19 or about 19 FTE positions were created and 95 retained. Now, looking at this relationship seems quite contradictory, less funding and increase in positions. It's important to note that this is subject to the third variable effect, meaning that a lot of the funding in the second year or in the 2021 year is mostly a result of cash matching. So we give funds to these businesses or to these nonprofits or whatnot for them to cash match and remove obstacles for them to be able to secure additional funding. And so that's why you see that while it's a decrease given to the community, it was an increase because there is more funding opportunities available that we helped remove obstacles for. Yes, please.
So were they able to use available COVID funds to reach those matches, right? Isn't that how a majority of them?
Yeah, for the community initiative grants, those were primarily funded through HAF, and HAF was able to secure matching funds from a number of different funders. So much of the impact from that 1920 fiscal year contribution of that 327 is that 125 which carried over. So there was not only local donors but also additional funding being sought from outside of the community.
Yeah, because I think, and I don't know if you guys have the figure, the COVID monies that came into private businesses
it's
exceeded
significant, yeah.
$35 million or something. It kept a lot of doors open.
Yeah, no, I definitely cannot sing the praises of our partner agencies, AEDC and REDEC, enough in all of the work they did. We definitely could not have had nearly the amount of impact with our loans without their participation in all of the additional lending activities they undertook. So.
And you can't REDEC, and they appreciate them, but in all honesty, the COVID people made it pretty easy for the. The businesses I know that got it, their accountant said, "Hey, you need to do this," and they didn't go through the agency; they went direct, and it was pretty seamless, pretty easy, and I guess maybe that's why there was so much fraud involved across the country. But I mean, invariably, but it seemed to help all the right people at the right time. So.
Yeah, the state and Fed were able to roll out a lot of fast-acting programs, and I do want to thank the board for your action on getting those temporary adjustments to the Headwaters manuals done, because that's what allowed all of that participation there. That was April of 2020, so in less than a month after everything was closing down, we were already making that capital available.
Thank you. And going on to that, no, please, I appreciate the questions. And I will add on to that, actually, it wasn't all COVID either. An example of our grantor is the Soham Health Foundation. We worked with them as well as within the community to raise enough money for them to raise enough for a cash match for the USDA, which wasn't COVID related. So it was, yes, there was a fantastic COVID support, and there was also just general support they were able to get, and this cash match was able to be provided. In terms of the industry clusters we've been able to serve, our top 4 were healthcare expansion. During the pandemic, it became very clear that healthcare needed to bolster. The third most common was serving multiple industries, where we had grants that was able to touch multiple industries at one point. Our third common was tourism arts, and our fourth was behavioral health. Of course, we have multiple other industries we've touched as Headwaters Fund, but those were our most 4 common. Now, touching on to why I love the grant fund so much is because there's very clear reasons and very clear metrics and at least observables related into why you can see the impact of the community. For example, talking about the So Humboldt Foundation, that bottom left picture, which I wish it came out a little better, was the community celebration. It was the community of fellow grantors and the community celebrating the new campus in Garberville. The one on top of that, in fact, was the J Cafe at the Jefferson Center, which with the help of Headwaters Fund, they were able to construct this facility which provided workforce development training for high schoolers in hospitality. And in fact, the construction of the J Cafe allowed workforce development training for the constructors as well. And as an example of touching multiple industries, but not only is it through community support, but also through marketing campaigns. For example, the Wear a Mask and Keep Humboldt Healthy with the CR Foundation was aided by Headwaters Fund, as well as Choose Humboldt, which during the holidays helped bolster local commerce and local spending. Or through education purposes. In the bottom right, you'll see English Express, which is an active class that they sent to us of ESL, or English as second language participants from all around the country in Humboldt having access to this education. And in part was with the help of Headwaters Fund. Of course, there's so many more grants and so many more community caveats, or niches of our community that we've been able to support, but these are just some of the highlights. Now, as we talk about the Headwaters Fund and we talk about grants, we have to talk about them in terms of the fund. The corpus, of course, being 9 accounts being compiled into a single number. There's a few things I want to point out in this report. In the beginning, we said there is about 18 million allocated to the Headwaters Fund. But if you look at this report, our top is about 12.2 million. I want to point out that this graph is representing funds available. There are funds still at large at the community that's going to be returned to the corpus through our loans. That currently is 4.8 million. There's also funds set aside in our endowment, as well as being matured in bonds that are just not accessible to us. So this graph is representing funds available because that's what we can ensure. I'd also like to point out that you are missing fiscal year 2021. The reason for that is it's not, the fund balances aren't quite accessible to us just yet. As we understand, interest apportionments are still being posted for the 1920 fiscal year. And for that reason, while we can surmise what that account may be or what that fund balance may be, it's unproductive because interest rates are fluctuating and they're changing. And so we can't say what that fund balance is because it's going to change. But what I can tell you is that in this historical analysis of the graph, we've seen growth. We've seen that our corpus has grown. And while there's been a slight decrease between 1819 and 1920, what we've been able to invest in the community will have a larger return on investment and growth for our corpus that will make it worth it. To paraphrase, in fact, our previous chair, Elizabeth Cameron, she made a point of saying that this difficult decision between protecting the corpus and having a greater investment of our community was that within our community, this corpus is pointless. And so it became imperative that we took this chance to invest as much as possible into our community. What I can also say is that staff and board are currently working on creative solutions on how we can continue to grow our corpus while also being able to provide for our community in perpetuity. This, again, was just some highlights. This was a short and sweet presentation on the Headwaters Fund Annual Community Benefits Report. Much more is detailed in the report, but I just wanted to provide to you some of our highlights. If you have any questions, I'm here to ask, and if the community has any questions after the fact, please feel free to reach out to Economic Development. We're here to help as always.
All right, thank you guys. Actually, I really enjoyed reading it because we always hear about the funds going out and not really getting, knowing what's happening with it. And it was good to read. Any supervisors have any comments before we go to the public? Supervisor Madrone, then Bohn.
Well, I want to thank staff for all your hard work, as well as the board. This is just such a great resource to the community, and the way you guys manage this and put it into so many different places is really fantastic. I know the planer for Hoopa was a game changer, for that mill to start producing finished lumber. Now they're working on getting a new blade to be able to actually mill their own logs right there rather than sending them to Riddle, Oregon. But Ryan's been a great help in that effort, as well as others, and we're really hoping to be able to get that modular plant back up and running with their own logs, their own milling, producing tiny homes as part of our housing solutions program. So little kernels of support lead to really big things, and I know you guys know this, but I hope the community recognizes what a valuable resource you all are as staff and this program is, so thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bohn, did you have something?
No, just when we got this money back when Frank Riggs and Virginia Straw Martin were back in the day, and we were dealing with that, and I think the check is somewhere behind a file cabinet in my office that says this is to offset and to replace loss of jobs, and much like moving like Supervisor Madrone talks about in Hoopa. I remember being up there and looking at the first full-size houses that were built in the modular facility, and up there actually did quite a bit of business there, so I was a couple days a week there, and seeing how that went. And maybe tiny homes will work. They'll sure be a lot easier to transport than the full-size homes were. But as we move forward, and earlier it was mentioned that we can't be a resource community. Well, we just mentioned if we're going to do the tiny homes or anything up there, we're going to have to use resources that are grown here. And hopefully we can, take that resource extraction, be it whatever, and use it combined with making safer forests for wildlife and fires, like it used to be. So as we move forward, replacing jobs back when that happened, replenishing the supply. The matching funds always works because then they have a little skin in the game. Follow up on the successes, and the not successes are so important, and things like that. So appreciate what you're doing with it. It seemed like a lot of money 15 years ago or whenever when it was taken, and now it doesn't seem like that much money. But we seem to be making changes, and interest rates may be a little more. We may actually get some return on some of these investments now. So again, appreciate what you're doing, and the highly paid board of directors that do this. It's the efforts that they put in and put forth, and there's some pretty bright people on there. So anyway, appreciate it.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you for the presentation and the packet, very detailed. I'd like to make a motion that we receive and accept the Headwaters Fund Annual Community Benefit Report covering fiscal year 2019-20 and fiscal year 2020-21.
Second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. We'll go to the public. Is there anyone in the audience in person here that would like to make a comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the phone, and there are no hands up there either. So we'll go back to the board. We have a motion that's been seconded. I think we're ready to vote. All right. Looks like it passes. I can't see it on that screen, but okay, yeah. I thought so. 4-0. We're good.
Thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. So this next item also comes to us from the County Administrative Office, and it's to adopt the appropriation limit for fiscal year 2022-23.
Thank you, Chair Bass. As you may recall, a couple weeks ago, we brought before your board some past due appropriation limits for approval. Today's action will bring the current year's 22-23 approval amount before your board, which will allow us immediately following this to propose a constitutionally sound budget to your board. Tabitha Miller, Assistant County Administrative Officer / Chief Financial Officer, is here today to present the GAN limit.
So because we've gone through this just a few weeks ago, I'm going to keep the presentation brief, but I'm obviously open to questions. Again, this is really setting the appropriation limit for the next budget year, and we want to do this before we talk about the next item, which is adopting the recommended budget. Oh, there we go. So just a couple quick reminders. This is something that we're supposed to do annually, and every governmental agency in the state sets an appropriation limit to live by going forward. The base year that we use sort of as the base foundation is 1986-87. The appropriations limit is a pretty simple calculation. You take what you calculated last year, so it's important that we do these on an annual basis, and increase it or change it by inflation and population changes, and we'll talk about the calculation here in a minute. This is part of voter approved Proposition 4 in 1979. Legislature added it to the government code in 1980, and then it was also updated in 1990 to provide some additional flexibility in how you calculated that inflationary change and the population change. It gave us some options as far as local entities. This is just a summary of the information that's in the staff report as to where and how we got to the number. So we take the prior year, as I said, which was a little over $218 million. The adjustment factor is made up of two items. It's the cost of living, and we have two choices here. One is to take the state per capita personal income increase, which for fiscal year 2022-23 is 7.55%. The other option is to take the amount that your tax secured and unsecured tax roll has increased from the prior year based on non-residential construction. That's a really small number for us, so we're almost always going to, at least in the current years, pick the state per capita income. And then there's a population adjustment. And just like the last few years that we calculated, unfortunately for us, it's always a little bit of a reduction in population. The least decrease in population, it gives you three options. One is your growth as a county over the prior year. You can also look specifically at your cities, your incorporated areas. And the third one is comparing you to the counties that surround you, that you share borders with. This particular year, it was the incorporated areas that had the least drop. They had about a 1.5% drop. New limit is almost $235 million. And then the last on the right, the subject to the limit, just a reminder that this is limited really to what comes down to your general fund tax revenue. So it doesn't include fees for services. It doesn't include any money that we get from the federal or state governments that are for specific purposes, which rules out a lot of the Department of Health and Human Service revenues and also road taxes and things like that. So the amount that's subject to it is just a little over $86 million. And the difference between that and the number, the 234, you can see that we're well under our appropriation limit for fiscal year 2022-2023, and this is pretty typical statewide. And with that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Supervisor Madrone.
I would move approving the attached resolution establishing the fiscal year 22-23 appropriation limit in accordance with Article 13B of the California Constitution and Division 9 of Title I of the California Government Code.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Just remind people, if you're on the phone and you want to comment, press star 9 now. We'll go to those in the audience first. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none. There are no hands up in the queue. So we'll go back to the board. I think we're ready to vote. Hold on a second. My screen went black. All right, passed 4-0. Thank you very much for being here, Tabitha. So now we'll go on to the next item from the CAO's office, recommended fiscal year 22-23 budget.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Before your board today is the proposed budget for fiscal year 22-23. Typically today we would be adopting a budget. However, there is much that is unknown with the financial status of the organization. So instead, we propose a budget today, which will act as a placeholder while county staff continue to move through financial processes in hopes that by September, we will have a firm idea of what our fund balances look like and what our financial position is to move forward a fully adopted budget. Before you today is Tabitha Miller, again, to present this item. Tabitha has come before your board a number of times today this year to discuss some difficult financial conversations. So I thank her very much in being here before us today and being a part of this team. However, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the entire management and budget team. Budget is a monumental lift for our office and something that we do on top of all of our normal daily activities. So they put in long hours and weekends and nights to bring this award-winning document before your board today. So I want to thank Karen Clower, Sean Quincy, Vanessa Erickson, Kati Gallardo, and Kaylee Harpin, as well as Tabitha, for all of their work. And beyond just that team, the whole county fiscal staff come together in the beginning of the year to put this budget together. So without the department's diligent work as well, this very impressive and comprehensive document wouldn't be possible. So thank you very much. And Tabitha, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Board. When we get the presentation started here, I do want to just also kind of add a little bit to the CAO. This is really one of the few areas where it is a county-wide and every department works and is involved in this particular product. So it is probably one of the few things that we do completely county-wide, and it certainly requires all of those folks to be dependent on it. I wanted to, on the first slide, just mention really quickly that what we are asking you to do, again, is just approve the fiscal year 2022-23 recommended budget. And the term recommended, I am using that throughout this presentation today. Typically, we've used it, and even in our budget book, the word proposed has been used. The only difference is that recommended is what was listed in the government codes. So I deferred to that so that we're sort of official in how we go through this. Just a quick overview on the budget process. Before I start, I wanted to kind of mention just some of the things that I know that you're all aware that we've kind of grappled with this budget season. One is that coming into the budget right before midterm, we made the decision to reduce the Measure S excise taxes for a year by reducing those by 85%, and that certainly had an impact on our revenue projections. We, early in the year, had given salary and benefit increases in order to try to increase recruitment and retainment of county employees. And then, of course, the ongoing lack of timely financial information. We kicked off on March 8th with the board setting some parameters going forward. One of them, and sort of the basic calculation, was taking the general fund allocation levels from fiscal year 21-22, the current year, adding salary and benefit increases because that was such a big impact on the budgets, and then reducing that by a 10% vacancy allowance, which is sort of, you know, even lower than what the threshold has been for county employment going forward. We also ask our departments to limit their general fund appropriations requests, and you'll see that reflected in the proposed recommended budget before you today. And something we did that was a little different and a little out of context was to reinstate the department contributions to our public agency retirement services, or PARS, at 2%. And this is kind of part of the other side of what we're really trying to push forward, which is fiscal sustainability and responsibility, and building back up our financial reputation going forward so that we have those reserves and we have that sort of stability. We kicked off with our departments just a few days later, and then they submitted their budgets back to us in mid-April. The CAO's office took about a month and a half to review those, and that's really the product you have before you. May 24th was the date that we came forward and provided an update on our financial reports, and also asked the board to sort of look at this revised schedule that I'll have on the next slide, which is delaying the final adoption of the budget by a quarter. or until the end of September. This is the calendar that's in the staff report, and it's also the one that you've seen before, revised slightly for the dates. But I wanted to take a moment and point out a couple things that it does. Yes, it's delayed because of some of the challenges that we're having locally, but it also provides your board and the public quite a bit more time to review the very lengthy document, because I don't know that you're going to get through the audiobook. Because I'm not sure I'm going to get through taping it, so just it might put you to sleep before you get there. But we have almost 3 months between today and when we're asking you to come to a final conclusion on the final budget. And because the book is so large, I encourage you to kind of take the time. You can come in and ask questions. The other thing is that this is the board's budget, and at any point in the next 3 months that you feel the need to have further discussions or dive into any of the topics, you can ask for additional meetings, presentations. We do have the public hearing scheduled for September 12th, and that'll be at 1:30 and 5:30, consistent with what we've done in the past, and that is a Monday. And again, this also provides the public that same opportunity to really take a look at the book. It's posted online, it's available here if anybody is interested. And then again, just a reminder that September 27th is the date that we are looking at final adoption. So there are a few recommendations that come with today's action that we're asking the board to consider and weigh in on. In addition to adopting the recommended budget, we'd also are asking for establishing a hiring freeze, and we would make an exception for essential and critical open positions, and this would be a decision made by the CAO in conjunction with and collaboration with the HR director. But this allows us just to sort of put a hold for the next 3 months. It would be reconsidered when the final budget comes before you. But it kind of keeps things stable, which is really kind of the placeholder effect that we're looking for with this recommended budget. In addition to that, we'd ask for a freeze on all budget adjustments. This doesn't mean that departments may not come forward with you asking for specific permission to move forward with a necessary or critical project or expenditure, but it would allow us to sort of keep control of those and bring those at the end of the quarter or along with the final budget so that we have control over that. We also want to extend the furlough program.
Actually, Tabitha, do you mind, do you want questions at the end or now?
However you guys want to do it. So if you want them now,
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a question about the hiring freeze. So what is considered essential and critical open positions?
So it's going to be those that we determine, and I'll defer a little bit to the CAO because she ultimately will be making those decisions, but essentially those that the county cannot live with right now. So it may be positions that are critical to the safety and security of the county. It may be those that are critical to a particular program, and that could be based on staffing levels. Some departments have, some departments are flush and could go without those positions. Others may be, substantially or impacted to the point where they're no longer able to carry out their duties. An area that, because it's out there already, our auditor controller's office is one where we obviously have had some challenges with reporting requirements, financial information, and they also have a pretty significant vacancy rate. I would assume that that would be one that would probably be considered critical and essential in the next few months.
Who's the determination body for that?
So the way it's written, you're putting this on the CAO to make that decision, but I know that she has already said that she would do it in conjunction with the human resource director. So the two together with input, obviously, from the department.
I'm sorry to ask questions, but I'm going to
No,
keep
go
going.
ahead.
So if a department head feels that if they're denied and they feel that it is an essential, what would be the next process for them to address that?
So there's two options. One is wait until, just wait it out, which is just a few months. And if they feel like that's not, ultimately, all budget decisions come down to this board. And so, without telling them to go around the process, I'd hope they'd be able to work it through with the CAO. But I think that's ultimately what they're their recourse would be if they truly felt strong that it was necessary and essential.
Okay, thank you for that.
So the next one, make sure I've got my place here, would be the Measure Z contracts. Kind of in light of this holding pattern, we would ask, we are looking at doing 3-month contracts that would be extended, assuming that your board adopts the final budget with the same funding in place as of the end of September. So we would move those forward. We don't want to hold up any of the Measure Z critical services that they are providing, but we would limit the contract in the initial phase to 3 months until we get the final budget in place, and then they would be renewed or extended beyond that. And then finally, and we'll talk a little bit more about it, we're focusing the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA payment, the second one that was just received this June, on really county fiscal recovery, sort of making sure that we shore up the county's fiscal position and using that to sort of replace some of the lost revenues and expenses that you all have paid over the last couple of years.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. I have a question about the Measure Z. So the Measure Z, this board approved the allocations for the Measure Z fundings to go out to the appropriate awardees. And can you explain again, what are you saying we're going to do with that?
So the only thing you're going to do is, instead of typically this time of year, you would do 12-month or year-long contracts with those agencies. We're going to do 3-month contracts because it's sort of subject to final approval of the budget in September. So the money will be there. Most likely, the intent is that you would, obviously, I can't imagine the board would, pull back on any of those, but because the funding and the fiscal picture of the county is sort of unclear, it does give you an opportunity to pause or reevaluate, if necessary, those decisions in late September when you adopt the final budget. And again, there's no expectation that will happen, but it is something that we didn't want to commit the county's, fiscal, and you were extending above and beyond the revenue, including some ARPA funding, and we wanted to make sure that there was a mechanism in place to just do a check-in.
So the monies that come in from Measure Z are not up for discussion, though, that they could go anywhere else. So is it a true statement that we might be doing this because we allocated or requested ARPA fundings to make up some of that, or?
It's really because until you get that final budget in place, we're not appropriating it for the full year, and we don't want anybody to be under the assumption that that they have 12 months of funding.
So, but I don't understand, because the Measure Z funds aren't up for discussion. We can't use them for anything else.
No, that's actually technically not true.
It's not?
No,
Okay.
they are general fund funds. The county has been, and I absolutely assume that the county will continue to dedicate those to the Measure Z process, but they are open to general fund allocation. It wasn't a special revenue. It has been treated as one, but it is not technically one. So the board at any time could change that. And again, I want to be very clear. I don't expect that. I'm not asking you for that. That's not on the table. But it's not a dedicated revenue source.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bohn.
And the way I was looking at it was, we're letting the recipients of Measure Z awards know the first 3 months funding is coming.
Yes.
And we're letting them know the next 9 months are coming as planned, as long as we get out of this fiscal cloud we're under and figure out if the money's there. Isn't that basically?
I think that's probably.
And we're not going to renegotiate unless there's a cluster.
Yeah.
We're not going to renegotiate the next 9 months. They're still going to get the same amount. It's just we're just putting a pause on the next 9 months so we know where the hell we're at, right?
I think that's more elegantly said than I did. So
Yeah.
yes.
That's the first time I've heard that said.
I'm a pretty simple person, so.
Chair Bass, if I may, as we said in the beginning, this budget is a placeholder right now, and it's very intentionally developed to allow the county to be nimble as we move through our closing of the years. We essentially have 3 fiscal years open right now. We haven't closed out any of fiscal year 21-22. There is a significant amount of unknowns that make it very difficult for our office to solidify a budget, which is why you're seeing a very different process this year than you have seen in at least the last decade. So as Tabitha said, there is no intention to reverse the recommendations that your board has moved forward with Measure Z, while at the same time, I am ensuring that your board is nimble and can respond accordingly should we find out that we have far less funds than we need to balance a budget.
Supervisor Madrone?
And you still have more presentation to go, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry,
Sorry for the
it's not the,
interruptions.
it's okay. No, the questions are good, and again, it won't be the audio version, but it will be briefer.
I totally understand and support the recommendations of what you're doing in terms of the 3-month appropriation process. I think that works perfect for those that are doing salaries or expenditures that are occurring on a monthly basis. But for instance, let's say there may be some projects on there. I can't remember the whole list of what we approved, but there sometimes can be capital improvement projects. For instance, like let's just say the Orleans Fire Hall, which is actually almost done. So it was funded in the past. But if they were in this program right now and they weren't guaranteed, because there's really no guarantee except for the 3 months with what we're doing, we probably won't change anything. But there's no guarantee. And so if you're starting a capital improvement project, you're not going to start it with only 3 months worth of guarantee. And then you lose your construction season because suddenly it's October and November. And you can't construct until next summer. Now that's, extending the timelines. Now, we've been really good at rolling these monies over and did that for Orleans because they were not able to complete the project in 1 year and other entities that have gotten funding. So I just, without looking at the complete list, I'm not sure if there will be any kind of problems for any of the funders in only getting their 3 months approved at this point. Just a thought.
And it's a very good one, and I think what I would say is that if there are any of the, and looking at it, it looks like it may be county projects that are probably most at risk because we've got 2 for roads and also for our sheriff's office, the radio project. But we are looking at all ARPA money for that. But if there are any exceptions, obviously we'll take those into consideration. We're not trying to hurt or delay or even cost more money to a project because of this.
Understood. No, it's what we need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
I'm hearing different. That's these capital improvements that, i.e. the towers for the sheriff, stoplight at Oak and F, other projects that are going to come on. That's what we're talking about, backstopping if we have to with ARPA funds, right?
2 of them, yes. And we'll get to a little bit of a conversation about ARPA, but there is more possibility.
I'm sorry,
yes. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. So we'll bring the presentation because I've got a graph next. Thanks, Nikki. So kind of kicking it off, your total expenditure budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 in the recommended budget is $570.5 million. You can see graphically sort of how that breaks up with Health and Human Services, which is typically always your largest piece of the pie, at 47% of the total budget. Public Works at 20%, Law and Justice at 18%, and then the smaller general government, planning and building, and of course it couldn't fit in the space, but education and agriculture, and then transfers is the little black corner, transfers and contingencies. A couple points I will say here is from Public Works, for purposes here, because it's an enterprise fund, we exclude it from the total budget that you're officially adopting. That doesn't mean we don't have budgets for it, and it doesn't mean that it's not subject to that same process of planning, but it's not included here, so your Public Works number is a little bit lower. The other thing is that as a placeholder, we have put the ARPA funds under general government, When we get to final allocations and we actually transfer those out, those will likely end up in whatever pots and be represented differently going forward. And so that's a big increase in your general government, and the planning and building, we'll talk about this more, but those Department of Cannabis grant that were awarded, the $18.6 million, has certainly beefed up the amount that you see as far as their expenditures by just under $11 million for this year. Kind of a different picture is your funded full-time equivalent employees, which is 2,476.51. Little bit interesting, your health and human services was 47% of your dollars spent. It's 57% of your employees, so it picks up a bigger piece of the pie. Switch pages here. Law and justice is 22%. One that actually you can see kind of drops down, and this includes aviation employees, is public works and aviation is a much smaller piece of the pie when it comes to employees, and that really reflects the capital and the large projects that they manage, that it's much less staff and much more dollars spent on projects. There is an increase from fiscal year 21-22 to 22-23 of 23.84, or just under 24 full-time employee equivalents. Most of those, the majority of those are actually coming funded from Measure Z, with some health and human service and some reallocations throughout the organization. So I thought I'd touch real quickly on some of the significant changes. Not surprisingly, the top one, your total wages and benefits, with the salary increases and the benefit increases that happened throughout the early part of the calendar year, is certainly your biggest increase. It's $22.7 million, and that excludes, again, aviation, and it's 10.3% of your total overall budget. Department of Health and Human Services, excluding the wages, is increasing $14.5 million, or 11.6%, and much of that funding comes from outside reimbursements. We did not include the ARPA funds in 21-22, although you did receive a payment at the very end of last year. So that shows as an increase to the budget here. We've already talked about the advanced planning department increase from the Department of Cannabis grants for the cultivators, and that's the grant, just as a reminder, that for watershed, stream preservation, and also renewable energy. General fund capital projects, I separated this out because there's a 5.2% or 5.2 million % increase, and this is, they're ongoing projects for the most part that make up that core base of $27 million, but this is adding money for a juvenile hall and also for repairing the fire damage at the main probation building this year. Your general reserve contribution, this is a pretty significant increase, and this is something I want to make sure that the board is aware. We're proposing to put $5 million into your general reserve. This would double the amount. It would make the balance in there $9.7 million. And this is really about rebuilding our fiscal reputation and our financial sustainability. It's about building up reserves so we're ready for a rainy day. Part of it, I will tell you, is really moving your fund balance, and it is general fund. It's moving it from sort of what potentially could be spent to a reserve that would take some effort of the board to actually spend, and that you would probably only spend if you needed to. But it certainly is setting aside some money for that rainy day. Internal service funds is a little over $2 million increase, and that's across the organization. Your contingency reserve is another one that we're planning on increasing by almost double, from 1.3 to $2.5 million. This is probably going to be used, the truth here is that you're probably going to need this for some of rebuilding, again, that fiscal sustainability, taking a look at some of your financial catching up, and also some of the outstanding amounts due that we've discovered, some of the IRS issues and some of the payments that we're probably going to have to fund. And then net decrease in public works projects. This is sort of all of the other projects. This is your road projects, your trail and park. And we're seeing a decrease, and this is just one that really fluctuates based on funding. It has a lot to do with grant fundings, large projects, and projects that have been closed out, including this year we closed out the 2017 and 2019 storm damage. We closed out the Humboldt Bay South Trail, the Manila Trail, so there were some projects that came off the list, and that's part of the reason for that big decrease. This is just a visual of
Supervisor Bohn.
On the capital projects, and particularly juvenile hall, the fire and everything else, will we see recoups on that from insurance and what we're going to be getting out of the contractor who basically caused the fire and the delays, and is that?
I can speak to that somewhat, Supervisor Bohn. That is an ongoing process to maneuver through those insurance claims, and so I can't affirm or deny, but most definitely the county is seeking maximum reimbursement for the challenges that we have experienced at juvenile hall.
Boy, that was a lot of double speak. And
Did you like that?
that was, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, we call those wiggle words.
Basically, away from the wiggle words, we didn't cause the fire. An
Correct.
outside contractor, subcontractor caused the fire, which falls back. And what I'm trying to, I mean, this is not talking out of school, but as this goes back on, so we take a 19.5% increase in capital project costs. Then when we settle with the insurance company, because there'll be something we get out of it, not 19.5%, I'm sure, but that's just the way it happens. As we get that, does that drop back into general fund? Or is that going to come back to offset the following year for capital projects? Does that go back into capital project improvements? Or does that drop into general fund? I'm just trying for the differentiation of monies, because we're talking 7 figures, maybe even 8 before we're, I mean, with all the problems we're having, so.
Yes, we will have to front load those expenses, and so any insurance reimbursements will be applied to the funds that paid for it. I honestly am not sure if it's all coming out of the general fund or not, but for the sake of this conversation, let's assume it is, then all of those funds go back into the general fund.
Or we reimburse our insurance carrier who backloads it and then chases it. So.
Correct.
Okay, it just throws it off when you throw a 20% increase, realizing that there should be return on that 20%, or 19.6.
Thank you. So we'll bring the graph back up because we've got another graph on the next slide, which is going to be our general fund expenditures, which is $191.4 million. This is an increase of $33.3 million, or 21%. Again, one of the big differences are a lot of those big dollars that we saw in the overall organization are in your general fund, including those grants from the Cannabis Department of Control, your $5 million increase in reserve, and your $2.5 million contingency. The other piece of this is that the labor and benefit increases had a bigger impact in the general fund. A larger portion of the general fund is salary and benefits, and we saw a pretty significant increase in your law enforcement costs. We found that those areas got a little bit larger increases in the labor negotiations, and they were really the bulk of the equity adjustments ended up in those sorts of jobs. So there is a bigger increase here, and you can see that kind of reflected. It gives you also an idea of the different areas. You can see Public Works dropped by about $60 million. Governance is quite a bit less. Your planning and building is the same because that is fully funded out of general fund, and much of it comes from cost, the cost of services that are charged out. Just a few highlights real quickly. Revenues are $154.9 million. This is a 4.2% increase over the prior year. Other financing sources, which is transfers in from other funds, transfers in from trust funds, and some of your overhead allocations and charges and reimbursements makes up the difference of 49.3 to balance out to the expenditures plus the other financing uses. Currently, as it stands, and I think this is something that I want to make sure you're aware of, we are proposing, if this is an annualized budget, that this would use about $11.7 million in fund balance. However, as we talked about earlier in the year, and we'll talk about in a few minutes, we're proposing that at least 8.6 million of that come from ARPA funds, so that we're not actually digging into fund balance more than a small amount. And again, one of the challenges we have is that we don't actually know what that amount is. Which brings us to the fiscal resiliency. Again, I mentioned this, we're really trying to rebuild those reserves, and so that in a couple years, when you go to your outside municipal rating agencies to look at borrowing money, we've got some things in place that show that we really are strong financially. And so the general reserve, the additional contingency, and then the 2% PARS contribution to the Section 115 trust is another way to sort of offset our long-term CalPERS retirement liability. And the PARS contribution for countywide is about $3 million of that increase in wages and benefits. Just real quickly, touching on your Measure Z. On the left-hand side, you can see the 7-year summary from 2014 through fiscal year 21-22. It's an $80.3 million in funding, and it's broken out by use. This is also a graph that's in your budget book. It's in your budget and brief if anybody wants to go back and look at it. But it's just nice to see those funds in the community and recognize how much of a contribution it makes. On the right-hand side, we've got 8 years, which includes the proposed budget for 22-23. Wanted to remind you that we did increase that to almost $18 million, and we are using some of the carry forwards. And then the ARPA offset of 1.68, and that's for helping fund the communication radios project for the sheriffs and also for roads. The contribution this year, as it's proposed to other agencies, is actually also an increase of over $900,000 or 23% to our outside agencies. I'm not going to talk a lot about the sales tax Measure Z, sales tax revenue, and the public safety Prop 172, but I thought this might be a good sort of just quick review of our revenues, because one of the challenges, like many organizations we're having, is that the increase in revenues is not necessarily keeping up with inflation these days. We know that our state inflationary adjustment for our appropriation limit was 7.55%. And as you can see, we're looking at around a couple percentage points for both our sales tax and Measure Z increases. The public safety half cent is based on a different allocation, and obviously it has more volatility. It's based on the Bradley Burns collections for Humboldt County, but that is used as a way to appropriate a much larger pot of money that we share statewide with all of the other counties. So when the funds switch, we're getting a pot of the pie that's not dependent on what happens locally, other than the allocation piece. But again, it just puts in perspective sort of that idea that it's not a bad idea to have rainy day funds available, because this is not always guaranteed. So this is your recommended additional request for general fund appropriations, and you can see there's 10 listed. These are the ones that are recommended by the CAO for funding. They are included in the budgets that are presented for you, so they're not additional requests, they're built in. So if you decide to take any one of those out, it would actually reduce the budget we're asking you to approve. And if you added anything to it, it would increase. We'd have to add to the budget to take care of it. The list is pretty straightforward. It's those items that the CAO deemed to be sort of, critical and essential to moving forward. Again, you'll see as you go through the list that a number of them, including the sheriff's operations and corrections funds and economic development, are really about avoiding layoffs. They're staffing, there's staffing areas where that 10% vacancy rate just couldn't be absorbed by the department without impacting critical services. The one at the bottom, number 10, behavioral health, additional funds for Laura's Law. You did, in I believe last year's budget, set aside funds for this. This is additional funding that's needed to get that program off the ground. So they are asking for that. And I'm happy to, while we're here, answer any questions about these, or get you, if I don't have the information, get you information.
Any questions that haven't been already asked? Okay. I'd ask our CAO, is it appropriate to ask if any department heads have any comments? I don't see any hands up. I see a couple in the audience. I guess, sure, I'd
Sure,
do
Chair
that
Bass.
under the presentation part. Yeah, come on, yes. Welcome, Connie. And if we have any department heads, will you keep looking on the screen in case I miss a hand that might be up that I don't?
Thank you. Thank you to the CAO and Tabitha. Great presentation. I would like to ask that we have a list of the positions that will be held frozen, because we have a ton of essential services and positions within Health and Human Services, and we have staff that are recruiting currently for a number of positions. So if there's certain ones that we need to be held, we need to know that, and then also just know that there's vacancies in our department all over the place. In some areas, we have 40% vacancy rate. So we will want to continue to do the recruitment in order to get our positions hired and be able to meet our mandates. So yeah, so whatever positions that are being held, we'd love to know about that as soon as possible.
So, and you sent us an email about the call center and the real delay there, you know, and I guess it's what determines this essential service. To me, that determines an essential service of sorts. So who would the departments talk to or send information to on what the ones, which ones they are concerned about? CAO Hayes.
Recruitments that are already in process are not proposed to be placed into the freeze. So if departments have already begun those recruitments and those are in the works, then those will move forward on the path for which they're currently set on. For positions down the line where departments need to fill vacancies, then that would be a request sent to my office and to Human Resources explaining the, urgent need for those positions. And then we will have conversations on those as they arise.
It seems like it'd be a lot easier if we were able to get a list of the positions instead of doing one-offs, because one-offs is just going to take more staff time. But that's just my thought about that.
CAO, did you have any more you want to add?
I mean, Connie, we can work with you after this to evaluate your positions. We have hundreds of allocations in the county, and some of them are, say, an admin analyst. And an admin analyst that is supporting, life and safety services is maybe different than an admin analyst in economic development. So these are the considerations that we'll be taking into account as we evaluate these positions. And also, to your note of the vacancy rate, that will be a consideration as well. Clearly, if you're working on half staff, that becomes more critical than a department that is, got a 10% vacancy rate.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I think Connie brings up, or Director Beck brings up a really important issue. So just to try and understand, we're not adopting the budget today. We're just adopting a temporary budget, a placeholder, until we have public hearings in September and finalize the budget by October. That budget includes full staffing at its current, whatever is on the books as staffing for various departments, that's included in that budget.
Correct.
Right? So if we continue to fill those positions, it doesn't put us out of budget, right? It doesn't put us over budget. It doesn't. I'm not quite sure why we would put a hiring freeze in place and what effect that has, because these are all budgeted for. I guess it's the revenue side that we're unclear about, and whether or not the revenue is there to support the budget that we have in front of us that we're proposing to
And
approve.
I think that's the key, is that we're doing basically a holding pattern for the next 3 months. And so you're right, we're looking at annual budget numbers, we're looking at annual allocations. It's all based on annual projections.
Right.
And much of this will become the base of the budget I expect that we bring forward in September for your approval. And if everything goes well, there'll be few adjustments, and those adjustments would be to actually add back to the budget. The fear is hiring employees today or even, after July 1st, and then realizing that our financial position is not what we think it is, and then having to turn around and either lay off or reduce workforce in a way that impacts the people we've brought on. So I realize that in some cases it's the reason for the exception for the essential and critical, but it's really it's a 3 months of sort of trying to hold and not increase the budget if we have to make reductions come September. That's really the key. And our hope is we'll bring back better information and better news.
Right, so reducing the budget would mean we had less revenues than we projected, basically, just in a simple form.
Or we have negative fund balances from prior years that we have to make up. That's probably a bigger concern is we don't know where we're at historically.
If we overspent some of the other
Yeah.
funds previously, then that could be an issue.
Yeah,
right?
then we would be reducing so that we could make up the deficits.
Well, I know you guys realize this, but, having provided all these raises recently to try and start staffing up, it's just so hard to be moving in that direction and then now put a hold on all that. So I appreciate that you've set up a system. I think it'd be great, as Director Beck said, to have a list to work from, something that gives really solid direction, in particular for that department, because there are so many essential services that currently aren't being met with our current staffing. So I hope that is a simple process and doesn't consume a ton of staff time to continue to fill those positions. And then whether or not the wages are adequate, that's another discussion for another day, probably. But and again, even if you increase wages, as long as you don't fill all the positions, you're still within your budget technically. You can balance those things. Right now, we're having a hard time filling positions, even with the raises. So that's a serious issue for us as a county in terms of services. But I understand what you're proposing. Thank you, Tabitha.
You're welcome. And one of the things to remember is that we have sort of put that 10% vacancy on all our departments. So we've reduced what we are budgeting for also. And that may be something that gets adjusted out come September.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
And we average a 10% vacancy rate anyway, so.
It's actually higher, but yes.
And higher. And I think, and across the board, we're not immune to anything, and nobody likes to hear it's us too. But I think the big thing we can take out of that is if you've got empty positions and you've put in for them, they're not affected. That's what I heard. They're not affected. So basically, we're saying no new positions. And then the other thing is, I think to make staff a little bit easier for you, instead of you giving the departments what you consider to be crucial and essential, I think the department heads would probably be better off telling you who is crucial, is essential, and sending it for you to go over, because I don't know how the hell you're going to figure out who's crucial and essential in the planning and building department when you're operating at a 10,000-foot level, because you're just going to create a situation where you're telling a department head, well, this is who's crucial and essential, and they're going to and then that's going to cause a loggerhead. So not to increase staff time, because department heads and their supervisors have such a handle on it, why don't we have the department heads ratify who they consider on a scale of 1 to 10? I'm just using a scale, but everything else. Who is critical and essential, and where are you at? Rather than you guys doing the critical and essential, because you guys have a great overview and you do a great job, and we're doing, but I don't know if you have the nuts and bolts to know who is extremely critical and essential, because there could be somebody in John's office, Connie's office, that you have no idea, that covers the backlog of federal grants that you didn't know anything about. But it's critical because DHHS is so much federally funded and state funded. So I think it's better finding out who's critical and essential from the department heads rather than you guys telling them who's critical and essential, because you're telling them, I don't know, it seems like it'd be easier to me that way but.
These conversations are going to take place in collaboration with departments, and I recognize that this is a very difficult conversation to have, and the perspective that my office takes on this is from an organizationally wide perspective, and so it's difficult to have, just to pick on Connie, she's in the in the audience.
She's easy.
Connie, to compare her staff to the sheriffs. That's where our role comes into play, that overall we have these positions, we have these different funding sources, we have these different needs, and we provide that overarching view. We are most definitely going to collaborate with all of the departments, but we need to pause for a minute to get a grip on our finances. When we tell you we don't know how much money you have, that is very serious and somewhat dire. We don't know. We don't know if we have $30 million in the bank or if we're negative $30 million in the bank. We can't even begin to give you an idea within tens of millions of dollars, because we are still going back to adjusting entries in fiscal year 18-19. We have $1.9 billion in adjusting entries for 19-20. We found out in late March that we had $30 million in transactions that weren't identified. Fortunately, as we've worked through the year, Tabitha has been able to reconcile those, and we have found all of that 30 million, it ties to our system. But it's these unknowns that can make a very dramatic impact on our financial situation. And what I am trying to prevent is getting us into a situation where we have to lay staff off and make very severe cuts. So we're asking for the agency as a whole to pause as much as possible until October, when we can work with the auditor controller staff and with Tabitha to get work processed and to come to your board with a better understanding of where we are at in our financial position.
And I fully understand that, and I understand, and I think I'm very thankful, and I hate to put it on one person because I know it's a whole staff, but when I still see Tabitha every Saturday and Sunday early in the morning, and and things like that, doing the bank reconciliations and else, and I know we're doing a real good dance up here that we're trying to figure out everything else. We're coming out of a 4 years of a financial cluster of things not being done, things not being turned in, and staff turnovers in a department that we needed so much help in. And it has left such a black cloud over every department. And I applaud our department heads, because they stood up, they struggled through the same thing that we all struggled through and everything else. And basically we're teetering on an edge. And I hate to say it, ARPA funds and COVID and everything else may be the only thing that saves us at the end of the day. And that's a terrible thing to say, but those extra money. But the other thing is, and we fully aware, and I was a little part of the raises, but I know full well that we went into that knowing that we were giving raises to our employees that the department heads were begging us to give them so they could keep staff, and knowing that there could be repercussions because we had no idea what we were doing. But we knew we were doing the right thing and rewarding the employees we have. And if that means one department has 100 employees, but the reward that they're going to come down to 90, we knew that that was a possibility. But it's not something we accepted very well. It's something that was looked at in 2006, 2007, 2008 in this same body. So as we move forward, what staff has given us and what they've dealt with and the department heads have given us, they all want more money. They're all understaffed. We all need more people. But the thing is, we're coming out of this. And, we're hoping that, light at the end of the tunnel isn't an oncoming train, but we don't know what's out there till we actually start peeling the onion back. And it's a scary, scary situation. And I applaud you guys for taking it forward. But as a board, we still had to reward employees, we still had to fund departments, and we still had to do the actions of the county to basically fix roads, help mental health, and everything else. So I fully understand, but we kind of dancing around the whole thing, and it's just a fiscal nightmare we're in, and it took 4 years to get us here, and it's going to take us more than that to get us out of it. And right now, you guys are asking for 3 months to give us a basic idea, and I think that's monumental, and I think it's a giant if you guys thinking you're going to get it done in 3 months. But I know as much effort that's being put forward, and the amount of people that are willing to step up now and do it, I think we're going to come pretty close. So at least we have an idea if we're in a fiscal nightmare or if we're coming out of it. But the only other thing is Connie, the sheriff, everybody else. I mean, both the district attorney, public defender, probation, everybody. OES is who has carried a big part of this over the last couple of years. They're all going to have to be patient too, because it's belt tightening time, and hopefully when we get out of this, it's not belt tightening time. So I can't say how much I appreciate the staff, what they've done, because it has been a nightmare.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I have two questions through the chair. My first question is, give me an example of a position that's not essential. And the second question would be, how do you anticipate...
Yours and mine.
I'll happily step down. Second question is, how, given that it has taken quite some time to get us to this position of not knowing, do you anticipate being able to determine within the next 3 months some kind of stability or numbers? How are you going to get there to be able to accomplish this by October?
So the first question, and I'm probably not the person to tell you what's essential and critical. I'll tell you sort of the vision, and certainly the CAO or anybody else can add to it. But it's a position, and to be clear, probably every position in the county is critical and essential on some level, but some are going to have a bigger impact than others. And again, a lot of it has to do with the vacancy rate. So if the department is down, to 15, 20, 30%, or even more, 40% vacancy, it probably is critical right off the bat. The second piece of it is public safety and sort of lives. I think the CAO made the example of an admin analyst. An admin analyst that is pushing numbers for an organization that isn't providing critical life, safety net services probably isn't going to rise to that same level, especially if it's not a department with a significant vacancy rate. So I always look at it from kind of the public safety and the saving lives. On the other hand, there's a piece of this that's just reality too, which is funding. General fund employees have a harder time. We compete for the same dollars. It's not as easy to get. So if there's funding out there, it may be that what is critical in one department and essential may not be the same in others, and that's just part of the way it is. But I think Supervisor Bohn and even the CAO, a lot of that is going to have to be from the department. They're going to have to make that source, and it's not always going to be fair, and it's not always going to be absolutely even across the board because funding and all of the other factors are going to play into it. And I think your second question was how realistic it is that we're going to have great information for you in 3 months. We're not going to have, I can tell you the best we're probably going to do is close out the fiscal year 1920 audit, get more transactions posted for fiscal year 2021, and hopefully we will have an engagement on the books for the audit for fiscal year 2021, which is actually due by the end of September, and I don't think we're going to make that, and that's even our outside auditors telling us that. But we should be able to at least get good, solid fund balances through so that when we're looking at the beginning of fiscal year 2021, we have those in place and we can tell you what those were, and then we'll have decent information for fiscal year 2021 to give you an estimate of where we're going to end that year. And again, we're still behind, but at least we'll have a better understanding of our starting point.
Thank you. I have one additional comment I'd like to ask. Is there a way that during the next 3 months that you could, or the CAO's office would be able to report to this board how many requests? I want to know who's, like if planning and building says, I need X amount of planners or whatever, and we're saying no, I would like to know that information.
I don't see any reason we couldn't provide it.
We certainly could, and also seeing that there's some angst on the board around this hiring freeze idea, this is our recommendations to you. Mm-hmm. This is me asking for a pause so that we can get through the next 3 months and ideally have better data. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, we can remove this recommendation from the report too. This is 100% at your board's purview.
I understand that, and I want to be very supportive of your office. However, I know that planning and building are down an enormous amount of planners. I don't know if you guys consider that essential, but that's essential to my district, and it stops everything in its tracks. So while I understand, it gives me a little bit of heartburn. Mm-hmm. I don't want, if it's not absolutely necessary, which I am hearing you, that we don't know our fund balances. I also just want to be very cautious that what you consider essential public safety, I understand that. However, planning and building makes this county go around. And if they don't have planners and people to produce that, which they're down, I can't even tell you how many planners, I'm concerned that we may pass an opportunity that makes this county run. So that's my concerns.
So, and I have a question on that. I mean, it seems like it could be helpful to this board if we even knew what recruitments were in place, because it sounds like whatever the recruitments are that are happening are staying happening. And so, no, I'm just saying it'd be good to know, but didn't we also give you this direction at a previous meeting or during a discussion? It seemed like we'd had a talk about the hiring freeze, or maybe it was just on one-offs with us.
I think that we have made mention in previous board reports that this was something that we have been evaluating. And it's really an attempt not to expand government beyond what our capabilities might be. And it's not, this is not something I enjoy you bringing before your board, nor are these conversations fun to have with the department heads. I've already been doing this with them in terms of, cost of equity adjustments for staff. So we've been having these very difficult conversations, and I think that the departments and my staff have been working well and moving through those. I don't think the departments always have agreed with our determination, but we're able to have constructive conversations about where these services are needed most. And again, I bring to this discussion a global perspective over the whole organization.
Well, and from my perspective, I mean, it would be helpful to see what is currently in the process, at least so that if there's specific heartburns about a specific department that we know is understaffed, are they already in a recruitment process? Because that won't be stopped, from what I'm hearing you say. Yeah,
the open recruitments are available on our website, so we can certainly PDF and send that over to you, what is in motion. That's easy information. What we don't know is necessarily how many positions might be tied to that. That's very department specific.
I think Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I have one additional question. So throughout the last year or so, department heads have brought employees forward for cost adjustments that your office didn't recommend, and they bring them to this board. Sometimes bringing the employees in, it's very difficult position to be in. I am wondering, going forward in the next 3 months, department, is that something that you're, they've gone around the CAO's office against your recommendation and brought it to this board. What does that look like going forward in the next 3 months if we're doing hiring freezes?
Well, again, as Tabitha said, all of these decisions ultimately lie within your board. And so, some of those, there have been very clear narratives included in the board items that my office wasn't supportive of it. My job is to bring you the best recommendations I can and the best information I can. And, where it gets sticky is when you have 20 departments taking these actions. It adds up very, very quickly. And the COLA increases are a prime example of that. It can amount to a lot of money that we may not be able to sustain. I'm asking for a pause. I would like all of that stuff for 3 months. Give us 3 months to work through this information so that I can make good recommendations to you. I don't think will it be a hard 3 months? Yes. But it's not a year, it's not 2 years, it's not doing layoffs. And so, I am respectfully here asking for 3 months to allow my team to focus on our financial position and to be able to come to you where I can make good, responsible recommendations to your board as to what is best for our organization moving forward.
Supervisor Bohn?
I'm a lot more comfortable doing a hiring freeze for 90 days than I am hiring people. I mean, and the thing is, we're not going to overhire, because I think everybody's got positions in that aren't filled yet. And I mean, across the board, there's people, trying to fill those positions. But what I'm saying is, we're going to look a lot worse in 90 days when we get a better picture of where our finances are, and where we're at. And then when we have that oh damn moment and say, okay, everybody that's been hired, we're going to have to lay you off. And so we're going to have an opportunity there to alienate people that we've hired to never come back to the county. So we're talking 90 days, and to regroup, to resettle. Department heads are all listening to this very intently, so they're not going to come. They understand the battles we're under and everything else, and the confusion and how we got here. And it didn't come from the CAO's office. It didn't come from this board. We got here by a very distinct way, and in chartered territories we've never been in before. So as we move forward, I'd feel much better not hiring people and then laying them off, and then at the end of the 90 days. And I mean, there's still people can still apply. We can still have processes. I mean, the new website, I got to give it credit. You can go on there and see how many job openings there are. You can go on that. And I'll tell you what, for everybody out there that's looking at budgets, you can go on the county site and actually see where our budget changes every year, the full thing. And it's very explanatory. It's a great tool. I've been sitting here going, you know, our budget in 2015-16 was $319 million. Look where we're at now. So, I mean, you know, and most of this, and they bring in the unfunded mandates and everything else we're doing. But I feel better taking a pause for 90 days, because we said this again, and I'll go back to what I said earlier. When we gave the raises, we gave the raises with no idea that we had the money. We had no idea at all we get the money, but we knew we had the employees that deserved the raises. So it was a fine balance of what do we do. So, and that's what we did. So
I have to say I agree with Supervisor Bohn. I'm not going to quite call it eloquent, but it was persuasive.
I don't look for eloquent.
No, it was good. I do agree with him, so I'm glad he said it in a very clear, concise way. Anyone else? Any other department heads that wanted to comment before we go to public? Come on up. Oh, welcome, Luke.
Thank you, Chair. Luke Brownfield, Public Defender. Thank you, Supervisors. I understand most of the departments in Humboldt County don't operate or haven't been at full staff, but the Public Defender typically is operating at full staff. And even at full staff, our felony attorneys handle about 350 cases a year, which the State Bar recommends about 150. So being down an attorney adds an additional 35 to 50 cases for each attorney. We just can't operate at that level. We've lost 2 attorneys recently, so we have 2 vacancies. I've been working with CAO, and she's been great. Keep 1 open, but I can't keep 2 open. I just can't operate. So I just want to let you know, we're asking for whatever we are asking here, $330,000. And it's not recommended, but Public Defender already overworked, overburdened. We just can't operate down 10%. So.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I think I will go for public comment. If you're on the phone and wishing to comment. Yes.
I haven't finished the presentation.
What?
Sorry.
I'm really
I don't have much
here,
left.
Shirley. Okay, so no questions until after she's done now. Okay. Talk fast.
Okay, so the only other thing I would point out here is that we are listing these on the right-hand side as one-time, but quite frankly, when you're talking about staff, you're not talking about one-time expenses. So we're funding these with ARPA and other sources, but we do have to look at the long-term viability of that option, and that really comes down to that 90 days and getting a better financial picture. So quickly on the American Rescue Plan Act, this is funding that was allocated by the federal government, part of a $350 billion rescue act for state, local, and tribal governments. In the most recent guidance that's been issued by the federal government, there's really a number of places that are applicable to where we could use funds. There is a replacing lost public sector revenue. This is a $10 million standard allowance, and we plan on taking this. This gives us the most flexibility in using these funds. You can essentially use these for governmental services. There's a few exceptions, including paying down your pension liability, reserves, that sort of thing. There's the ongoing public health and economic impacts response. This is the community, your businesses, nonprofits, to specific households, focusing on low and mod income households. The agency response, this is directly from the government paying for testing, for supplies, retrofitting this boardroom so that we could do the hybrid meetings, that sort of thing. One that's new in the most recent release of information is expanding public sector hiring and capacity. And this is one that we're really planning on using to fill that last sheet of, some of our staffing levels, like the sheriff's operations and the jail staffing. I do want to point out, we've talked a lot about infrastructure, and of course, the infrastructure bill is separate from this. The ARPA funding is still very specific on infrastructure for water, sewer, and broadband. And so roads, things like that really don't play into it. You can do infrastructure, but it has to be tied back to that response. And I've really thought long and hard how you tie things like roads back to pandemic response, and I can't make the connection there. So it just kind of leaves us in a position. We have received, and we've already received our second tranche just a few days ago, but we've received $26.3 million. So I think, Supervisor Bohn said it earlier, this is a pretty significant source of funding for us and will certainly help us out. Part of the reason I gave you the printout of the presentation was because of some of these numbers. So on the left-hand side, this is what you allocated in fiscal year 2021-22, and it was a little over $12.6 million. The first one, the Child Care Grant Program, you have already given those funds to the Arcata Economic Development Corporation. Some of these others are still in the works, and we're not in any way asking that you change these. We feel like you've made the commitment to the community. That's really important. It's the right-hand side, which is the funding that we're receiving this year, or we just received, that we would be using in the next fiscal year, that we've sort of outlined how we would allocate these. And just to step back and let you know, we've budgeted the $13.2 million that we're receiving this year as revenue coming in and expenditures going out, but we have not allocated those to any specific expenditure. This is sort of the direction we'd like to get from the board today, as far as sort of building the budget for that final budget in September. We've got the first two items, which are Measure Z, additional allocations, and we talked about the road repairs and the radio infrastructure, supplementing both of those projects. We have county staff built in, and this is HR personnel and IT personnel, and this has really been in response to the impacts of managing the COVID emergency and making available. We had an increase in jail medical as a direct response to COVID. And then we've got number 5 and 6, which is funding those additional requests so that we are staffed in those critical services at the right amount. The number 7, the road fund, just a reminder, we've talked about this a little bit, but we do have a pretty significant deficit in our road fund. This would be funded out of that lost revenue, that $10 million allocation. And again, it's not something that's great, and it's just something that puts us in a better financial position. At one way or another, we're going to have to bring that fund up to level. And then number 8 would be...
Supervisor Bohn, I think, had a question.
Go ahead.
Well, I guess I could wait till I get, because the roads is going to be the next thing. But how do we go from 21, 22 jail COVID medical 228%, and then go up 650% to jail COVID medical to 1.7 million or 1.7 million on the, we're on the back.
So some of it is an increase, and some of it is how much you allocated from the prior year. And I don't have the details to tell you exactly how that breaks out, but I can get that for you. So some of it is that I don't believe the 273 covered the full amount, and we're asking for the full amount this next year of the increase. But I honestly don't have those numbers handy to tell you the details.
I'd love to see the breakdown. It just seems to me, it's just to make sure it's, the allocation is, okay.
And again, the last item is, setting aside an additional $2 million, and this is probably part of sort of the whole hiring process, and making sure that we're not putting ourselves in a position, at least immediately, where we're having to lay people off. And again, this is something that you can develop over time. You can give us direction today with the recommended budget to sort of move forward, but it's sort of an outline of how we would propose to allocate those additional funds that are coming in. Just a few other items to keep in the back of your mind. We do have the increase in TOT is not built into the current budget because that has not been finalized with the election. Plus, we didn't bring it in, but you have that. You also have to determine how you want to allocate those funds. The cannabis cultivation excise tax is still sort of an unknown. We dropped the revenue source, but how that industry is going to play out over the next year or two is going to certainly impact our future revenues. And then we add just the worldwide issues to all of the things we're talking about: inflation, rising interest rates, gas, and a war in Europe that are impacting us. I mentioned this use of one-time money. It's great in the immediate, but we definitely need to keep the clear picture that that does not necessarily fund us in the long term. Just a quick update, we have delivered the bank deposit reconciliations and outstanding checklists to our outside accounting firm. That was the last item we needed for the 1920 audit. I know they're doing additional testing as we speak, so we're hoping to move that forward quickly. And again, just focusing on that fiscal sustainability and health of the organization. Quickly, the website where our budgets are located, including the one here, that gives you plenty of time before September 12th public hearings if you're interested in participating. And then the 27th is the date we've allocated to adopt this. And a reminder that we have received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for our most current budget, which is the last year, and for the last 5 years, I believe.
I think this is actually our third year in a row obtaining this budget presentation award. And I think earlier I may have failed to mention Vanessa Erickson, who is really the digital guru behind this budget. She takes mind-numbing data and mills it out into something that is, dare I say, enjoyable to read.
She's responsible for the book when it comes right down to it.
So she's the one that Supervisor Madrone needs to talk to. I like that idea. So, all right. So, well, it's a long drive, and I'm really fortunate because I have a very short drive. So, Supervisor Bushnell?
I just would like to make a motion to approve staff recommendations, however reluctant I am.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it with my reluctance around hiring freezes as well, but I understand the reasoning behind it, and I want to support our CAO and staff in regards to how they're trying to help us stay out of hot water later. Nothing worse than hiring people and having to lay them off right away, so I understand that, but I look forward to a robust discussion between department heads and you guys in terms of staffing, things that are in the works, making it happen, getting it done, so I'm fine with that. So.
All right, well, then we will go to public comment. Try this again. Anyone in the audience here wish to make comment on this item? All right, we'll go to the phones, and there are no hands up on the phones either.
There will be.
All righty. Well, with that, we will come back to the board and...
There's hands popping up now.
Those are a hand popping up. Okay, and just a reminder to people, I will go back out to this, but as soon as you start listening to an item and you know you're going to want to comment on this one, press star 9 early because you could lose your chance to speak, and this almost happened in this case. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone, for seeing that pop up at the last minute. And so anyone else that's listening, now is the time to press star 9 or you will not be able to comment. So we'll go to 4753. And welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Hi, thank you. My name is Lisa Dugan. I'm a member of the McKinleyville Municipal Advisory Committee, and I'm here to support the McMax request for additional funding this coming fiscal year. McMack's an advisory committee to your board and provides a place for the community of McKinleyville to provide you input. McKinleyville is the fastest growing community in our community. We're the third largest and yet is unincorporated. So therefore, the McMack is an important voice for you to hear from the community. The change in funding request is as a result of moving from Zoom into hybrid meetings, which allows the community input via Zoom and in person. Given how important McKinleyville figures into the community's general or the county's general plan housing component and the growth that we intend to experience, how prescient it was for your board to create and support this advisory committee. This is an important time in the history of McKinleyville. There are significant changes being planned for our community. Town center zoning, changes to transportation routes, including multimodal transportation needed to create a viable, walkable town center, and changes to the entire community's transportation grid potentially to accommodate the expected growth, the potential of incorporation, and whatever else may crop up as a result of expected population increase. McMack's been a voice for the community for, I don't know the exact number of years, potentially a decade or more. And as such, we take the commitment to provide a place to capture the diverse voices of our community to provide you and the Planning Commission robust feedback. In order to provide availability and equity to our community, we meet in the evening, and we have followed suit of your board by meeting hybrid style now, which allows for the most robust discussion and presentations. We regularly see attendance in the double digits, often 20 or more on Zoom, and up to half of that in person. And the presentations in person from planning has been invaluable. So in other words, we need to continue to do both to allow the community to meet in person and on Zoom. I understand concerns you might have regarding other unincorporated communities coming to you for funding, such as Cutton. I would urge you to consider each of these fundings on their own merits as their value to your board and to those communities, if those requests even occur. And we hope that you will support the voices of McKinleyville's community and the commitment McMack has made in this critical time for our community, so we can continue to make it possible to hear from as many in our community as possible. We have a lot of work to do to increase our diversity in those voices, and we're committed to doing so and appreciate your support in doing so as well. We didn't use last year's money as we did not have hybrid meetings. We would like to roll this over in the coming year so that we can provide these hybrid meetings throughout the year. And we request that you put the entire name of the committee into the budget rather than just the initials so that the general public knows what MMAC means.
All right, thank you, Lisa. And there are no other hands back, so we will go back. And I did want to go to the CAO first on that comment that we heard. I'm curious, since the money, if it was in theirs last year and they didn't use it, because I thought most of these decisions we were going to like make on the smaller amounts in September, but I'm curious, since that did they actually have the money in their budget before?
Yeah, I believe they have $2,500 allocated in the current fiscal year, which is an amount that your board approved through the budget process last year. And yes, that we can carry that forward. That would take board action, like any budget adjustment. We're not through the year yet, and all of the work hasn't been processed. So typically, before we evaluate any carry forwards, we sort of finalize that work so that we have a solid bearing on what that dollar amount would be.
Okay, that's what I was telling some others as well. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I know Bonnie Oliver is on the Zoom as well and wanted to speak. I'm not sure what's going on with her hand raise process. At any rate, I think Lisa Dugan did a great job of explaining it. And yeah, my understanding is that we're going to deal with a lot of these small requests in September, because I'm sure each of us as supervisors have some things in our district that we would probably like to see funded. You know, I am fully supportive of the carryover as well as the new budget request for $5,000. And just to put it in perspective, $5,000 out of our $570 million budget is 0.00000018. I mean, it's a drop in the bucket. And it really is a county responsibility to run McKinleyville, but with a very small investment, the MCMAC has stepped up and is providing great service to the county on many, many things, including the town center ordinance, multimodal, incorporation data, and many other things. And we have been very frugal with that money at MCMAC and have saved as much as we can, but now we're entering a hybrid situation. And we're very lucky to have the McKinleyville Community Service District partnering with us and providing their technology and their space to us, but they have to have their staff there to run it. So it costs us about $600 to $700 a meeting, which is really quite a bargain. And they have also brought in $3,000 a match. The CSD has offered to also add to the fund there for MCMAC's services. But that's contingent upon the county continuing to fund MCMAC. They're not going to provide any match if the county's not interested in funding its own entity. And it is in the rules of MCMAC that it will be funded, although the amount would be determined on an annual basis through the budget process. We just reviewed and approved those rules a couple of months ago. You know, I'm more than happy to wait till September to finalize this, because I think, as I said, we all have some requests like this we might want to bring forward. The other one is on the tsunami sirens, another very, very small expenditure. They were gifted to us, I believe, by NOAA. We installed them. They no longer work. None of them work. They're just sitting out there. And there's one in particular in Oric that sits on top of a pole where the Oric Volunteer Fire Department is getting ready to break ground on an expansion of their fire hall. You think it is? I have not heard that. Just cut the pole and drop it, right? At any rate, they were proceeding to do that, but they got an estimate that was going to cost them $5,500 to do it. And it's not their responsibility. It's really the county's responsibility. So there are some things in this whole budget process where it costs us some money, but it's our responsibility, you know. And when you have a fire department that's working to try and improve the fire safety in their community, and this is in the way, we need to deal with that. So I look forward to having these discussions in September. I hope that Supervisor Bohn's right, that they did get it down without great expense. At any rate, those are sort of a looming, very small liability for the county out there, $5,000. Anyway, look forward to our discussions in September.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
And I would have to look at, but I had this discussion with Ryan Derby. I'm up in Oric a few times a year for auctions and a few other things, and the fire chief brought it forward, and I brought it to Ryan, and I think Ryan gave him the blessing to take the inoperable siren down, I believe. Didn't you, Ryan? Yeah, and they've had a discussion, I think have since taken it down, I believe, so. Good. I'd love to refer to Ryan on this just because it's his siren.
I never know if these things are on. So I was up in Oric about 2 weeks ago, and it was still up. The department has received the blessing to take it down, although there are some funding challenges that Supervisor Madrone brought to me. We have reached out to the National Weather Service as well as Cal OES to request funding. And it seems like as part of the state's early earthquake warning system, if the fire department is willing to incorporate a roll-up door for their fire station, there's potentially funding from the state that can cover that removal cost. So we did reach out to the department a couple weeks ago, haven't heard anything back as of yet, but we are in the process of securing outside state funding for that project if it hasn't moved forward yet. And that's the latest I have on that project as of 2 weeks ago.
Supervisor Madrone? Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. And I appreciate your support and coordination to try and find some funding. They're ready to move forward on their construction project now. This fits right into what I was talking about earlier about construction projects. It's the summer when you do these, not the fall, not the winter, sometimes the fall if we're lucky. So for them, they've got to move forward and bring it down, and that's an expense. And it's really hard to get reimbursed for something that's already happened before you get approval for it. We know that in the grant game. It's really difficult. So again, it seems to me like a timing issue here where they need to bring it down now, and it's not their responsibility, it's ours. But they don't have the funding to bring it down now without risking ending up with that on their bill to pay later. So it just seems to me like it's such a small amount of money. I mean, I would love to amend this motion to approve $5,500 of funding for them to be able to bring it down at our expense not at the volunteer fire department. But I don't know that I'll have support for that on the board or not, but if I did, I would add it to the motion as an amendment because it's a timing issue for a volunteer fire department. At any rate, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, I just think if we open it up now, we're going to open it up for a whole other slew of things, unfortunately. But I'm only one.
Through the chair, like with the hiring stuff, as was stated, it really has to do with the specifics of things. And I think an argument, as I've made, is very solid in terms of this is our responsibility. It's in the way of them moving forward.
Okay, the motion maker does not, she's comfortable with the motion that currently stands, and we'll have that discussion later.
Supervisor Madrone is free to amend if he chooses. However, I don't feel comfortable just because of the hiring freezes and, you know, I'm maybe in the future we can find the money somewhere or something else. I don't know. I just am not comfortable with it right now.
Okay, and I'd have to say, I saw a hand pop up, but we went back to the board quite a while ago from public comment, so we're not reopening that. Supervisor Bohn?
If we've got the blessing to take it down, I got a pretty good feeling we can make a couple phone calls and save $5,500 and have the pole and the siren taken down. It's a 20-foot pole, 8-inch pole with a very old double siren on the top. I don't know where they get $5,500 of it, less disposal and everything else, but I think we've got a couple contractors up there that would gladly take it down as long as we have the blessing to take it down. And I'm sure Supervisor Madrone will make that phone call, or else I can make it for you and get it down.
If it disappears in the middle of the night.
I know that Bonnie Oliver has been trying to raise her hand. I don't know what kind of problems she's having with that, but she has been saying that she's raised her hand a couple times. It hasn't showed up on my screen.
It hasn't showed up on mine.
I'm just wondering if the chair would be willing to call upon her.
Well, I would call on her only because that she is part of the MMAC.
She's the chair, yeah.
Yes, she's a chair, but someone did speak on behalf. I don't think it's going to change what we have, what the motion is, but because Bonnie is the chair of the MMAC in a specific committee, if she's here speaking on that. Bennett Hoffman is also there, one of our department heads, and Bennett, I don't know if you had wanted to comment or not. So I'm actually going to Bonnie, not because we're opening public comment, but because you did ask for her to be a panelist earlier today, so I know that you had requested she be on, so I don't know if she can't raise her hand. I'm not sure if she can be unmuted either, but okay, press *6 to unmute. Bonnie, if you're there, press *6 to unmute.
She says I've got my hand up. Can I still speak? I'm not, she's having technical difficulties, it looks like.
Yeah, if she could press *6, ask her to press *6.
I did.
You did.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, okay. On your thing, Lisa spoke well. And, so, remember the technical difficulties. Okay. Are you sure you want it on? Yeah. Yeah, so sorry, Bonnie, we have no idea what happened, but Lisa spoke well, so we're going back to the board and continue our either discussion, or we do have the vote tab up also. So okay, I think we're good to vote now. And then I'm going to request a short break. There you go. All right, passes 5-0. Thank you, Tabitha. 4-0.
Thank you.
5 minus 1 is 4. Okay. I definitely need like a 5-minute break unless we can stretch it to 10. I'll CIO on you. How about come back at 10, at 11, what is it? 12, yeah, 5 to 12. Let's just come back 5 to 12 because we'll take a lunch break too. Thanks for that brief break. The next item is DHHS Social Services, and before we begin, you'll find out shortly. We are going to adjourn as the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, convene as the governing board of the Humboldt County In-Home Supportive Services, and now we'll ask for a report and who is being welcome to the staff table. Welcome all.
Well, good morning. Hopefully today finds you well, Governing Board. I'm David Gauthier, and I'm the IHSS Director for the Public Authority. And I am here to facilitate this agenda item on behalf of the IHSS Advisory Board. They are here to report out to you and also to request approval of additional members for their board. But before we get started, I want to provide just a little bit of context to give you guys some perspective on the work that they do. So IHSS, In-Home Supportive Services, is a county-administered program that provides personal assistance services for eligible aged, blind, and disabled adults over 65 and children. And the goal is to keep these people safe in their homes and avoid having to go into long-term care situations. The types of services that are included in IHSS are domestic services such as house cleaning, meal preparation, laundry, grocery shopping, and running errands. It also includes personal care services such as grooming, bathing, bowel and bladder care, and transportation to medical appointments, and protective supervisions for those who cannot remain safely at home on their own. The IHSS Advisory Board is an independent body that advises, per their name, the governing board and the public authority on concerns that they have about the services being provided and making requests for improvements in our processes. It consists of 11 voting members that come from the IHSS community, from care providers and recipients, from members of our community, and 1 employee from DHHS itself. Now, about the presenters, we have Margaret Lewis here. Margaret has been on the board since 2010, and she's been the chair of the board since 2017. She's very proactive, very energized. She's very excited to be here and present to you guys after a long absence for many reasons. And she has been a real force on the IHSS Advisory Board and moving it forward and growing the board, and its participation in our community has really been a positive effect under her leadership. And then we also have Vivian Dennison, who is also on the board. She's been on the board since 2021. She is a member of SEIU, which is the IHSS Care Provider Union. And she is also president of HCAR. And she is very passionate about her advocacy, and she is a consistent representation on the board and one of the key players as well. Okay, so I'm going to step aside and let them have their time to report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
And I would say, Margaret and Vivian, you can stand there for sure, or if you want, you can also sit at the staff table, whatever you're most comfortable with.
I feel okay here. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to be a little bit redundant. I prepared this report a couple months ago, and I just have some background information. So I'm just going to go ahead and give that. I'm going to repeat some of the things that David said and add to it a little bit, I think. The IHSS Advisory Board was established by County Resolution 2000-50 on June 6, 2000, and amended by Resolution 1-05 on January 9, 2001. And this was in response to and in compliance with Assembly Bill 1682, which was effective July 1st, 1999. So this is a pretty recent thing in our history. It's only 20 years old. So I've always been impressed with that because it seems like it's been going on forever, but it's really pretty fresh. The main duties and composition of the board are outlined in this resolution and its amendment. And David just told you all of that, so I'm going to skip over that. But the main function of the advisory board is to make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on the preferred mode of service delivery and to advise the board on matters pertaining to IHSS on an ongoing basis. Other functions are to gather and distribute information on the IHSS program to the recipient and provider communities and bring information from the community to IHSS staff, outreach to inform the public about the program, attend and host training for advisory board members, and form alliances with other advocate organizations. Initially, the state provided a budget for advisory boards of $56,000 a year. This provided funding for many projects, trainings, and outreach activities. In 2011, that budget was reduced to $6,000. Naturally, this limited our scope of activities. The IHSS Public Authority granted an additional $3,000 to our budget this last fiscal year to help boost our recruitment activities for IHSS care providers. In the early years of the advisory board, there were 1 or 2 reports made to the supervisors. However, I have been on the board since 2010, first as an alternate and then as a voting member, and in that time that we have engaged in many various activities pertaining to education and outreach, I do not recall a report to the Board of Supervisors ever being submitted. So I intend to give an outline of our activities to date and to continue with periodic updates as events dictate. So our most recent projects, this year we've taken ads in the Time Standard electronic version, the Lost Coast Outpost, also electronic, with bicoastal media on radio station KFMI and underwriting with KMUD Radio. The purpose of these ads is twofold. First, recruitment of care providers, and the lack of which has reached crisis proportions in Humboldt County and the state as well. And secondly, we are encouraging community members, care providers, and recipients to join our advisory board. In addition to these ads, the public authority is putting provider recruitment posters on ETA buses. So we're actively trying to get care providers. As I said, there's a crisis in everywhere for care providers. It's national. Yeah, but it's especially difficult here because of, I go into that in a little bit later. So in 2018, our ongoing concern for the need of urgent emergency care for recipients whose providers were unable to work and only able to give short notice, such as sudden personal emergency or illness, culminated in 2 of our members visiting Yolo County. They discussed the county's home care with a NOW program with their program director, which very successfully filled this need. So Yolo County instituted a program which was supported by their Board of Supervisors that only cost $5,000 a year, and they were able to provide emergency backup care for their clients, which is crucial. If you get a call at 7 in the morning and your provider can't come, you can't get out of bed maybe, or you can't go to the bathroom, or, I mean, it's pretty dire. So the need is great for that. So anyway, we came back and we prepared a report which was submitted to the IHS staff, and they were able to adopt some of the ideas, and they now offer an urgent need program for Humboldt County. And that report that we made is included as Addendum A to this report. And some of the highlights of our other activities and projects. We published a newsletter from 2010 to 2017, which was sent to providers and recipients, and that's Addendum B in this report. We supplied gift cards for raffle to participating care providers and recipients. We provided backpacks with first aid materials, gloves, masks, and other personal protective equipment and resource materials to providers with help of the local SEIU 2015 office. And we participated in provider appreciation activities, which took the form of luncheons, dinners, and presentations. We participated in the Independent Living Expo produced by Tri-County Independent Living in 2018. And I put this in the future tense, but it's in the past tense now. They will hold another expo this year, which we did participate in on May 20th. And we were able to network with a lot of other organizations and individuals who are providing services and other care activities for people. So, and then we also conducted a countywide survey of recipients and providers to assess the effectiveness of the IHSS program and what improvements could be made. And there's a summary of the results in Addendum C. And we hosted a statewide conference of California In-Home Supportive Services Consumer Alliance, called Cio, which supports and encourages the work and formation of advisory boards throughout the state. And we are currently active with, and the advisory board is a member of Cio, which networks with other advocacy organizations to stay abreast of legislation affecting the IHSS program on a statewide basis. And we would like to develop a more active relationship with you, our Board of Supervisors. To that end, we invite any or all of you to attend meetings or ask questions and familiarize yourself more closely with our work. We meet online on the fourth Monday of each month at 2 p.m. Thank you for your time. And then the members of our board are listed, and I have some additional comments that I'd like to make because there are two items that I think are really crucial to our functioning and helping the clients, the recipients of the IHSS program. So I hope you've been able to look over the survey results. They're 10 years old, but much of the information remains the same, although the statistics have changed, and I'd like to give you a brief update. In 2012, the number of care providers in Humboldt County was 1,514. In 2022, there are 2,170. That's an increase of 43%. In 2012, the recipient caseload was a little over 1,500. In 2022, it's 2,396, and that's an increase of 54%. The statewide increase is 33%. So you can see we have 45%, the state has 33%. We're increasing our recipient caseload at a much greater rate than the statewide. So that's something to consider. The survey, let me find my place here. Okay, there's now a statewide care provider crisis, which means that those who need care just aren't getting it. This crisis is magnified in Humboldt County, which must contend with wide-flung geography and rural conditions throughout much of the county. The survey results and comments show that among the greatest problems is finding and retaining care providers. One of the key factors is wages. If workers are not getting a commensurate wage for their services, they're not likely to stay with the job regardless of their dedication. The IHSS program is a complex system involving federal, state, and county entities. Many of the improvements that could happen are necessarily slow because of this. However, the wage shortfall is something that we can address here and now, and I urge you to consider this when you negotiate the contracts. And there's another point I wish to address. In the body of my report, I mentioned the CICA, the California In-Home Supportive Services Consumer Alliance, and they're dedicated to support and improve the work of advisory committees. There are, I want to say many, maybe not many, but there are quite a few counties that don't even have advisory boards, for example, and although it's state mandated, it's just an unwieldy and difficult prospect to recruit people who are going to stay with it and be active. So anyway, the CICA has recently joined an effort to restore the previous budget allotted to the advisory committees. And as I just mentioned, in 2011, our budget was reduced from $56,000 to $6,000 a year. And even with the wide support of many statewide organizations, including CAPA, the California Association of Public Authorities, this item failed to get on the budget for this year. In spite of our disappointment, we will continue to work for this reinstatement. It may still be possible to put a trailer bill in place. Our budget provides for funds for outreach, education, and training, especially for recipients, to help them become more effective managers of their own care. which many people aren't. They are responsible for hiring, managing the workload, scheduling, and as you can guess, some people just aren't really equipped to do that and can do it with help and also with training. And I know that members of the IHS staff do help them with that, but training is also crucial. So, advisory committees also give a voice to the very people the program is there for. If you agree that our budget should be restored, I encourage you to write or call members of the Budget Committee, the State Budget Committee, and our local representatives and let them know that you support this important reinstatement. And I would like to let you know that Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors and Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors have signed on to a letter to support this. And I would like to also emphasize that this entire budget comes from the state, not anything to do with the county, which we just heard a long expo of the county budget. So I'm sure you might like to know that it's not any responsibility of the county. It all comes from the state. And if we could get that, and again, $56,000 per county, as one of our, the president of our Cio board said, that's budget dust. It's just nothing, you know. So I'm hoping that you'll consider some of this, and I do have Jim Wood, who's on the budget committee. I have his Eureka address and phone number, and Mike McGuire, who is a state majority leader, who's our representative also in the Senate. He also has an office here, and I hope that you will consider supporting us in this matter. It's very important to us. So thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you, Margaret.
I would like to start by apologizing. I thought my phone was turned off.
Oh, it was you.
That was my son.
Oh, we were blaming other people while we were looking at the audience.
Darn. Yeah, I think it was Connie Beck's son that was calling.
Yeah.
So I would like to thank you for putting me on the advisory board last year. It has been a true blessing in my life in a very peculiar way. I think those of you that know me know how passionate I am about seeing the IHSS program be the best it can. That is just constantly on my mind. So thank you for doing this. You always think you know everything about a program you've been involved with for so many years you can't even remember, and all of a sudden you're on a board learning so many more things that will help you do your work in the program. So I want to say thank you for that. And yeah, please support us. We work hard. Thank you.
Thanks, Vivian.
Great, thank you. We may have questions for you. Supervisor Madrone had his hand out.
Oh, yes, questions.
Questions, answers. So you mentioned the number of clients, I think it was. How many clients are there out there right now that can't find a provider in Humboldt County?
I'm working on getting that information.
It's significant, isn't it?
It is significant. We get a report. We have seated on our committee staff members from IHSS, Carrie Schrock, who is the department head, I think, for that, and she provides us with statistics. But one of the things that I wanted to see was a breakdown by zip code, and I have one from years ago that shows the number of recipients and the number of care providers in each community, zip code in the county, and she's preparing something like that for me. But there's, I think, I can't remember, I don't want to be wrong, so I don't want to quote, but it is significant. I personally know 3 people that can't find a care provider now. If I know 3, there's got to be 100 out there or more, you know, that, and a lot of times they can't do the work that is required, their schedule is weird, you know, there's a lot of variables that affect all of this, and I don't know, but it is a crisis. It is a crisis. That's why we're spending our resources trying to recruit providers, primarily, and also members for our board to continue this kind of work.
Right, and the number of providers, I mean, some of the providers help 2 or 3 people, so.
That's right.
So
Yeah, that's right.
there's the number of people that want care, there's the providers, and then there's those that aren't able to get a provider.
So I think it might be as high as 20% of hours go unused because there's no one to work them.
So the hours are allocated based on the number of clients that apply and are eligible.
No,
No?
based on need.
Based on need.
Based on need. So we get people, I talk to people all the time who say, I have the hours, I just don't have the person.
Right.
And there could be lots of different reasons why, you know, where they live or the needs they have. So, but that's a high number, 20%, almost 20%, I think.
Yeah, yeah. And SEIU workers who work for IHHS are state employees? Is that correct, or?
No.
They're county employees?
No.
No, they're
No, they're not.
private.
It's a confusing situation.
Yeah, they're like, almost like an independent contractor.
Okay.
But their check comes from the state.
Okay.
So the county pays 17%, but you're not part of a retirement plan or health benefits or anything. It's a weird,
Right.
it's a weird
And we
thing.
currently pay, what, 50 cents above the minimum wage?
Yeah, right. Yeah, but-
So
yeah,
15.50 or something right now, 16?
No, 15.50.
15.50, yeah. And then you don't get any mileage either, right? I mean, it must be killing the workers with the gas prices right now.
Right.
I mean, it's the doubled prices. I keep hearing these national averages of $5 a gallon. I'm like, what?
They haven't looked at.
Try
the whole
7.
county.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway,
The way it works is that the recipient is the employer. And so if you have, if you're a care provider and you have 3 clients, say, you have 3 different time cards, 3 different paychecks.
Wow.
And when you go to do your taxes, I encountered this one time, I had over 10 clients, and each one had a separate listing on the income tax. That just gives you a scratch at the surface of how complicated it is.
yeah. Well, thank you for all the work you guys are doing.
Certainly.
Yeah, and thank you. And I've never heard a presentation in the 12 years I've been here, so I appreciate that.
Well, I hope that we can establish a friendly relationship, and I'll be back
I'm sure we can actually,
with some other information
Yeah.
in the future.
well, I'm sure we could put something on the calendar as like a reminder. I do have a question for our CAO with the dollars, the issue with the state. It seems like even though it's not necessarily our issue, it seems like it directly impacts some services that get provided. Is that something that would fit within our platform to at least send a letter asking the state to, you know, I'm sure we could get more information on what it is, but to make that number a little more whole than, 56,000 down to 5,000?
I would have to run that through Sean Quincy, our legislative pro, but we can definitely look into that and confirm if it falls in line with the platform, and if so, draft a letter. If not, we can certainly return for your board to execute a letter to be sent.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Is there anyone who's in the public here wishing to comment on this item? All right, is there anybody on the phone? There are no hands up. So we'll go back to the board. And we do have an action of recommending the appointment of 3 individuals that are in, one of the last names I don't think I can say. So maybe staff would like to give us a Olschlager? Okay. Okay, I think we're good. We got him in here. Supervisor Madrone?
I would move approval of all 3 appointments.
All right. And
Second.
Public comments, so I think we got what we need, except my computer went to sleep. Mine hasn't come up yet, Nikki.
Okay, I'm not sure what's happening right now, but I'll do a roll call vote.
Sounds good.
The one time Supervisor Bohn can vote and nobody else can.
Well, that's unusual.
Okay, starting over, Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
and Supervisor Bohn. Yep. Thank you, motion passes 4-0.
All right, so now we're going to adjourn as the governing body of the Humboldt County In-Home Supportive Services Authority. Am I correct? Love those. And we're reconvening in the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. Okay, we are getting close to a time crunch. I have been told Ryan is guessing maybe 20 minutes for the drought presentation. He said max, so I like the way that sounds. We'll see how it goes. And then hopefully we can get the appeal in quickly for that, John. No guarantees depending how many questions are asked, but definitely we'll try. So Ryan, is that your strategy? We're gonna.
Yeah, the whole presentation's on there. You guys have a good day.
That is like the best, shortest presentation. Yeah.
Make a motion to accept the presentation.
And again, I never know when these things are on. All right, well, thank you for having us today, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a long overdue drought presentation. So we do have some slides to accompany us today. I'm going to pretend that I'm a meteorologist for a few minutes and talk about some drought predictions and some fire weather. And okay. So attached to this item, as well as up on the screen, is the most current U.S. drought monitor. These are released and updated every Thursday morning. And as you can see, most of the county is still in what's called a D2, or severe drought intensity rating, with a small portion of the northwest corner being in a moderate drought, and a tiny corner of the northeast being in extreme drought. So currently, if we look into the summer months, National Weather Service is expecting equal chances of either below or above average precipitation, which means we don't know. But because we're entering into the summer months, we can expect drier season, and what that really translates to is no relief for drought over the summer months. And it also speaks to some uncertainty what the fall and winter months might bring in terms of precipitation. But if you look at the second image up here on, I guess, my right, that's the seasonal temperature outlook. And we are expecting slightly above, 33 to 40% above average temperature for the period of July through September. So with uncertainty in precipitation, with expected above average temperatures, we can expect a pretty hot, dry summer, which, as we'll get into in a little bit, kind of sets the stage for potentially a severe fire season. What we're looking at here is the seasonal drought outlook. This is from June 16th through September 30th of this year. And really what it's saying is we're expecting drought to persist at least through the end of September for most of the western United States, including California. And uncertain what's going to go on beyond that 3-month period, but if we look at the summer months as kind of a lull in precipitation, unless we start seeing above average or normal precipitation accumulation in the fall and winter months, it's unlikely that we'll see improving drought conditions moving past September. I'm going to try and go through these as quickly as I can. But what we're looking at here is accumulation of precipitation for 2021-22, 2020, and 2021. Compared to normal, as well as a comparison to the 2013-14 drought and our lowest year on record, which was 1976 through 77. So as you can see in this graph, indicated by the green line, that's our current year-to-date water accumulation, or precipitation accumulation, rather. And we're still well below what the average, or normal, for this time of year should be. And if you look at the comparison between this year's rain accumulation and last year's, we're entering into the summer months at a really similar rate as what we saw last year. So that's fairly concerning and kind of speaks to this prolonged year-long or potentially longer drought conditions. This confusing-looking slide is showing kind of a longer timeline of drought in Humboldt County, starting in 2000 through January of 2022. And you can see in the 2014-2015 range, that's when we saw the most severe drought in recent history, indicated by the red and dark maroon. Those are long periods of extreme or exceptional drought in Humboldt County. And if we look at where we're trending towards in 2022, we're starting to see more of that D3 extreme drought. And when we look at the U.S. Drought Monitor, that's really a snapshot in time. It's based on seasonality of precipitation. You're going to see increased intensity in the summer months when there's a lack of rain, and likely a reprieve in the winter and fall months as we start seeing more of our wet season. So we have to look at it from kind of a year-long perspective to really understand what the impacts are going to be. And this is going to be my last slide before I transition it over to Hank, who is on Zoom. But this is looking at the Northern California's, we call it the GAC, it's the Geographical Coordination Center. It's a mouthful. But it's essentially CAL FIRE's predictive services looking at significant fire potential in the northern region. And as we can see by these three images, we're currently, in June of 2022, at above normal significant fire potential for much of the interior of Humboldt County. And that's expected to continue through August and then expand westward to the coast in September. So for what that translates to me is expect more of what we've seen the last 5 years in the coastal region, which is big, devastating fires, hot conditions that are conducive to quick spread. And what we're doing to prepare for this is revisiting our training plans, our internal policies and response plans, and starting to do a lot of outreach in the community to inform them about how to get notified and how to prepare for what could essentially be another devastating year in the summer months for Humboldt County. So with that, I think I kept mine to 3 minutes. I'm going to pass it off to Hank Seaman to talk about Eel River flows.
All right, you set the stage. Thank you. Welcome, Hank.
Hello, how's my audio?
Good.
Great. One of the consequences of drought is a reduction in water flow within our rivers and creeks and streams, and reduced flows are a concern for water supply, our aquatic ecosystems, water quality, groundwater recharge, and recreation. And the effects of drought really vary from watershed to watershed, location to location, and then time of year. And so as an example, we can look at the effects of drought on the Eel River with some data. Can you go to the next slide? Do you see the hydrograph? Yeah, so the yellow line here is flows in the Eel River at Scotia last year, and the blue line shows the flows through the current year. And we normally think of a water year as starting October 1st and going through September 30th. And this year and last year had about the same amount of rainfall as shown in Ryan's slide, about 25 inches over the year. But this graph shows that there was significant differences in the timing of when that rainfall occurred. And you can see we had an early rain event in late October, and then we had some rain in end of December and January, but then it was really dry through January, February, March, and into early April. And then we were really fortunate to have rainfall in the bulk of April that boosted the flows in the Eel River and other rivers and creeks in the county. Next slide. This shows the same time period and just shows the 2 previous years and gives you a sense of context for overall flows in the Eel River. And you can see the orange line is 2019. That was an above normal rainfall year. And you can also see just how unusual that October, storm system and boost in flows we had this last year. Next slide. And here I just wanted to zoom in to the time period from April 1st through the end of July. And you can see, again, how things were looking really poor in the beginning of April, where we were in a worse condition than last year, comparing the blue to the yellow. And then we had that rain event, boosted the flows. And then we also got some rain in May and June, which was great. Each month had about 1.5 inches of rain, and that helped give a little bit of a boost in flows. And it also helped with, supporting vegetation. And that also allowed agricultural producers to delay when they started irrigation. So a lot of the irrigation in the Eel River Valley started probably in the beginning of June. Next slide. And this looks at just what we might expect over the next few months. So our current conditions are the blue line, and you can see that we're doing better than we were last year in terms of flows in the Eel River at Scotia. So we're kind of on track with where we were back in 2020, which was a dry year, but not necessarily a critical dry year. Next slide. And finally, this is just an example of the data that members of the public and anybody can access on the USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey website, and it shows the flows for June compared to the long-term average. And so you can see that we're trending below average, but the previous graphs show that, I think what we can expect over the next few months is that our flows will be relatively low. They'll be below average, but they won't be as bad as they were last year, and they won't be as low as they were during our historic dry periods of 2014 and 1977. So that ends my update on the Eel River.
All right, thank you, Hank. Now, who's next?
Next, we're going to pass it to David Giuliano to give an agriculture update. I believe he's joining us via Zoom as well.
All right, thank you.
My audio okay?
Yep.
Okay. So kind of reiterating what Hank said about the late rains, it has definitely been beneficial for livestock in the county. It's kept grass growing in the hills. We're actually seeing some cattle being brought into the county from drier areas because we still do have available forage. So that's good for now. As the summer moves on and heat increases, we'll see where that goes. But as for right now, we're doing okay on that front. In addition, USDA through the Livestock Forage Disaster Program and Emergency Livestock Relief Programs will be sending out payments to cattle producers that have applied for economic loss during 2021 from drought and wildfire. And there's also potential for increased payments as to increased cost for getting cattle to forage or bringing in forage from outside to the cattle. So that's a new program that's coming through the Emergency Assistance for Livestock, Honeybees, and Farm-Raised Fish Program. And that'll be available as well. So for right now, it's looking better than certainly than it was at the start of the year. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Oh.
Here, there's the on button. Thank
Welcome.
you. My name is Mario Calsa. I'm Director of Environmental Health. And I'll be providing an update and recommendation on Senate Bill 552, real short update on dry well reports and hazardous algal blooms. 552, this is new bill, and I've mentioned it before in previous drought task force updates to the board. This bill outlines drought contingency planning requirements for small water providers, state water resource agencies, and counties. Counties are required to establish a standing drought task force to facilitate drought and water shortage preparedness for state small water systems and domestic well users. Additionally, counties are to develop a drought and water shortage preparedness plan that can be a standalone plan or part of an existing or new county plan supporting state small water systems and domestic well users. Drought plans must assess potential risks and consider solutions for short-term and long-term needs, steps for implementing solutions, and funding sources available for implementation. In our county, the scope of this challenge includes 23 existing state small water systems and roughly 2,700 permitted water wells. Senate Bill 552 speaks to domestic well users. As our database at Environmental Health doesn't track use, this number includes both commercial and ag wells in addition to domestic supply wells. As a task force, we have a recommendation. A compliance strategy would include formation of a 552 working group tasked with development of the specific plan to satisfy the mandate and ensure resilience of our rural families as the drought continues. The working group would comprise of 2 members of the drought task force, 1 staff from planning, 1 staff from environmental health, 4 to 5 members from stakeholder groups as yet undetermined, and we would encourage operators of state small water systems to participate in that conversation. Dry well reporting. We haven't had any new reports of dry wells submitted to our office, and we haven't seen any reflected on Department of Water Resources, but we want to encourage folks to contact us directly or Department of Water Resources if we can help them report their dry, if their well is failing in productivity. There's good news in related to hazardous algal blooms. As flows falls, as Hank described, associated with summer and with drought and with climate change. The good news is that there have been no reports of hazardous algal blooms, and recent testing has shown that cyanotoxins produced by hazardous algal blooms are below trigger levels at Big Lagoon at least. The bad news is that a state program to support local sampling has been discontinued. So we'll have less capacity to respond, but we do encourage folks to let us know when there are concerns or reports of hazardous algal blooms. Staff will provide visual inspections and post signage when swimming holes look questionable, but we should all be aware of the potential dangers associated with hazardous algal blooms and avoid swimming and prevent your dog from swimming in slow-moving or stagnant water. Thanks for your time. This is our contact information at Environmental Health, and next, John Ford will speak about resiliency coordinator position.
Director Ford.
Thanks, Mario. So good morning, John Ford, Planning and Building Department. In a previous report, the Drought Task Force suggested that the position of the Resiliency Coordinator be assigned to the Office of Emergency Services. A lot of that was due to the number of projects that existed within that department and wanting to address those projects because they were related to resiliency. As we've continued to study that, we've kind of come to the conclusion that it's hard to get a position like this to fit within the Department of OES at a level which would be empowered to address the existing project needs and also to be involved in the policy development and implementation. We do believe that the resiliency coordinator needs to be a leadership role and have resources and staff support to be effective. So what we would like to do is that we would like to bring back to the board, we apologize, it's a little late, but bring back to the board in August a recommendation on how to really develop a resiliency coordinator position to coordinate with all the different efforts that are currently underway from development of the climate action plan. The board has also assigned and directed that a committee be put together to work on climate adaptation and implementing the climate action plan. So this is not something that just gets created and operates in a vacuum. It would be a position and a role that really coordinates many different agencies, departments within the county to work together. Happy to answer any questions when we're done. I'm going to turn it back over to Ryan now.
All right, thank you, John. So last thing that we want to discuss today is a suggestion. We don't have it as a recommendation in our staff report, but in our last two meetings, the Drought Task Force has been discussing the longevity of the state's drought proclamation. It was Executive Order N-7-22 issued back in March that established the drought emergency for all 58 counties in California. And our recommendation or our suggestion would be for the board to consider drafting a letter to the governor's office requesting that they, or that he rather, includes an exemption in the statewide emergency proclamation for the renewal requirements that the county is required to do every 30 days. It's Government Code 8630 that requires counties to renew a local emergency proclamation every 60 days. And then we have County Code 2210-7, which bumps that up to every 30 days. And we see this as somewhat of a barrier to the continued and long-term work that we're doing. Having to renew this every 30 days when we acknowledge that this is a long-term statewide emergency. And this exemption has been granted previously for the COVID emergency, where it was a statewide, nationwide, worldwide incident that didn't require counties to renew that emergency proclamation every month. So we just want to make the suggestion that the board consider that, and if it is something the board is interested in, I'd be happy to draft a document for you to consider next month when we come back. But other than that, that concludes our report for today. So thank you.
All right, I know Supervisor Bushnell had a question, and Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you through the chair. So when would with the hiring freeze, how would that look?
That would be part of the recommendation. It may be something that we put together as part of a package, but then don't fund it.
Until after?
Right.
Thank you for that. My second question is with the working group, the suggestion for with Mario for the working group. When would that? When would if it's approved or through the board?
Where's the on button here?
You're on. You're on. When would that take place, and what would be the result? I mean, what would be the goal of that group?
The goal would be to create the drought contingency plan for state smalls and domestic water wells. The timeline, we would come together as a drought task force to get the details on who would be appropriate stakeholders and which drought task force members would also be on that workforce and what other groups, and develop that timeline. The mandate from the state is not specific to a timeline, and we have one staff from environmental health that has committed to work with Department of Water Resources in developing a guidebook. And in return, Department of Water Resources is going to help us customize that guidebook to meet the needs of our local environment and our local stakeholders, and customize it to our community. So drought task force members of the public would contribute with their perspectives, and staff from planning and environmental health would draft the plan.
Who's going to pick the members from the public? And what would be the criteria?
We haven't really discussed that yet as a group, but we're happy to take input.
Should probably come back to the board.
Yeah, I'm not willing to make a motion without having some criteria on how that's going to look, or to, without knowing, so. No, but I'm just saying, I would like a little more information on how the public would be picked.
If I could, we're not asking for you to
Okay.
approve that today. We're only presenting something as, here's what we think needs to move forward before we form a recommendation for a committee or anything like that. We'll bring that back to the board as part of our next report.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thanks, Mario.
Thanks, John.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I appreciate staff's presentation, and would move to receive the report. Appreciate that. As far as comments, and then we can see if there's a second. I'm sure there is. Or we'll see.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Is there a motion? Yeah, I heard a motion.
I'll happily second.
And then I look forward to you coming back. It sounds like there'll be a couple of things coming back in terms of this group, in terms of its charge, in terms of picking members, those kinds of things. And I'm sure you're thinking about this, but integrating this with the climate change position, perhaps? I mean, I don't know. They pretty much kind of tie together, although climate change clearly has a much broader arena of issues and things like that. But whatever we can do to streamline and integrate these things as we move forward for budget, concerns, but to be effective, I think that'd be great. And, in the state smalls category, there's a couple of different types of systems. The ones that are really the most vulnerable right now are the ones that are supported by wells, in particular ones that are close to the coast. For instance, the Big Lagoon, Patrick's Point. They have been experiencing significant drop in their static water level in those wells to the point where they're approaching seawater, right? And there's a threat of pumping in salt water, having that salt water wedge be pumped into their system, which pretty much wipes out their system. In those cases, they're actually sitting where there's tremendous water upslope from springs. If a cooperative effort with Green Diamond can be worked out to access those springs, because the springs aren't subject to salt wedges and things like that. So I think there's some really great opportunity to think about long-term sustainability of these small state systems and helping them to convert to something that's far more sustainable and doesn't have to deal with the saltwater issue. These are very ancient old wells that probably they're running in the end of their lifespan, frankly. But so anyway, some differences there. The smalls that are inland don't have the salt issue at all, but they may still have wells that are drying up. Another observation, the rivers are running pretty good right now, but the creeks are really low. So I think many of the ranchers and other landowners will tell you this. I was in the Mattole all weekend, and I was amazed how high the Mattole River actually was for June 27th. It was amazing, and the water was good temperature, but the creeks are really low. So the rains that we got in May and early June didn't infiltrate so much that the creeks came back up. It really ran down to the rivers, and the rivers are doing pretty good for June. But I also agree that having this, getting rid of the 30-day thing, that's just using up staff time. No matter what's happening climatologically, we're always in a long-term drought situation in California. It's a Mediterranean climate. Well, we're at the northern edge of that. So I very supportive of trying to figure out a longer-term system, whatever sort of ordinance or thing we need to tie into, as you said, Ryan. I think that'd be great, because otherwise we're just wasting people's time on something that, okay, it changed a little this year's wet, this year's dry, but it's really an ongoing thing that we're going to really just have to deal with forever. Thanks.
Cio Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Bass. We seem to be having a little bit of technical difficulty. We're not, the streaming is
okay, and we haven't
halted.
been open to we haven't gone to public comment yet either. So if you do hear this, press *9. But what were you saying?
The Zoom is not, it's not working. Right. The streaming on our website. Do you?
I think it's the stream, not Zoom.
Okay, so if folks are logged in through our Zoom, then they're still able to.
Well, according to
Part-
the screen grab that Brooke just sent me, that's a picture, if she's seeing the same screen grab, it's Granicus, it's not Zoom, so Zoom,
Okay.
I think people can call it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, okay, hold on just, so what exactly?
I think we're good to go, as
Okay.
long as the public is participating through Zoom. Anybody watching it through our streaming is not
Okay.
able to see what's occurring.
All right, yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thanks. So Ryan, if we wanted to have you draft a letter to bring back to us for the 30 days, is that something we would need to make a motion today or just direction?
Through the chair, I think just direction would be fine, and then I can commit to bringing something forward in July, or for consideration with a motion in July, if that works for the board.
That works for me. And I also think it's a good idea.
Thank you.
All right, so we will go to those in person here for public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on this item who's in the audience? All right, seeing none. You should have had your hand up by now if you are wishing to speak. There's one. If anyone else is interested, press star 9 now or we will move on. So we have the one, yes. But I'm telling, I knew that one was going to come up. 0150. I think that's Dottie. Just, there you go, welcome.
Hi, once again, I had to press it more than once, but I'm happy to be here, but I'm confused. This is Dottie Russell, and I'm not always confused, but right now, is this supposed to be the public comment time that was going to be at 1:15 or 1:30, or is this something different?
This is on a specific item. We can't start the other one until at least 1:30.
Okay, so is this on the drought one then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So as far as the drought is concerned, I don't know how much has been addressed, but I was talking to the State Water Board in person in Miranda last week, and they were talking about how shallow the well is for the entire town of Miranda, and that wasn't a good thing. So I don't know how this information, if you all know that, or if you can encourage them to use some kind of request to work on the well, or, what the first step is. But I know that the water board guy from the state said this is not a good thing. And then based on this drought report that I'm just hearing, it sounds like it's even a worse thing than I thought. So, Michelle, maybe you could, with the support of the other supervisors, just kind of check in and see what needs to be done so that they don't get surprised with a problem that hasn't been addressed already. So thanks very much.
All right, thank you. Then we'll go to 7108. And just press star 6.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Bonnie Blackberry, and I just want to say thanks for having this report and the information. I hope what was presented, the slides and all that information, will be on the website, so we could go back and review that. Regarding dry wells, I think there's a lot of dry wells that people are not reporting, and I don't know how you're going to get them to report, but that is happening. And for the resiliency, there's all this for the small domestic wells. I think also needs to be included is the ag wells, because here in the part of the county I live in, southeastern section, there's a lot of wells that I would say more of them are for ag than domestic. So to have resilience in our watershed, we need to look at all these. Yeah, and climate change. I think this is a really big deal, and I hope when who's chosen to be on this group, this working group, that it includes, somebody that's coming from the protect the environment angle as opposed to making money. So thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Bonnie. All right, we'll go back to the board. Supervisor Madrone, we do have a motion and a second.
I just had a couple quick comments.
Okay.
As far as the Miranda well, I would really encourage all of these community service districts to be looking into the funding that's available through the Water Board, as well as the North Coast Resource Partnership. There are millions and millions of dollars available to these small systems, including the state small operators. And Trinidad just recently got $7 million. West Haven got $5 million by applying to these grant programs. There's also grants through the North Coast Resource Partnership. They tend to handle this stuff under about $2 million, and then the larger projects go to the state board. But there's a lot of money in that arena, and if you don't have the technical ability to go after these, you can contact the North Coast Resource Partnership and actually get technical assistance from many of the engineering consulting firms around Humboldt County that are part of a vast technical assistance network. So I would just want to encourage people to look into that, because that's one of the positive things that the drought has done, is provided a tremendous amount of funding to these small systems in particular to increase their resiliency, their water supply, and the rest of it. I also think that ultimately we're all going to, the county could get involved. There's also cities and service districts that are seeking grant monies to provide cost shares to landowners to put in 5,000-gallon storage tanks to do rainwater collection off their roofs to help make their way through a month or 2 month of dry period. 5,000 gallons can actually go a long way. 90 days for two people using about 50 gallons a day, which is not a real hardship. And these 5,000 gallon tanks are actually exempt from the building code, 5,000 and smaller. And in addition, there was a new law a couple of years ago that basically makes these types of rainwater collection storage systems exempt from property tax improvements. So those are a couple of the incentives that the state has put into place, and I'm sure this could be part of the plan. Not only what are the issues, what are the problems, what are the long-term, short-term trends, but what are the resources out there for small systems, CSDs, and others to be able to improve their resiliency and storage and things like that. So just a couple of suggestions, and I'm sure you guys are aware of these things. And I look forward to having this group and reports coming out from it. Thank you.
All right. Well, we do have the vote tab. Most of us, at least, I think, have it up.
If I could just say tomorrow, especially, I'll reach out to the Miranda Service District and see if there's some issues there.
I had to go out and sign back in because mine disappeared. But we can do a roll call if it's okay. I have mine. I had to go out and then come back in.
Okay, I'm happy to do roll call.
You kicked us out.
Thank you for your guys' continued updates and
Yes.
suggestions.
All right. Yeah, 4-0 it is. All right, thank you for being here. And we are going to push through. Yeah, you had, yeah, that's right, he had one. So we are going to go on to the next item, which comes to us from Planning and Building. It is a public hearing regarding homestead.
Chair Bass, I'm sorry to interrupt. IT is asking us to take a brief break so that we can reboot the web.
Okay, so John, do you still want to when we come back?
We can come
How long
back.
the reboot is?
Yeah, why don't we take a break? We'll come back.
You mean after the reboot?
As long, through the chair, whatever your decision is.
I would suggest that we break until 1:30 public comment, and then
We almost did it, Jonah, but yeah. Okay, so we'll officially take this up after 1:30 because we don't know what the technical situation is going to be. John, we got so close. All right, so welcome back. We've had some technical difficulties, but we believe we are now being shown. Yes, we are. At least we can see it. So at this time, we will proceed with comment on items not on the agenda. Currently, we have 3 people signed up. If any of you who are on the phone and wish to make comments on items not on the agenda, press star 9 now. Don't wait, press it now. Thanks. All right, so our first speaker is going to be Charles. Welcome, Charles. You're looking sunshiny today.
My name is Charles Wilson. Let's see now. 70 years ago, I volunteered for the Army to go shoot people because we were going to be endangered by these communists and everything over in Korea. It was 3 years before I was allowed to vote to decide who was going to tell me who to shoot. In those days, the laws have changed. In those days, it was illegal to have contraceptives. They only had when they allowed them, they said to prevent the disease only. And of course, abortions were illegal and all that kind of stuff. Mexico had even worse regulations. I used to give a good portion of my salary to the Ensenada nursing school because it cost $37 for room and board per month plus tuition. And so I tried to help them out as best I could. I was a member of the ZPG. I did Planned Parenthood for 20 years, even though they never ever acknowledged that I gave them anything, or they never sent me a newsletter or anything, so I finally gave up on them. The Population Reference Bureau and a bunch of other, ZPG and all those other ones. So the thing is, I had my own ideas of what should be done, and I tried to do my bit. Genevieve, Stephen, and I have been protesting from the courthouse now for almost 2 years. Come July, or come August, we did 4 months before that in Kauai, and the thing is, we tried to do our bit as far as what is, what we should do and give our opinion. The abortion people say, my body, my choice, which is fine. But the thing is, we have that same idea. My body, my choice. I get to say whether I take the vaccine or not. And sometimes I ran into one woman who said, we can't use that slogan because it's theirs. And I figured, well, we've been doing it for years, and even the North Coast Journal had an article, political cartoon ridiculing us because we might use that slogan. But there's no restriction on our language. And anyway,
All right, Charles.
I hope the best for them, and thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Genevieve.
Oh, thank you. This is Genevieve. Aloha, and all the heat wave who brings some fresh air. Anyway, live one day at a time. So now we talk about abortion, and my own opinions, like I always say, my body, my choice. They had 200 people, we had 3 people. But my point is, the vaccine killing people, nobody out there. But my point is they kind of brainwash us. Right now, a lot of people get a vaccine. I had one person come to me. She said, I take 3 vaccines. I almost died from the COVID. He give me a hug. He said, you let them hug you? Hey, give me a hug. I'm not worried about it because God take care of me. God, that's why I believe in God. You better believe somebody out there take care of you. So what am I talk about? They say abortion, the feminism. To me, that is not feminism. You still have to have a surgical procedure to remove it. And whatever it is, should be an adult to think about the consequences. Your man use a condom and all that. And then don't wait until second trimester to do something. A lot of people are very sad after the abortion, so they want you to see a videotape, like sonogram, before you have the abortion. So there, we all have to think about it. Another practical thing is, men achieve their pleasure sooner than a woman. So women here, they ended up with pregnancy, and then you had to suffer and remove it. And right now, you probably have to take a COVID shot before you get an abortion. So your life is in danger, too. That's why I'm saying feminism, abortion is not feminism. Take charge of yourself, be an adult. And right now, we are proposing 6 months to 11 years old to have the shot. My point is, we all scared into it. We need to feed our kid. We have to take a shot so that we can work. And now the parent bring the COVID to the home, and they give it to the kids. So kids getting the COVID, they can scare you. Oh, take the shot. Looks like COVID is over or something. Don't, boom. I say, no, no more, no mask, nothing. But people are still pushing it, and monkeypox and all that. So my point is, fear is the worst virus, That's why just beware of it, think for yourself, and make your decision. And don't get fooled into everything. Then a lot of people say, I'm not going to take a 3rd shot. I was sick with the COVID for 2 months. Another one, last time I talked about the person who got sick, his wife took the shot. They said his wife got the flu shot one arm, another shot in the COVID on the other arm. That's wrong. Anybody know you don't give it 2 shots. Whoever nurses, whoever give it, you should remember that. Okay, my other song is Take you love and freedom. You know that song. Say, take you vitamin C and D, plenty of fluid and sleep. And stay away from the jab. Que sera, whatever will be. You got your natural immunity. Just remember that. Think for yourself, make your own decision. I love you all. Aloha.
Thank you. Thank you, Genevieve. Hard act to follow. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you, Virginia. I'm just going to carry on with what I left 2 weeks ago, the bar notice. And this is, do you go to law school or legal school? If you went to law school, you learned that law is an outgrowth of religious and ethics. If you went to law school, you learned the complete history of law in the Western world from the time of the ancient Babylonians and Hellenistic Greeks to the present day. If you went to law school, you learned all the various kinds of common law and the verbiage associated with them. If you went to law school, you learned about the Lord Mansfield and the pollution of the British common law with admiralty law in the 1750s. If you went to law school, you also learned how that development triggered violent debate and was one of the causes of the American Revolution. If you went to law school, you learned how this corrupt form of British common law, now practiced as equity law, turned judges into proxies for the British king, allowing them to arbitrarily take the property of the British people, provided the king gets his cut, of course, and give it to the king's cronies, including themselves, under color of law. And that is where law separates from legal. If you went to legal school, this corrupt form of common law, now practiced as equity law, is what you were taught. If you went to legal school, the system making the judges mini sovereigns and reducing everyone else to serfs or slaves is what you were taught. If you went to legal school, great emphasis was placed on finding supportive case law to excuse injustice and procedure, which could be used as another excuse to the same ends. If you went to legal school, what you learned was how to corrupt and pervert actual law and justice so as to better serve the economic greed and political agendas of your masters. If you went to legal school while paying to go to law school, you've been cheated. If you went to legal school, something less than 2% of you receive a certificate to execute actual law, and that's only in admiralty courts. If you went to legal school, you know virtually nothing about your own purported profession, less than about the history of the world. You've paid thousands of dollars for an education you didn't receive. In fact, what you've been trained to do, like donkeys on a treadmill, is to act as British shipping clerks. That's what a journeyman, non-certified attorneys are. And all the supposedly great law schools in this country subverted to that end by British sympathizers who glutted at the king's table on American bread and butter. The very basis of law is ethics, and you have not been taught none. That has been the very furthest thing from your basic curriculum. How does it feel to be so completely, utterly duped, but so pathetically ignorant after spending, what, $300,000 for law school education? Even more to the point, if you're an American, how does it feel to be a part of a gang of privateers pillaging and plundering public trust, robbing your own people for their aggrandizement and unjust enrichment of foreign governments and evil monarchs, living your lives as traitors to American anti-justice? Wake up, sober up, realize just how far behind the curve you really are, and also realize that there are penalties for ignorance of the law. That is the American common law. Just going to skip to the end. Learn how to reestablish your own standing as American and help others reestablish their national political status in the public records of those 50 nation states. Start by reading Brent Winter's The Excellence of the Common Law. That will start you on the long road home to sanity and justice in the country you call home. Considering the penalties involved otherwise, that is not a small recompense. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. All right, and I'm assuming Ryan doesn't want to make public comment on items not on the agenda. Okay, so we'll go to those on the phone. There's two, so if you're listening and you still want to comment on items not on the agenda, this would be the time to press *9. So 0116, Ash, welcome. Just press start. There you are.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ash.
I think this might be a good opportunity for the board to think back to the October 12th decision of option 2, requiring unvaccinated employees to test weekly. With no better way to do that than reflect on some of the statements from former health officer Dr. Ian Hoffman.
Because cases we know can be elevated areas.
As former health officer Ian Hoffman stated, cases can be elevated in highly vaccinated areas, which shows true and local case rates and case counts being higher in fully vaccinated individuals than not fully vaccinated individuals.
Those people, because we still don't have a good sense, strong enough sense of when that COVID positive, fully vaccinated person might not be infectious to someone else.
Former health officer Hoffman also stated that the CDC/CDPH still don't have a good sense when positive testing fully vaccinated people might no longer be contagious to other people.
If that person was fully vaccinated, they would not be required to quarantine. They would be recommended to test at day 3 to 5. But if that person were unvaccinated, they would be required by county quarantine orders to quarantine at home.
Followed by Hoffman stating that if a person was fully vaccinated, they would not be required to quarantine, and they would be recommended to test at 3 to 5 days. But if a person is unvaccinated, they would be required by county guidelines to quarantine for 14 days.
So it's not recommended by the CDC or CDPH to do surveillance on fully vaccinated people.
So, to refresh, it is known that COVID cases can be elevated amongst the vaccinated. It is unknown how long a fully vaccinated person is contagious for with COVID. Yet policy dictates the extremely more restrictive quarantines for unvaccinated individuals than vaccinated individuals. It is not recommended by the CDC to do surveillance on fully vaccinated people. But it is the practice of the county to conduct weekly surveillance on unvaccinated people through mandatory testing. Unless these practices have changed without any major announcements, I recommend ending the discriminatory testing of only the unvaccinated who work for the county. Additionally, an end to the shell of a COVID emergency kept around for the purpose of grasping at future COVID funding. the subject of the City of Eureka's Jab for Job policy. It is absolutely disgusting. It's not right. Just like the testing discrimination at the county level, if it doesn't sit right with you, even if you think your hands are tied, just say something. Be the person in the psychological experiment that stands up and allows others to do the right thing by following suit. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ash. So the only other hand up is 0150. I think that's Dottie. Let's press *6.
Got it. Thank you. So this is Dottie Russell again, and I just want to address this issue of the county fund and what's happening with whether we have money or we don't have money. It might be plus or minus some number of millions of dollars. You know, and then the hiring freeze. We just hired a bunch of people for abatement.
Hey, Dottie.
And then if we do the abatement,
Oh, she's out of bed.
and
Okay.
then
Dottie, hold on.
and then we.
Just stop our time for a second. Dottie, we already talked the budget, so we just want to make sure. But it sounds like you may be going towards the abatement process. Is that more? I just want to make sure we've got you on item not on the agenda since we already.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what you have happening as far as the public comment is concerned. I'm just kind of looking at where this is headed, and you know, everything kind of ties together one to another, and so who's to say if this is on the agenda? As far as I'm concerned, it's public comment. So the public comment for me is that if we hire lots of people for abatements and pay to have things taken away, that's using county funds to spend on these abatements. And then if they're not paid right away, then we're out the money. But then if we haven't paid the bill, then how come they're charging 18% interest? So the whole abatement thing can be so much more easily handled. And right now, the county is paying for some people to get free dumpsters and for other people to not get free dumpsters. So it's very inconsistent with what's happening. And then then when you abate somebody and you tell them that they have to leave and you've created a terrible nuisance because you had somebody living in something that's not, you know, a perfect 2-bedroom house with a white picket fence, then you're criminalized for doing it. And if you haven't paid the bill to McCullough and everybody else, then you shouldn't be charging the church 18% interest on something that's a bill that you haven't paid. So I don't really understand what's going on. And now the church, the hospital is talking about an eminent domain on a piece of property that can be used for housing. And it's all mixed up. Can't we just get a group of people together that can think about these abatements, how to make it across the board work, and not have an abatement on a church parking lot that should be used for housing that's now being proposed for a parking lot? Now, it's getting really ridiculous, and we need to work together. We can have a parking lot and a housing thing. It's a double lot at the church. So if you just excuse some of the costs of it, then everybody can work together, and you can have a parking lot for the hospital and some housing for the community, and who knows, and it'll cost you less money than.
Thank you, Dottie. So we'll go back to the board. And what I would say is when you're making public comment on an item that's not on the agenda, it's helpful to start with what it is you're planning to talk about, because in this case, a couple supervisors were saying, this was already talked about. So, but then we understood it was about the abatement and other processes. But it was that is why I had asked you to hold up for just a moment. But we got it taken care of. All right. So we'll go now to the item, the public hearing. And first, I'm going to open the public hearing, and Supervisor Bushnell has a comment.
Thank you. So I am going to say that this property butts up to a piece of property that my husband and I own. There's no financial gain or loss due to this permit. I am not going to be recusing myself. I just want to state that for the record.
All right, and is there any ex parte, Supervisor Bohn?
No, there's not. I just want to clarify. Have any of these fees been paid?
Actually not, can we just like get through this piece first? I just want to ask
No,
if
I'm
there's.
just,
Supervisor Bohn, just hold on a second. I don't see any other interest in any other ex parte. So I would like to go to the staff report, and then you can answer Supervisor Bohn's question. That's okay. You don't have to listen to it.
Without people paying their fees. And the fees have been, I'm just going by, I've read 37 pages.
I did too. I've got them right here.
Not been paid, so are we going to tell everybody that they're going to appeal without paying fees? We're opening a door on setting a precedent that should not be set. I feel, unless county council tells me different.
That's perfect. We're already here though. I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying. So this is a bigger question for the bigger picture that you're supposing here. I heard you saying.
We should proceed with the public hearing. The presentations will be given by both sides, and then at that point, we can ask questions as to what facts have taken place up to this point, and then make determinations from there.
And whatever we do, we have to state the reasonings why, make sure they're clear. All right. Okay, Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good afternoon. John Ford and Cliff Johnson with the Planning and Building Department to present the Homestead Collective Weed Company's appeal. This is a bit of an unusual circumstance in that it's an appeal of an approved project. There was a condition added to the project that required a certain setback from a wetland. It was unclear at the time of the zoning administrator hearing what that wetland constituted, whether it was perennial or intermittent. At the hearing, it was understood to be perennial, so it was assigned a 150-foot setback. Subsequent to the hearing, the wetland was determined to be intermittent, so it was 50 feet. In answer to the questions, there are outstanding fees associated with this, and Mr. Johnson will give you more details on the application and a quick summary of the fees.
Thank you, Chair Bass, members of the board. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm not going to go through too much of a presentation. I do have slides that will go into the project itself if the board is interested. But just want to go through this real quickly. So as Director Ford mentioned, this was approved by the zoning administrator on December 17th of 2020. And it's noteworthy that that was not the first public hearing that this project had. It did go to the Planning Commission in May of 2020 with a recommendation for denial, because at that time the applicant was expressing his refusal to pay the Measure S taxes that had been levied as a result of an interim permit being in place. At that hearing, he did agree that he would pay the taxes, and so we continued it, worked with him, and brought it forward to the zoning administrator for approval. As Director Ford mentioned, it was approved with a condition relative to a wetland, and so the applicant did file an appeal. He was able to convince a less experienced staff member at the counter to accept the appeal with a $100 appeal fee. And I'll get into what the fee difference is there. But because that was accepted, we did try to work with the applicant. So the appeal that he filed did state specifically, and this is from the appeal that was filed, that he is only appealing condition number 12, and that is that the applicant shall relocate the cultivation areas that are within the 150-foot pond and wetland buffers. And as Director Ford mentioned, there was some confusion. The biologist's report was a little unclear, but after talking with the applicant, looking into the biological report more closely, we did determine that the wetlands were intermittent, which would require a 50-foot setback under the county's ordinance and a 100-foot setback under state requirements. And so we sent a letter to the applicant in July of 2021 stating that, this was intended to memorialize the discussions that we had. We would apply that condition the way that he had asked for in the appeal, which was that it would be an intermittent wetland with the 50-foot setback. That we had understood would resolve the appeal. The applicant at that time expressed his desire to continue forward with the appeal. We do not know what he wishes to appeal at this point, but that takes us to the second part of this, which is that the board is being asked to not only weigh in on the appeal, but also on taking action on the permit. And one of the requirements for approval of all permits is that the application conform with all of the performance standards. This application is full sun outdoor. It complies with all of those with the exception of this one right here, which is that the applicant is required to pay all applicable application and inspection fees. The special permit application, there's been a total of $7,128.30 of processing costs, and that does include fees to the various referral agencies and county departments. To date, we've received $6,015.80, so there's a total balance there of $1,112.50. I do want to note that we did some quick research, and of the 412 special permits that have been acted on since February of 2016, the average cost is just over $6,000. And so we believe that this is not unusual, especially for a project that's gone to at least 2 public hearings. Takes us to the appeal. The appeal fee, which is in the appeal in the county's adopted fee schedule, would be $1,626. We've received a total payment of $100. So there's a balance due there of $1,526. Lastly, because of the fact that we don't believe that this permit can meets the required findings, we don't believe that the board should be approving this. And so we are recommending that not only you reject the appeal, but that you deny this project based on an inability to make the findings for approval. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
And we can ask questions, but I do also need to give the applicant or appellant an opportunity. Supervisor Bohn, did you want to ask a question of staff?
So there's approximately $2,700 outstanding, is what you're saying? The 1,000, or a little bit less than 27, with the 1,016 and 1,526?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, yes, sir, you'll have up to 15 minutes to present, so, and then we can ask you questions. You should be ADA podium. Yes, you are. No, there's no, it's my button
No?
up here.
It's your button, okay.
Yeah, we hadn't used that one yet today.
15 minutes, okay. I applied when John was hired. I am now going for my final resolution when he almost left 4 days ago. So 6 years for one application is extremely long time. Let's go to the draft resolution right off the bat. Finding 1, the project's already been 2. Finding 2, seek what I'm exempt. Finding 3, this project hasn't paid. What we're talking about paying is $290 for a zoning, I mean, I don't even, this is crazy.
Okay, wait, sir, hold on, can you just tell us, what is your name first of all?
My name is Brian Roberts.
Okay, Brian Roberts, just wanted
Yes.
to make sure. How much time do you think you need? I mean, I'll be willing to go to 20
I
minutes.
need to go over my application because here's what's happened.
Well, sir-
I've been lied to. I've had misrepresentation by Cliff. I've had issues. We've gone to one public meeting. It was then postponed. We had a second public meeting. We had misinformation. It was not published in the time standard. That's a violation of the
All
Brown
right.
Act. There's so
Actually,
many
sir,
mistakes.
we'll have this be part of your presentation. You can have 20 minutes. You can go
20
till-
minutes. Wow. Thank you.
That's
I'm
more
honored.
than
I'm
many
honored.
others get.
If you go to, in their report, pull up the draft resolution. This is item number 2 by the county. If you go to findings number 4, it says I haven't paid my fees. Let's find out why I haven't paid my fees. If you go to my attachment number, pardon me, if you go to my attachment number 16, 17, and 18, can you pull those up, please? In number 16, that is a 2-hour billing for a zoning administration.
We can't pull them up. We've received them all, though.
Oh, you received them all. Okay, so you saw the bill for $290 from the zoning administration. That was 2 hours billed for them to put up my supplemental. The first hearing was December 3rd. It was a non-consent item because my supplemental wasn't added to it, so how am I going to have an argument without my supplemental? We then were put to December 17th. Again, the supplemental, if you look at the staff report and the agenda, it doesn't have my supplemental again. So how was I going to argue anything? So I had to accept whatever the condition of the was done, because I couldn't argue anything. My 30 pages of supplemental was never added. It was just added after the hearing. So that's the first thing. Now, if we go to item 4 on the wetland, first thing is, if you looked at number 13 of my wetland delineation, if you go to page 7, it talks about Kyle Ware. He talks about setbacks. The thing with my pond is this. My pond is 85 feet. I had to do this all on my own because there's no one from, I repeat, no one from the county had contacted me until 28 months after I had applied. Okay, and we'll go over this real quick. But when we're talking about the pond, I measured the pond from the water line. There's a 15-foot bank, so I'm 15 feet short, which is not a big deal, but I understand. Once the wetland delineation was done, I sent it to the Water Board, I sent it to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I don't see them here because they said I'm perfectly fine. Why? All flowing from my area will flow west towards Basin Creek, which is 350 feet away. The pond sits 15 feet above in elevation to the east. I don't know. When I contacted the Water Board, they said the main thing about setbacks is to keep the water from running off to pollute our waterways. Unless water flows up a mountain, you can't get any pollution into my pond. It's above my grow area. So all runoff goes west towards Basin Creek, which is 364 feet away. That's the first thing. My main concern about the wetland delineation is the response. I emailed Megan Ryan, my planner, 4 weeks in a row. I was supposed to be at the Planning Commission back on September 15th. We didn't go to the zoning administration until December 3rd. When the wetland delineation was done in August, I emailed my planner. Got no response. Another Monday, emailed her a second time, no response. Third time, no response. On the 4th email, I said, what is going on? I got an email from Cliff, and Cliff said, we will not work on your project until you've paid your bill. This bill, I argued in the Planning Commission, I said they're using the cost recovery as a manipulation to intimidate me, to harass me, and to go. If you go back to the beginning, we can't pull up cost recovery number 3, can we? Cost recovery number 3 is the first cost recovery I printed. And if we look at the lines, the first date of anything they did on my application was March 12th, a CAV report, cultivation area verification. That's 21 months since that's 15 months since I applied. It took them another 6 months to forward that. So now we're at 15/21, and I'm finally forwarded the CAV report. I go back with a 20-page response, and within 48 hours, I was handed an interim permit. Now, my problem with an interim permit is this. If we go to, where is it? Interim permits, 55.4, 1.0, 1.0, interim permitting and pre-existing cultivation. The only thing to get my permit was to have a CAV report done, which is a satellite verification. It took 15 months to get my satellite verification done. Once I corrected that, it took 48 hours to give me an interim permit. My interim permit came 21 months after I applied. I now had, the state was closing all temporary permits. I had 3 months to apply for a state permit in that time. So I don't know what the 15-month delay was. I don't know why that report for a violation of expansion sat for another 6 months without handing it to me. The significance of all this time delay is on June 28th, Mr. Ford sent out a letter that said, all cannabis operations has changed. Pre-existing cultivation no longer is allowed unless you have a state permit and a county permit. I hadn't even gotten my local county permit because I don't know why. I would like to ask them what took 15 months, what took 6 months to forward it, and then once they corrected it, I now had 4 months. So as soon as I got my thing corrected, I immediately go to Bob Russell because I got a $10,000 tax bill on September 15th that was, and I had already cut down my stuff in the middle of June because on the June 28th letter it said if you do not have both permits in hand, all laws have changed, you are no longer legal. So I cut down everything, but that's irrelevant because you've already paid back my 2018 taxes. So we then go to the Planning Commission. I am now railroaded with bill after bill after bill, and I can't believe you can't pull it up because that was the whole purpose of my argument. Number 9 basically is one of the first staff bills where we get, let me just do it this way. I could easily go one, I mean, my first payment, here's another thing. When the whole argument came because of the Measure S tax, the first email I sent to Cliff was December 12th, and I said, regardless, I want to know who does the appeal for the tax. If there's no appeal, I'm willing to pay it, but please reduce all fees and expenses. In my Planning Commission statement, here's another lie. The first thing it says is on page 4, he's unwilling to pay his taxes for 2008 and 2019. Prior to the Planning Commission, my entire 2019 taxes were paid. So the only thing I was against was the 2018 taxes, which I got handed to me at the end of September for a year I didn't grow. Now, I lost out complete revenue in 2017 and 2018 because I did not get an interim permit. Now, 2019, you all got letters from me, which I sent to the board several times, begging you, saying, listen, I am fully compliant with everything in the state. There's nothing I'm not compliant with. I was begging for anyone to talk to me, how do I go about and talk to someone about this, and I got no response, none whatsoever. The second I went and started arguing this, my cost recovery bills went from $1,500 in 3 years to $2,000 the next month, another $2,000 the following month, and when Cliff said my total is $7,000, he's completely wrong, because I would love to hand you a paper right now from Delilah Moxon, which basically says, where is she at? It's all right in this one here. Delilah Moxon. I tried to go over my cost recovery with her, and I brought 6 copies if you'd all like a copy. Here's my phone records. I spent 38 minutes with her on the phone trying to set up a meeting with Cliff and my lawyer. Not once did we accomplish a meeting with her, okay? Here is her sending me an email, which I have 6 copies of you all for. My total bill is $9,660.14. So when Cliff says it's $7,000, I don't know what he's referring to or who he's even, I don't know what he's doing. These are all the receipts for the bills. Here's a bill from a project, and I don't want to mention the APN number. Their bill is on 10/19/2018. They owe $5,255, and on in March of 21, they're finally saying, we're going to send you to collections. So this bill is 3 years old, but mine's 6 months old. The reason why I didn't pay the $200 and some odd is because I filed an appeal on January 1st of 2020. This is a year and a half later. Appeals are supposed to take place in 30 days. If you would have heard my appeal in February, March, you would have had these bills paid. But for you're talking about 18 months to get an appeal heard? That's absurd. That's not right. I couldn't apply for any emergency grant loans because I don't have a business license. I can't get a business license until this permit is completed. It's been 6 years. Now let's talk about the permit. Because it was 15 months to do a cultivation verification, I had finished every state requirement, not for a temporary, but for a permanent thing. I have not added one more thing, and I am ready for an annual permanent thing. 15 months go by, CAV report. It's done by mistaken. And this is where my biggest question is, sir, Mr. Ford, have you trained any of your staff members? Because when she did the area verification, she made 2 properties as one, and that was a violation. So instead of handing me a violation, I get a letter 6 months later saying, hey, you were violated. You expanded your grow. So the only reason I didn't get a permit in 2017 or 18 is because they thought I expanded my grow, but they never forwarded that information. After 24 months, I'm finally forwarded that information. I go through the entire process. I have my state permit. I have a state provisional. I was one of the first in the county. I didn't move to step 2 until April of 2019. That's 28 months after my application. I finally went to the second stage, which is the processing of the application. Now, what's significant about that is that's when all the referrals go out. Well, here's where my biggest concern is. I fear that retaliation, intimidation, and harassment has been coming from them for this entire part. And part of that would be, if you look at, I mean, you can't pull them up right now, but if you look at the staff report from the PC hearing, there were no major issues. Or that's from the zoning administration. There were no major issues. The only issue is the non-payment of taxes. But again, when we went to that hearing, they claimed I didn't pay 2018 and 19, and I was unwilling to pay. I've always been willing to pay. I have, this notebook is over 35 years old. I had a sign on here that said tax cannabis. That was 30 years ago. I've been an advocate for cannabis for over 30 years. So I don't understand that. So when it comes to this draft resolution, here was what I was going to say. The findings of the special report, the money that I owed, if you would have heard this appeal within 30 days, that money would have been taken care of. I haven't paid that money because I've been waiting for this appeal. I'm appealing the harassment, but they keep on sending me bill after bill. And in the wetland, I'm just wondering, where is the Fish and Wildlife? If they're so concerned because I sent them the report, I sent them the water board, no one cares that I'm 15 feet too close to the pond because it has zero chance for runoff. The only person that cares is Cliff Johnson. I'm sorry, not Johnson. It is Cliff Johnson. My main concern, though, is you had Megan Ryan sent a letter to the Fish and Wildlife, and what she stated was, she's like, we're going to add more conditions, this and this, and this was literally December 3rd of my zoning administration hearing. Now, this is 4 years after my thing. She's saying she's going to add more conditions and more conditions. What Megan didn't realize is I had already had an LSA agreement in place for 2 years, which would be quite embarrassing because when I sent her a thing back saying, you know, I do have, if you go to my conditions of approval, are you allowed to bring up my conditions of approval for this permit? No. That's too bad. Okay. In my conditions of approval, 19 and 20 specifically say that all cost recovery bills are due after a decision. Well, because I appealed, there is no decision. The decision is final once this hearing is done. So once this hearing is done, but here's what I'm appealing. I'm appealing the entire cost recovery as well. You charged me $1,500 in 3 years, and once this issue came up of the 2018 taxes, and I don't want to go into what actually happened because that's a bunch of, it's past tense. But what happened is this. I mean, I don't even know how to say this. It's, I've been harassed and been manipulated by the cost recovery ever since we had an issue with this tax thing. So my thing is, if you could pull up the things, which you can't, it would have shown you how number 9, number 10, and 11, I was billed 10.5 hours for a staff report that was already, Meg Ryan in November sent me a thing saying, hey, we're going for approval, and she sent 2 emails. She worked on my project 1 hour. Go look at all the billing. There's 1 hour of project work on 5/23. And because of that, she didn't have to do anything. I was already approved from the state on every single aspect. My LSA, my water, everything was done. So when the county took my application and sent to referrals, there was not one referral negative, 0. Because no one cares. Everyone, my project is so perfect and easy. It should have been the easiest application that they processed. It should have been done within minutes, because once you did the verification, you saw my things. At first, they gave me 9,000 square feet. I had to bring my notebook and have a meeting with John. And as soon as I showed him my entire notebook, all my evidence, he agreed it was 10,000 feet. He's already reduced the bill several times. But if you look at all the bills that Megan did, 1 hour staff work, and I think I have about 35 hours of staff report for that 1 hour of staff work. That's crazy. A lawyer would lose his bar if he overbilled people. You can't overbill people. And that's my main concern is I've been overbilled. There's 30 hours of staff report for 1 hour of work. I just don't understand how that's possible. So that's my complaint is if you would have heard my hearing in the beginning, I'd pay any bill. I'm $200,000 in debt for 5 years of going through this thing because I can't get a regular permit. I can't get a business license. Without a business license, I'm not going to take on buying another building, setting up more things. You're stagnated me to, I have to wait to after this hearing to find out where I can go. Now, the reason why I'm recommending in the draft resolution, if we still want to go, I still got 4 minutes. More things that were crazy. This appeal thing where I put $100 down and convince someone. How do you convince someone at the planning department to take an appeal for $100? I went in with my $1,750 and I said, hey, this is what I'm appealing. The guy walked away, looked at my thing, left for about 20 minutes, said, this is the first appeal that I'm doing, came back and said it's a $100 fee. I said, fantastic, gave him the $100, walked away. Now, how am I to manipulate someone to get a $1,600 off on an appeal fee? Is that really how? Because if that was the case, I walked in November 4th for an application, and I was denied. They told me I wasn't AE or AG zoning. So I was like, wow, for real? Awkwardly, I had done 2 cannabis registration forms in 2015, 2016. So now when I'm denied at the counter, I was shocked. What did I have to do? I had to go to Green Roads and spend $20,000 on the consulting firm. Then in December, Cliff accepted the application. So here's this problem is, and my main concern is, how much training did John give these staff people? You went from a budget of $6 million to $28 million. Cliff charges me $185 per hour for cost recovery. $185 per hour comes to a salary of $385,000 a year. Meg Ryan charged me $145 per hour. That's a salary of $300,000. And if you, so my suggestion would be, where was your draft recommendations? Under your staff report, the alternative staff recommendations, the board approves the special permit, which has already been approved. The board, I'm suggesting, I'd never agreed to the wetland delineation that he sent me on July 15th. I don't think, he's referring to, on March 18th, Cliff referred to Kyle Ware, my biologist, as an expert. It was during the Maple Creek 4-acre PC hearing. He recommended Kyle Ware's information over the CDF. Now, if Kyle Ware's an expert, in my wetland delineation, he says there's no recommendation for moving everything. There's no chance of runoff going into the pond, which will affect any waterways in California. So I'm recommending drop condition 12, and to be honest with you, I think we should go over all the conditions because I don't think I'm left to where they can come up with something because they don't like me. It's real simple to that. I don't know why. My permit was already completed prior to them even doing one aspect of my thing. So I don't know where I think the animosity comes from, and if you remember 1972, the Stanford experiment, when you give someone certain power, they get a little, it's power craze. And what happened here is I think that's what happened. They didn't like the fact that I was kind of questioning Measure S in 2018 because I wasn't given a permit until the end of the year. Well, how do you tax someone $10,000 by giving a permit in the end of August, September? I went to Bob Russell, said, come check, I'm not growing. You have 3 months before I end cultivation. He never did. But right after talking to him, he did send me 2 extensions. I got a 30-day extension of September, and then I got another year extension. So he did give me something, but he didn't put it in writing. So then a year later, he comes back to me and says, oh, you never paid the tax. And I was like, really? But you already gave me these extensions. We had talked about that. And that was the main issue. So when December 12th came and I told my first email to Cliff, I said, I'm willing to pay this tax, but there has to be a place to go speak to someone about this. You can't tax me at the end of the year $10,000. And here was the famous word, well, you can afford it. That was the main comments I got from people at building and planning. Well, you can afford it. How do they know what some person can afford? You know, and in the one email here, John Ford's response was, he said, well, you're lucky it's not an $18,000 abatement. And my main question is, why would I have been abated $18,000 if I filed 2 registration things, and in here, all I needed was a CAV to get my interim permit? That was 24 months before that happened. 2 years. And in the meantime, I have hundreds, if you look at all applications, we did a public record survey of all applications.
A couple,
I'll be done in 2
please wrap it up.
seconds. If you look at all applications, one, you won't let me do this because I'm not going to do it. But I've got a list of multiple applications that were new cultivation sites that got zoning certificates within 6 to 8 months. I couldn't get a CAV report done for 15 months. So now here's one right here, and if you want to look at the price, and he took 412 things and did an average. Listen, if your software is done, you do the average of every single one. You don't pick and choose 400, because what he did was pick and choose the 400 he liked.
We received all of your documentation and all of your attachments.
Okay.
And so what we're going to do, what the process is now, we're going to go to staff to hear their thoughts. But when it comes to you're being able to talk, you're pretty much going to, I think it'll be questions from the board if there's any questions from the board.
That's perfectly fine. But what I am a bit concerned is, when I put down things in a supplemental to give to you guys, part of it's to play off of it so you could read it as well, so you could see as I'm going, because I had to skip a lot of things. You didn't look at all the bills they did, where I had 10
wait,
I'm just saying.
we got it.
Okay.
I read it, but.
Okay.
So I would go to staff, and then I have maybe some questions, but whatever, do you have anything you wanted to clarify?
Yeah, I think I do, and I wasn't sure, Chair, if you wanted to hear from the public first, if there's anybody.
Sure, we can open that up, and, I mean, we'll do that first, and then you can, if you hear more on there, you can certainly respond. All right, so, yes, okay, I see one hand up. If you're on the phone and listening, please press *9, or we won't know you want to speak, and you'll lose your opportunity. So, first one I saw go up was 6655. Is that correct, Nikki? So, if you're 6655, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have a firm 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just want to say that Brian Roberts is an incredible member of our community. I know his case well, and it's really tragic what the county's put him through. It's really a great example, actually, of how the mega farms have got red carpet treatment and almost like instantaneous permits. Meanwhile, our legacy micro farmers that are permaculture folks, in Brian's case, for example, they're getting penalized more oftentimes post-Prop 64. And I just want to remind you guys that y'all just approved pretty environmentally damaging, just really awesome. Y'all just approved a mega farm not too far from Brian's permaculture micro farm up there that a lot of the public was against. Also, I don't know what the obsession with the wetland is exactly. I worked on the Rolling Meadow Ranch case, and there was lots of issues with wetlands. There was lots of issues with species that were sensitive species and habitat that were under threat as a result of this 8.5 acre project. And I'm just actually really baffled that you're even considering dropping his permit at this point, because all of this started by Brian trying to follow the rules. He cared so much about being in compliance with you guys that he cut his plants. When he got a letter that everyone got, every farmer got the same letter. I think it was in June in 2015 or May or something, like right in the middle after you plant. Everyone got this letter that said you're out of compliance, and basically no one had a state permit at the time. Brian's one of the only people I know that cut his plants because of that. And then the county tried to charge him $10,000 in taxes. And yes, I do see how he's under attack as a result. Maybe it's the Measure S tax lawsuit or something. But anyway, I want to call in and just give my support for him and, remind you that small farmers can't afford these delays. Years and years of not being able to cultivate. The whole purpose of the initial, 5 years of these legacy cultivators coming in, and it was to give them a chance to have a seat at the table of their own legacy and industry. And it is really critical. Every time I call in, I remind you guys, you are not going to sustain this legacy and industry with mega farms.
All right, thank
You're
you.
just not.
I did want to ask, I thought you said your name, but I didn't catch it. Would you mind saying your name again?
You know, Virginia, every time I tell you my name, you write down my number, and I've been denied the chance to make a public comment on several
I have no pen with me, and I was not the one who asked. So, okay, she's not interested in giving the name. It's okay. That's all right. It's okay. We're good. All right.
Thank you. Have a great.
Yes, I didn't. Sorry, when I that's anyway. Yes, we'll go to 0150. I know who it is, but I'm not going to say. How's that? Welcome.
Hi, this is Dottie Russell again, and it'll be such a lovely day when we have to stop arguing over really ridiculous things. So these people applied for a permit. One of the things that really stuck into my mind hearing what's going on with this is that there's been delays, there's been some things that were misunderstood, there's been some bills that weren't really clear, but a really heavy-duty comment that was made to me is, you know, that somebody said, well, you can afford it. And that's just an unbelievable thing, because I've been saying for at least 2.5 years, why are they picking on me? I mean, I'm not doing things that 25 people that are my neighbors are doing. What am I doing that is getting all this attention? And so if, you know, maybe it'd be a good idea if maybe, you know, Supervisor Madrone would like to look at my bank accounts, because you can see that I don't have a lot of money. And so trying to get me to keep paying money and other people like this guy paying money, come on now, let's work together. There is no excuse for somebody saying something incorrectly. There's no excuse for sending out a bill that doesn't work. There's no excuse at all for saying, well, this person can afford it. And it certainly does look like you're targeting people that may or may not have any money. And the bottom line is, it doesn't matter if somebody has a lot of money or doesn't have a lot of money. The point is, this needs to be honest, it needs to be fair, and people need to be treated with respect. And to have this guy, you know, messed around with all these years is completely inexcusable. And honestly, what's happened to me is too, and what's happened to the churches too, but this guy's even lost more. So I think that we need to get together, figure out how we're going to make this particular thing right. Then when you fix that, what's right, you can fix the Yeehaw and the people that are up in Salmon Creek, and then you can figure out what to do about the Christian Science Church that was inappropriately and illegally handled. So let's don't make mistakes. It's not good to spend all of our money on lawyers. Let's spend the money on our community. We need a product to sell. We need to have an economy that's going to keep us all alive. And for people that have been in this industry for a long time, they paid everybody's bills. They paid for every bill for every business in this entire county. Whether they were supposed to or not is another story. That's what happened. They paid it. They made it famous. They paid everybody in this entire county money. And now to screw with them is inappropriate. So I strongly suggest that before we really have a crisis on our hands.
Thank you, Dottie. Okay, there's another hand up. 0116. Press star to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ash.
Hello, yeah, this is Ash Teeter. I do not know the gentleman that this hearing's about, but I do know other people who work in the cannabis industry, and I'm reflecting back to what was, you know, promised originally, like other people have mentioned, you know, that the small farmers would have 5 years to, you know, come up to speed, and that just totally got thrown under the bus when, you know, instead of just issuing single permits, you know, they started issuing multiple permits for whoever could afford it. And then to stretch things out like this for the little guy and it just did not give them time to catch up. So, and also just on the comment about, you know, assuming that people can afford stuff. I mean, life is not cheap. I mean, look at inflation these days, and doing anything out in the woods, it's, you know, it's just more expensive. So please take that into account, and thank you.
All right, thank you. No more hands up, so we'll go back to staff for comments, and we may have some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Do want to clarify some things. So it has been 6 years. And I just want to take the board back to a period of time where in 2016, when the ordinance was adopted, there was an allowance for people to grow at that time. And recognizing that when the state licensing would start, people needed to have a local permit and a state license. That did not happen until January 1st of 2018. For Chair Bass and Supervisor Bohn, you're on the board at the time. We recognized that in order for people to be able to cultivate, we weren't going to process 2,700 applications all at once. We modified the CMMLUO to allow people to get an interim permit late in 2017 because the deadline the state established was January 1st of 2018. And so what we did is that we modified the ordinance, and part of the modification resulted in a requirement to do the cultivation area verification. That was not in place in 2016. That came about at the end of 2017. In doing that, we did incorrectly identify that Mr. Roberts was cultivating on the adjacent property because the GIS places property line over an adjoining property with additional cultivation on that. That was worked out in 2018. That was resolved. And the fact of the matter is, he has been allowed to cultivate every year since 2018. Even in 2017, before there was a requirement for a state license, he was allowed to cultivate. That was the gray market period. I just want to say that I thought we had worked out the issue with his pond. That is not an issue for us in this discussion. We do believe that his biologist that did the wetland delineation is perfectly capable of doing that. We trusted that work. It identified that there was water in the pond in August. That would normally be a perennial pond, something that has water in it year-round. That's why the zoning administrator, who was me, I struggled with it. I remember this graphically. I struggled with whether or not to say that it was an intermittent pond or a perennial pond. But the fact that in August it had water in it was evidence that it may be perennial, so I chose the more conservative path. Now, in terms of the cost recovery and words like manipulate and coerce there, I don't know what to say to that except to just respond with facts. When Mr. Roberts and other applicants have come into us and talked to us about they feel like the bill is too high, we often take time to go through the bills, to thoroughly evaluate them, and to remove things that we see that may be too much of a charge. The fact that he spent 38 minutes,
Do you want to answer questions now, or would you?
I can answer questions
Okay,
now.
Supervisor Bohn.
So, because I've never heard it said, and I'm in there quite a bit and everything else. Is it habitual for the staff to say, don't worry about it, you can afford it? Because I didn't hear a staff member's name mentioned. I just heard it was said.
Bob Russell.
Huh?
Bob Russell.
Okay. Is that a standard answer?
I really have trouble believing that Bob Russell said that. I don't think a staff person would say that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a
Please
comment,
continue. No, not at this time. We're still having staff respond. And if someone wants to ask you a comment, then they will.
I think part of the evidence of what I was saying in terms of Delilah Moxon is empowered, and I appreciate the work she does to evaluate bills and work through bills with people. She talks to Cliff, she talks to me, and if she has questions. The fact that Mr. Roberts mentioned that he thought his bill was $9,000 and Mr. Johnson identified that it was closer to $7,000, that reflects the fact that we already cut at least $2,000 off that bill. And so I think that it goes to the point that we have attempted to work with Mr. Roberts throughout this entire process to get him to a place where he can be approved, where the bill is fair. I have looked at the billing statements, and I understand the concern where there's billing for time in public hearings. When you have multiple public hearings and you have staff sitting in a public hearing, we do work on a cost recovery basis. That does get expensive. And we don't like that, but that's the reality. I think that one of the ironies here that I just wanted to bring up is that we show this permit as having been approved. It wasn't until recently that we recognized that there was not agreement that the appeal issue had been resolved. And that's when we began to schedule it and bring it forward. So had he contacted the state to move from a provisional license to an annual license, the staff would have looked in the computer system and identified that it is an approved permit and would have allowed it to become an annual license. You know, we did make a mistake going back to the false start way back in 2017-18. That cost a little bit of time. There's no doubt about that. But I think the fact of the matter is where we sit today is that we got in front of the zoning administrator. We were able to, we thought, resolve the outstanding issue with the setback to the wetland. It had an approved permit. We thought we resolved the bills, and at least from our perspective, what we felt was perhaps duplicative or could have been interpreted to have taken too long. We cut that out, and so that's as fair as we can possibly be. And I know that people listening to this think that we have horribly mistreated Mr. Roberts. That has not been our intent. We don't coerce or manipulate anybody. And yes, we do train staff. We work very hard to have staff operating from the same run rules and operating standards. We do have turnover. We do have new people coming in. So there often are mistakes that are made, but overall, we're moving in the right direction. And frankly, in the last 6 years, we have learned an awful lot also.
All right, thank you. I have Supervisor Bohn, then Bushnell, and then I wanted to ask Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, through the chair. What is the basis of the appeal? I don't understand what we're appealing.
It's my understanding the basis of the appeal was on the condition number, I think it was 12 related to the wetland setback.
To the setbacks? That was what the appeal was filed for?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have not spoken with Mr. Roberts for, I think, well over a year probably. But as far as ex parte, so it doesn't, I haven't spoken with him since this appeal came forward or anything else. We did speak probably 2 or 3 times, maybe a year and a half ago.
I think it was once about a year and a half ago.
Yeah. I mean, I recognize you're frustrated with the process and the delays and how long things took. I know a lot of people are frustrated with that. But I also know staff are good people and trying their best to manage a massive workload, changing policy from 1.0 to 2.0, just lots of stuff. We could spend a whole lot of time litigating that. You could spend money on lawyers and go after all kinds of things, and that's really your choice of what you want to do. But I would love to see you be able to move forward, and it seems to me that really it would have been best before the public hearing was opened. But I mean, as a board member, I'm only one vote, but I'd be more than willing to say, cancel the appeal, cancel the fee, of which you only paid $100, so we really shouldn't even be here hearing an appeal, frankly.
I agree with you.
I think Supervisor Bohn is correct about that, you know, in all fairness. But it really seems to me you've got a really simple way to finish this and be done with it and move on. And I think in your heart, that's probably what you want, is to be able to move on, plant the ground, and do your project. So, you know, dropping the appeal, that's $1,500. I mean, if we stick with this appeal, you only paid $100. That's another $1,400. You know, that's more than the remaining balance on your other bill of about $1,000. So drop the appeal, pay the remaining fees, keep your special permit, get your annual from the state, because then they'll say, yeah, he's got his permit, and move on. I mean, really, why can't that be a solution, right?
That was the solution.
But why isn't it now? Because frankly, condition
No.
12 doesn't apply anymore, Mr. Roberts. They've already agreed that it's a seasonal, even though it may very well be.
But no, they still want me to move 350
No,
feet.
no, that's not my understanding. My
Actually-
understanding is that that's all been cleared up, that if it's a seasonal pond, it's a 50-foot setback, your entire garden is more than 50 feet away. Nothing has to be moved.
I agree with you.
That's already been resolved.
Actually, we'll have, if we have questions for you.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm just trying to offer
Yeah,
you
no, I understand.
a third-party perspective on, I really think that there's an opportunity here for you to move on. And we could just drop this appeal. Of course, that takes a vote of this board. And you pay the remaining $1,000 or whatever of your fees, rather than this $1,500 appeal fee. And you don't have to remove any of your garden, and you move on. You know, it's like, well, that's the solution I think you ought to be looking at, but I can't tell you what to do.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn, then Bushnell.
I'm gonna have a real hard time dropping an appeal hearing that we're 60% of the way through. I mean, the horse is out of the corral, but you're saying, hey, we'll just drop that. I mean, and you know, I've heard earlier, $5,000, that's not that much, and this is that. I mean, it all counts. But I mean, I'm hearing now that we're under complete disarray. I read, and I'm a inadequate, simple person, that it was only 50 feet. And we're sitting here hearing that he doesn't realize it's just 50 feet. Excuse me. Anyway, I'm just saying, I would not vote to take the appeal away, because we've already had the appeal. So if you would have brought this up 2 hours ago and said, hey, let's just drop it and run with it, hey, dandy, we didn't have the appeal. But we've had staff time, we've had our time, we've been here for an hour and 20 minutes extra listening, and I'm more confused now than I was before. I've got 3 hours into going over and over and over again this litany of you're wrong, this, everything else. And I mean, you know, it just sounds like we're having an argument to have an argument. I don't know how many people go through the planning and building department, but you're the least of their worries. I can guarantee you. I don't think they have a
100%.
hard-on for you. I don't think they're upset with you. I don't think there's anything there unless it's all made up on your own little thing. They're too busy to hold grudges. They've got to get stuff through. And I think by the looks of everything I've seen Supervisor Madrone came up with a great idea right now, and I'm about 2 seconds short of making a recommendation of staff's recommendation. So if you want to figure out how to backtrack, write a check, and make this go so you can have your 10,000 square feet and follow up. But I'm not going to deny the appeal and everything else. But we can walk out of here for $2,700, it sounds like me, and I don't think I'm going to settle for anything less. If I'm right, that's what's outstanding. That's what we're talking about.
Correct.
Okay,
I don't know. I'll loan you a couple hundred of it.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Mr. Roberts, are you cultivating?
Right now, I've reduced it to 3,600 feet this year. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you, Director Ford, he has an interim permit currently, or a license?
He's approved right now.
He's an approved.
We show him this being approved. Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. And then there was an issue about Measure S. Do we know if those are paid?
So you've already refunded that
I'm-
money.
That's been resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, you know, I'm kind of, I hear what Supervisor Madrone is saying, but, and I also, I mean, Supervisor Bohn is correct. Well, and quite frankly, it was noticed as a public hearing. We had to do a public hearing. That all takes money and time too. And I don't know what the circumstances were that such a small amount of money was collected. I would suspect that that has been remedied with this experience, hopefully. But at the same time, I even said, why are we here today? I was asking staff yesterday because the condition was basically of 12 was cleared up. So we wouldn't even be here if it weren't for the fees not being paid. So would we?
No, we're here. The applicant wanted to have the appeal anyway.
Right, but I was just saying that, I guess what I'm saying, I agree with Supervisor Bohn, pay what's the outstanding balances and pay for the actual. Did you say also the same with the appeal money? Anyways, are you also saying that, and pay the actual cost of the appeal as well? Was that $2,700?
Which comes out to $2,700,
Oh, that's
or
included in
actually
it?
$2,532, or so. I'm just guessing. I don't remember
Okay.
what the numbers are. I'm just not to exceed $2,600. I'm
And then Director Ford and Supervisor Bushnell.
It's entirely a policy decision on the board's part. Frankly, the appeal fee never covers the cost of having these hearings, not even close. So if the board wants to waive the cost that's been expended for the appeal hearing to this point, nobody's going to lose sleep over that. But on the other hand, the existing outstanding cost should be recovered, which was $1,100 and change.
Supervisor Bohn.
Say that one more time. I don't want to waive anything because this has been a extreme lack of communication and time as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not saying who's at fault, but I'm just saying there was one person that made a mistake and took $100 instead of $1,700, and you know something? We can't hire everybody that's perfect, so there are mistakes made, and if it's made a mistake,
Of course.
they're going to, the state of California will come back after you if you pay your DMV fees wrong because they're wrong. I just had that happen, so it happens. So what I'm saying is, just to argue's sake, I'm just saying, what is owed right now?
Nearly $2,700. It is $26,3850.
Okay. So for $26,3850, we could have saved all of this. I understand. You can scream, kick, and everything else, but
$750
and I don't know. I don't know if you can afford $2,638.50. I have no idea, nor do I care. But with that being said, if you can't afford that, if you gave a down payment and did a payment plan, I'm sure they would work with you. I have no idea. But the idea is we can't not charge you for something that's happened. We just had an appeal. $1,700. You owed $1,000.
That's fine. I'm not arguing that.
The answer's here, unless we still want to argue about nothing.
No, but part of the bill that is owed right now is $750 as a deposit after a decision has been made. A decision hasn't been made, so how are you billing me $750 without that decision being made?
Supervisor.
It's a $750 deposit after you're approved, and that's for monitoring the conditions of approval. When appeal is set, the effective date of that decision is gone. The effective date doesn't start until after the appeal. So that $750 isn't due until after today.
Okay, I'm going to ask, since staff was the ones with the money.
The $750 comes from the fact that we charge a deposit on approved projects. And I guess what Mr. Roberts wants to argue is that he's not approved. And so he doesn't owe that money. But the $750 is a requirement to be paid so that we can go out and monitor for compliance.
So it was approved with a special permit.
Yes,
Yes.
it was.
Supervisor Bushnell, then Bohn, or you guys figure out who wants to talk.
I have
first.
2 questions, please. Supervisor Madrone, when you spoke with Mr. Roberts a year ago, was it about this permit?
Yes.
And was it about, I'm curious, did he interact with you about difficulties with the planning department, or?
Yes.
Okay. So the $750 is the the deposit, John, or Director Ford, for once you're approved so that we can go out and inspect?
Correct.
Have we inspected him?
I do not believe we have yet.
So if he says he doesn't have an approved permit, he's cultivating without a permit then?
I have a permit.
No, but you're saying you're not. That's why the $750, because you're saying that, no, wait, don't say anything,
I'm not
but
saying anything.
you are contradicting yourself time and time again here.
No.
You're saying that I don't want to pay the $750 because I'm not approved, but you just told me you're cultivating. So I'm asking Director Ford, not you.
We have treated him as if he's approved.
You are treating him as he's approved.
Correct.
And as an approved application, the $750 is required.
Correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
I don't have it in front of me. I'd like to make a motion that we, help me with this, John, with the payment of $2,638.50, we will deny the appeal and approve. Am I going the right direction?
I'm not sure.
What I understand you asking, where you would like to get to, is to have the permit effective, subject to payment of the original fees.
$2,638.50.
Yes.
Knowing full well that does not cover, and we don't have it in front of us at this moment, what those costs are, so we can put this behind us. Mr. Roberts can go cultivate 50 feet away from his wetlands, and
They're not
everybody,
wetlands.
and he can go back to being a productive part of the community up there.
So I would offer this as a motion that you direct staff to prepare a resolution that adopts findings for denial of the appeal based upon the fact that the wetland was intermittent and there was no purpose in the appeal, and that you adopt findings for approval of the special permit consistent with the action of the zoning administrator, and that you add a condition that all fees need to be paid $2,638.50 be paid within 60 days or whatever days you want to put on there as an additional condition of approval.
Your full son? Is that right, your full
Yes.
son?
One more time.
Your full son?
I'm a full son, yes, correct.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Did you put a time frame on it?
60 days.
60 days?
I was going to go 14 days, but because he can afford it, I'm just kidding. No.
He's one of those.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion that's been seconded. I guess I would ask Mr. Roberts, you understand the motion? And
I understand the motion, but I'm still a little confused because when you apply for, since here, appeal filed, this action will stay the proceedings and effective date of the action of the Planning Commission until the appeal has been acted upon or withdrawn, which means I don't owe the $750 until after today. So I don't owe the money. I have not stiffed the county. The way
Okay.
you're wording it is extremely disheartening to me because you're saying I tried to cheat you. The fact that I went to someone and filed an appeal and put $100 down, that's the fact that that county employee took $100, and on top of that, he charged me $36 for filing that appeal. It's part of my cost recovery. So when you go to make an appeal and I go file in a paperwork, I'm charged $36 on top of that?
I've never, thank you. I went before Supervisor Bohn, and I know Supervisor Madrone wants to say something. I did want to ask Director Ford, are you looking at that language that is there a way we can bring that language up so you can explain? It is.
I'm sorry, but I have to, did I speak with you?
We emailed in February and I
Yep,
mentioned
I just
that.
remembered, so I just want to say that, because all this is just clicking back. So I ex parte did, and talked to Director Ford about your project, so I just need to say that. It just all clicked in my head, so I just want to say that.
Okay, thank
And
you.
can I make one correction?
No.
Steve Madrone, we never talked personally, we only emailed, so I don't know if you're
Okay.
mistaking me for someone else, because it was just an email.
Okay.
Okay.
And
All
I
right,
have no
thank
idea.
you. Yes?
and I have no idea if I talked to you or not, nor do I care. So, but what I'm saying is, there's a motion and a second. If you don't like it, I can pull it back and deny everything. So,
Well,
I mean,
can we go to, you've got a second already. Can we actually hear from Supervisor Madrone, who seconded it? Yes, please, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, you know, ex parte really only applies when something's actually coming before us. So frankly speaking, when I was speaking with them a year and a half ago by email, there was nothing before us. So it's not technically ex parte. And that's why I brought it up as well, Michelle. And I think it's good that we both did that, just because it's going overboard to help make it clear.
But I'm not
you know,
sure
you
of our
mentioned, Mr.
communication.
Roberts.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me,
Mr.
sir.
Roberts,
Yes.
you mentioned that you came in with, $1,700 to pay your appeal fee. So you knew what the appeal fee actually was.
No, well,
you know.
here's the thing.
So I'm not asking for a discourse with you. I'm just wanting to point out to you that you really knew that it wasn't just $100, but you proceeded anyway.
No,
So at this point, earlier today, there was an opportunity before we got started. Supervisor Bohn provided an excellent opportunity to really just not even do the hearing and avoid that $1,500 fee. That would have been a perfect time to do that.
Yes, well,
But you
but
didn't accept that opportunity, so we moved forward. Now we're in a situation where we're actually veering away from what the staff recommendation was in here, which was to not only deny the appeal, but also to deny the special permit. So what we're offering to you is approval of the special permit and just pay the fees. I mean, I don't think it gets a whole lot better than that, frankly speaking, and I just think you'd be smart to accept the offer and move forward.
Before Supervisor Bohn talks, thank you.
That's it.
I did want to go to county council. I mean, we could have shortcut the appeal. Mr. Roberts could have pulled it back. That we've done that before, if there had been interest, but that would have meant all the fees would have still applied. I did want to go to county council to explain, you know, once appeal is noticed, we kind of have to go through at least some process.
We have to go through the process of the appeal unless it's withdrawn by the appellant in order to meet all of the due process rights that go along with this process.
And Supervisor Bushnell asked for a clarification that I couldn't hear.
So can the appellant cannot draw it back during the hearing? It would have to be prior to?
The appellant could technically withdraw at any time. I would have to research that issue to find out exactly what the ramifications are with regard to all of the different processes that are involved here and the code sections that go along with that. But it is my understanding that the appellant would be able to withdraw the application or withdraw the appeal.
But we still would we have had to open the appeal and close it because it was noticed? Or he just could have told us, well, we're not here, it didn't happen, so whatever, we're in a public hearing and we did have some public comment. And I had Supervisor Bushnell.
If the appellant had at any time asked to withdraw the appeal, then we would have discussed that at that point. I never did hear from the appellant at any point that he wanted to withdraw the appeal.
Okay. Supervisors Bushnell and Madrone, or did you ask?
This is when I filed my appeal. It's an appeal exempt for fees request, and it's part of in your ordinance. So I filled out a thing and I said, hey, this is what's going on. I do not need Fish and Wildlife, Fire Department, or any of them. So here, when I go in and I give them this thing and then they tell me the fee, there's no way I tried to manipulate anybody.
Okay. Supervisor Madrone, and then I wanted to ask staff about that exemption form, but let's go to Supervisor Madrone first.
So another door just opened, and that door is that you can withdraw your appeal at any time, even though the hearing has been held. What that doesn't tell us yet today, because the council would have to do some research, is would you then be forgiven those fees or not? We don't know that sitting here today, but if you don't withdraw your appeal, the fees apply. We do know that, right? So again, lots of doors are opening up.
I understand.
County Council.
There's a thing to get an exempt fees thing, and that's
Yeah,
what I filed.
but
So
that's
how
usually
am
for-
I the one that made the mistake?
Excuse me,
Those are
Mr.
for other
Roberts, we will
purposes.
we'll go to staff, and then Supervisor Bohn may have an alternative motion.
not even sure what the question is anymore, frankly.
There's Supervisor Bohn, there is a question, I'm speaking, regarding the exemption form of, or is that, was that?
Thank you. So the thing that can be done with those is that other departments often get money as part of an appeal. And so that exemption form is to send around to the other departments to see if they would be willing to not accept part of the fee for the appeal. One of those would be county council. And county council actually spends a lot of time working on appeals.
Okay. I would suggest, this is just me speaking, I would suggest you go with what Supervisor Bohn has on the table. Unless, Okay.
Call for the question.
Yeah.
Talk for 15 minutes, got nowhere.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, yeah, I know, and I've been hearing you to the side of me, saying you want to pull the motion. So I thought if you want to pull the motion, we can, or we can just vote.
So
we have a call in.
I would call for the question, which requires a second in order for that to be approved to move forward according to our rules.
Is there a second to? It's just a call for the
I'm calling
question,
the
basically to vote. No, this is a different one. This supersedes the original motion. A motion to.
It's kind of like an amendment, but it's the way the rules read. Sorry.
Oh, all it is we're saying, do we want to vote? He wants to vote now.
I'm asking if can we vote or can we spend another 20 minutes talking about nothing and getting nowhere because we haven't got any, we're nowhere different than we were in 10 to 3.
Okay, is it? Yes, you may. Please.
Take a deep breath.
Are you, you heard the motion on the table?
I would like to, could
just
you
yes or
repeat
no?
it?
Yes
No.
or no? You didn't hear the motion on the table?
I heard, but I was not.
The motion is to deny the appeal and to go forward with your permit, and you pay the $2,600 and whatever dollars. Okay, do you understand that?
Okay, yes.
And is that acceptable to you? Yes or no?
No.
Huh?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna second the pull of the motion.
No, this is the vote.
Oh, well, is there a second?
Okay, then we.
Okay.
Okay, call for.
County council looks really confused right
Ju-
now.
Just to be clear, because this is the first time we've ever done this, even in my 4 years of being here. People
to go
have
through the
said, let's call for the question, but formally in our rules, it's like doing an amendment, where if you call for the question, another board member needs to second that call for the question, which is to go to voting.
Because it ends
If somebody
the
else
debate.
doesn't second the question, then you can continue to have discussion for as long as you want.
That was my second, to call
Yes.
for the vote.
Absolutely, perfect.
All right, cool.
So.
I understand.
All right, let me get my.
Can I
my
get some
screen up.
clarification? Supervisor Madrone was the, okay, Rex, Supervisor Bohn, and then Supervisor Madrone. Thank you.
And the motion, would you read it one more time, just? I think we're pretty clear.
I
but-
mean, I just have, so.
No, we're not. I want to hear it.
Well, I don't have everything. I have direct,
Okay,
the board, the.
Director Ford, would you like to tell what the motion was?
I have most of it, but I
Okay.
don't know what I was missing.
So it starts very simply to direct staff to prepare a resolution to indicate that the board has considered the, this would be the the addendum to the negative declaration for the CMMLUO, to adopt findings, to adopt the finding that the appeal is unnecessary because the condition 12 referred to a perennial stream that was really intermittent, and to make findings indicating that the appeal is unnecessary, to adopt findings for approval of the special permit consistent with the action of the zoning administrator, to deny the appeal, to approve the special permit with the additional condition that all outstanding fees be paid within 60 days. The outstanding fees are in the amount of $2,600.38, or $2,638.50.
Let me ask you another question. So if this fails, then we'll need an alternate motion?
Correct.
Okay. So which one are we voting on, you guys?
The one that Director Ford just.
Good. I just wanted to make sure we weren't back in the call it plan. Okay. Yeah, what Director Ford just said, and then we'll see where we go from there.
If I could.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
please.
So there's a couple options unfolding here right now, and I'm not asking for any response or any input. One of them is the motion on the table, which right now, if you're not supportive of it, it doesn't look to me like there's going to be votes to pass that motion, which then another motion will come forward. And it's likely to be something like approving the staff recommendation, which is to deny the appeal and deny the permit. I don't think that's what you're looking for, because if that happens, then you're going to need to pull your crop tomorrow, right? Because you don't have a permit.
Understood.
There are any number of other possible motions that could come out. I don't know what they all are.
I think that's
But I just think that, I'm not sure that you're going to get something a whole lot better than the motion that's on the table.
Understood.
But it's your call.
Understood.
Okay, good enough.
No,
Well,
and whether we accept it, let's vote. I mean, everyone okay to vote? Super.
Yes.
God, who's cranky today? Mine's not up yet either.
So can I just make one question real quick? No?
No, not, we'll see
Okay.
where we go with this, and then we'll.
I'm going to do a roll call vote on this. Supervisor
Wait,
Madrone,
wait,
I
hold on
know
just
already
a
has
second.
his.
The one question I would have, if your question you're going to ask is, say, you can deal with the situation. If you agree that you can agree to that payment and the requirements, that's a good question you can ask. But other than that, that's kind of, that's the only question that matters at this point, because we're at the process of voting.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Supervisor Madrone, I know yours came up, but.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass,
On the motion, no.
Supervisor Bushnell,
No.
Supervisor Bohn,
No.
So we will need an alternate motion.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve staff recommendation for denial of the permit.
My second.
And anything else we needed on that, Director Ford? All right. Okay, County Council keeps giving me, you're looking like you might have a thought you want to say. You don't? You just looking intently today.
He just can't believe what he's seeing either.
Okay.
I don't have anything to add. Chair
Okay,
Bass.
I was just, every time, sometimes I get a
Can I
little
make
kind
one
of
statement real quick? Not even a question, just a statement. After 6 years of doing this, 3 years it took me, I spent $200,000, and $2,000 is the slightest minimalist thing. But my entire permit was approved by the state prior to me moving to step 2 by the county department, even attempting to do my permit.
Well, I think
What
you
I'm
covered
understanding
this.
here now is for $2,600, you're taking 6 years of my life, you're taking $200,000 in debt that I have.
Actually, sir, that would not be how I would have phrased it. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
You had an opportunity to say yes and work with no, you're not, you're going to listen. This board was more than willing, you heard it, to help you and for you to go forward with your 6 years of your life working with the planning department. Over an issue, you filed an appeal over an issue that was already settled.
It
So
wasn't-
no,
it's
I'm
not settled, though.
Excuse me. So I asked you, sir,
I understand.
I asked you and you said no. So I voted no on your motion based on your comment. The only other option that is, because it doesn't seem like anything is coming forward out of this, is this motion that I just made. And I don't, you're not going to blame them. You're
I'm
not.
not blaming
Yes, you
them.
are.
No, I'm
And
not.
so I'm sorry.
What I'm blaming is I didn't get to properly show you step by step how much I was overbilled.
We
Thank you,
have the
sir.
documents,
I was
so I'm
billed
sorry.
7 hours for
Sir?
a public hearing.
Thank you. Yes, that's our recovery charges, and they don't actually recover the amount that it actually costs. All right, any other questions?
I want to thank staff, because in 10 years, I've never seen so many people bend over so backwards trying to fix something so simple to have it thrown back in your face. So
It's all right. Yes, you may clarify.
Director Ford, if this motion passes, what would be the procedure for him going forward?
He will, as was mentioned, he will need to remove the commercial cannabis from the property. We will notify the state that he doesn't have any type of a local permit, no local authorization. And if he doesn't cease and desist, we'll have to pursue other actions.
I have to say, it doesn't give me joy to be at this point, and it could have been.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Could we take a 5-minute break, please?
Yeah, we're gonna do.
Before we
Yes,
vote?
Supervisors, yes.
I'm just asking out of respect the opportunity to try and resolve this thing.
We do have a motion that's on the floor. In a second. Director Ford, anything you wanted to add in your conversation?
Well, I have talked to Mr. Roberts for a while during the break, and I think what he would like to accomplish, he would like to go forward with the permit. And so if we could go back to the original, if the board would be willing to go back to the original motion, and I'd offered to split the difference in the appeal fee, which would take it down to, my math is not going to, it's going to struggle with the $38. What's that?
13, 19 and a quarter.
Yeah, so basically it would take $750 off the cost that is due.
No, this, he's pulling the.
Just the appeal fee.
hearing.
So 375?
No, take $750 off the $2638.50.
That other motion can be pulled, the motion on the floor can be pulled back if the motion maker and the seconder, who made it? Steve? No. You? Thank you. But we can pull it, what I'm hearing Director Ford say is we can still have that one pulled off the table if there can be an alternate one made before we vote that references letting him move forward with a special permit and him getting half off on the
appeal
hearing.
The appeal
Is that kind of
fee,
right?
Correct.
So if we vote on the one that's on the table now, it's nothing at all. So if you want to pull back the motion, you can, or we can vote, and then we can see where it goes from there. Although we do have, yeah. Or do you want to ask Director Ford? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Director Ford, but can you say it again? So you spoke with the or the appellant, and he said?
He said he would like to go forward. He would like to have his permit, and he would like to be able to move forward today and get a business license. I think the thing that he still struggles with is that there is a charge, still an outstanding charge on there from one of the staff. And so in an effort to just soften that, I offered to present to you the thought of cutting the appeal fee in half.
And the 750 would still stand then?
Correct.
Okay.
Supervisor Bohn?
No. What are we cutting in half?
The appeal fee.
Basically, the cost of the appeal, yes, which is
15.
It's 15 and change. So basically, that's where the $750 comes from.
Yes.
We have voted once.
Turn on your mic.
In 10 years, I've never seen, we voted on something, now we're going to go back to what we already voted on and change the amount, lower the amount of what we voted on, and pull the motion of going back to the original staff's recommendation. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, what you're hearing is another option to what's on the table. And I took it upon myself to talk to the applicant during the break.
I saw that.
And to see if there was not something that could be worked out to get to a solution that would at least be uncomfortably tolerable to everybody involved.
Well, with that being said, I might have said a few uncomfortable, intolerable words earlier. But with that being said, I've never seen a bigger mockery of a motion and an appeal, and then stretching this out as far as we did, and then, I'm not going to say anything nice, I'll just vote no.
Well, yeah, so there's a motion on the table that would just basically do the original staff recommendation. It can be pulled back by the motion maker and the seconder, or I guess even just the motion maker. Or we could vote on this one, then make an alternate motion. But Supervisor Bushnell, I think you had mentioned, you talked to staff. So do you want to vote on this one, or did you want to accept what staff is
I mean, I'm a little reluctant at this time, just because I do kind of agree that this has been not very bearable. And I will pull back my motion, but I'm not going to make a new one.
Okay.
No, if the motion maker pulls the motion's pulled, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
In our rules,
Yeah.
that's the way that works. I would make a motion through the chair that we deny the appeal. We leave the special permit in place because there's no action needed there, as long as the applicant pays the outstanding fees, which are a little over $1,000, and pays the appeal fees minus the $750 consideration. Does that pretty much cover it with a resolution that would come back to us?
Yeah, I would say it would be the same motion as before, except that added condition would be to reflect the
$750 deduction.
Yeah.
So that's basically where we were about a half hour ago, but I think
It's a different number.
Yeah, different number, and maybe the little break allowed some cooler heads to kind of think it through and figure out options. And this is an awful good option, actually, for
What would be the time frame, Supervisor Madrone?
60 days.
Okay.
Is there a second? I can reluctantly second it, because I'm really reluctant. I mean, I have to say, it's very lucky that it continued on to this, because you almost had nothing at all. It could still happen. So we've got a motion and a second. Does it need to be repeated?
No.
Nikki, you're the one that's most important to make sure we got this correct.
At this point, I'm just doing the amended motion, and I will put the words in afterwards, but we all understand this, as long as we all understand what that amended motion is.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
1 second here.
It still booted me out again.
It's been that day. I can go ahead and do a roll call.
Sure.
Maybe. Is it up now, or, okay. Okay, well, I'm not getting, oh my goodness. Okay. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I really want to say no because of your behavior. I'm going to say no.
Supervisor Bohn.
Excuse me, sir, we don't need you commenting. So we have 2-2, so that motion failed. So we get to try everything. Maybe we're going to have to take a break for the
I would like to make
legal
another
for-
motion
Okay, let's try it.
to deny the appeal, leave the special permit in place, but no forgiveness of the $750,
Okay, so the original motion, basically.
basically.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn? Was there a second?
You need a second.
I know, I was going to say, is there a second?
I will second that if that's payable immediately.
Payable within 10 days? Immediately, like tomorrow.
End of business day tomorrow.
Okay?
All right. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Nikki, you got that? Yeah.
I will. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn? Yes. Thank you. Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. Back to it.
Okay. So we will now go to closed session. I'll let staff at least.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
I would say that we, Scott will read
yeah, I
it
was
into
gonna
the
say,
record. Yeah, I'm going to do what I do best and estimate when we might return. And so I'm going to go with an hour to return.
Okay, so maybe we have a briefing of that closed session. Yes, the attorney has the tell us.
Thank you, Chair Bass. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E1 in order to discuss exposure to litigation in one potential case. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the cases of White Circle Commerce LLC et al. Versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court Case numbers CV 2000513 and CV 2000623, and People of the State of California et al. Versus Karen Paz Dominguez et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case number CV 2200584. Finally, it is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E3 in order to discuss exposure to litigation in one potential case regarding the Eureka City Council's authorization to initiate litigation against the County of Humboldt and Auditor Controller Karen Paz Dominguez.
All right, thank you. And do we have anyone, since my thing's not coming up, who would like to comment on this item online or in the public? All right, then we'll adjourn to closed session. Unless you want to be free. I mean, I'm fine with immediate.
If I
Okay,
can
I'm just
take
asking
1 minute, because I drink a lot of water during the day.
Still glad to stay. I only came in to say that. Still glad to stay.
Good timing, John.
I'm good. Oh.
All right. Oh. May we have a report out of closed session?
Thank you, Chair Bass. For items 1 and 2, there's nothing to report. For item M3, I will report out the following. The county is negotiating separation terms which will allow for a transition to occur sooner than the end of the year. Authority has been delegated to the county administrative officer to execute the final separation agreement, with direction to return to the board at the next available meeting to ratify. In addition, the board has approved appointment of Cheryl Dillingham as interim auditor controller effective the day after resignation, with formal appointment to be confirmed by the board at the next available meeting. And then for item M4, the board authorized the county administrative officer to execute a tolling agreement with the city of Eureka with direction to ratify on July 12th. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There's none other to report out, right? We got them all? Cool. All right, it's been a long day. Well, then we are adjourned.